Back downside we go here this morning for futures ahead of a key jobs employment look overall coming up at 8:30 this morning. We'll get the delayed non-farm payrolls print from last Friday. The expectation anywhere I've seen from 55,000 up to 75,000 to the upside, positive obviously for that. We'll bring that to you live as it happens this morning. A lot of attention going to be paid to the employment status and the hours specifically in that report. We'll talk about that as it happens coming up. A lot of things moving around this morning as well as far as individual movers are concerned, including Robinhood to the downside. We'll touch on the earnings report out that we brought to you after the close yesterday. Amazon with an interesting headline today. Tesla as well, teaming up with Tencent over in China. Tesla back to the upside today. Has had 2 or 3 days in a row here back higher, quietly through to 426 once again. A little bit of a resistance point if you zoom out a bit and take a look at a higher time frame. So going to be one of those days where we have to kind of wait and see. I think ahead of 8:30 when we get this jobs print, and then coming up end of the week, remember Friday, we'll get CPI. So back to back here, inflation related prints and the employment status, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people are going to be looking at this, I think, at 8:30 this morning.
I feel like we were getting weird overtures from the administration, Brendo, about to temper our expectations with respect to this jobs number. I don't have a good feeling about this, but it was Howard Lutnick as well. I think Peter Navarro specifically last week said, you know, maybe we need to reassess what the numbers look like. So it might not be what we're expecting, but we already know we're in a low hire, low fire environment, and that jobs number just keeps ticking a little bit higher.
Yeah, let's give you an overview here. Here we go. So non-farm payrolls due at 8:30 again. As I mentioned, the prior number was 50. Consensus on this, I've seen anywhere from, depending on which website you look at, I've seen anywhere from 50 up to 75,000. So a very, very wide range on the expectation. We are expecting the unemployment rate to get a little bit of a downtick. 4.4% was the prior. 4.4 again is the consensus forecast, 4.5%. So the hourly earnings going to be in watch. I was reading a note on this morning, creeping back higher. This figure specifically has been over the past couple of prints. So I think a lot of people are going to be, 3.8% increase again expected on that. So we'll see what it actually comes out with. Consensus looking for 3.6%. So as you said, there's been some back and forth. I mean, Trump was talking a little bit yesterday and seemed like everything was fine, as he always does. But, you know, there's been some other comments, as you mentioned, that, have maybe pointed to something else happening.
Well, we've defeated inflation, Brendo, according to President Trump, of course. I don't feel the Fed feels that way. We're still a little bit off their 2% target. But it's been an interesting, kind of situation that we've been in. We've been seeing growth in the economy with headline GDP numbers maintaining above 4%. All the while, you're not really seeing the corollary inflation. And then I remember when Chair Powell had his meeting last time, Brendo, he basically said that they have an eye on all the different segments of the economy that could have been affected by tariffs, and they're no longer making these predictions. They actually have data off which to base the numbers. So, and we really haven't seen that move up. So you're kind of you feel like the Fed's kind of caught between two minds here, right? You're getting that, nice growth. You're not seeing the corollary inflation to the same amount that they had predicted. So what do you do, especially with this jobs market?
I also feel like there's a portion of the crowd here who is also saying, who cares what Powell says right now, and is just completely looking ahead to Warsh and what is going to happen when we get this swap out coming up in a couple of months at the head of the Fed. So 8:30 going to be important, guys. Again, non-farm payrolls was due out last Friday. Coming this morning, we'll bring that to you live.
Morning, everybody. They can't get their cuts if the numbers aren't bad. So we magically start getting some bad numbers, or continue to get some weaker job numbers. And is anybody going to be all that surprised? It's not that there isn't weakening, but we've seen the glide of the Fed's fund. Well, the tool's been basically telling us that we have a better chance at over 2 cuts this year, and that's been gliding in the positive direction. If you're looking for cuts, I guess if you don't want cuts, it'd be going in the opposite direction. But overall, last night it was maybe not the best for earnings. You had some good surprises out there. ServiceNow, I think, surprised a little bit here. And this morning, Shopify looking pretty strong. But that's offset by Robinhood getting smacked down a little bit. Unity getting crushed. Now down 25% on Unity. It was half an hour ago, it was down 20%, and it continues to fall. You can also see Lyft languishing a little bit. And then on the kind of nothing burger side, Ford, despite having the worst EPS, but they had strong guidance. It was like a single item. Basically, it was just a tariff hit that caused them to miss on the EPS, and they had very strong guidance. So they're actually up a little bit. But overall, it's still a flattish market. We kind of got to that 7,000 on the ES and then couldn't do anything with it, sold off late. So you got to be looking at what's moving. Crypto's still going to be in place. Silver is actually back to moving around with a bit of a gap up, so that can be in play. And then lots of earnings names to get to. So yeah, you didn't have to have a lot of movement in the futures to have individual names go crazy. But my, oh my, that Unity is nasty. I didn't think we'd see anything. I thought the biggest ones were going to be last night, but at least good for Shopify.
Yeah, it's nice to see Shopify back up, and it's kind of like if you're in the AI's sort of view, you're going to get hit a little bit there. So we do have Unity problem. We have Shopify, obviously, today, as you just mentioned there. Robinhood also to the downside. We had Robinhood. Thank you for joining us last night, man. The show was really great. Yesterday after hours.
Oh, there he is.
What's the bananas yesterday? We saw you put them there. We need to get that mic. There is a mic now. Sign?
Well, if we didn't notice them sitting behind us, I mean, what's the sign going to do?
I don't know why we're talking about bananas here. We need a sign. Well, there is a mic for Randy, but it's wireless. I don't know where it is. It's hovering around here. Okay. But yeah, Robinhood yesterday, now we're down 10%. Well, now down 9% and going lower here in the after hours as we worry about crypto, right? So we'd sit down here down 67,000 right now to crypto. So we'll talk about the amount of transaction volume in the crypto space for Robinhood. I think that's going to be a factor moving forward. I think now that Robinhood's cut in half, I mean, you probably might want to sit there and start to buy. You talk about a name that AI shouldn't really affect too much, some of these brokerages. I can't really wrap my head around how that would be affecting. I mean, obviously, advisors and things like that could happen. Robo-advisors, like automatically building a portfolio for you and whatnot. But that's not what Robinhood's all about right now. As long as trading is the name of the game, Robinhood should be okay. I don't think they mentioned too much about the Trump accounts. So I think once that all gets settled down, that could be a really big boon for them at one point as well. Vertiv is huge as well. Oh, you have that up.
Data centers.
Oh, okay. That was just the very, very next. Yeah, I mean, look, we've talked about Vertiv and GE Vernova and some of the build-out that happens. We focused on Caterpillar and some of the picks and shovels that are required for everything. And you could see here today, this is just, it's not like it's rocket science. I mean, these have been the right spaces to be involved with for a long time. And when you dip down, I think people get nervous, but the earnings are here. We saw GE Vernova put up a good number. Now Vertiv is putting up a good number. So yeah, breaking through, and there it goes, man, up to 235, up 16%, and just breaking through. So this is now clear skies. There's nothing ahead of this. It's too bad we didn't talk about this last night because when you're looking to break out of sort of all-time highs right around earnings and you get that good report, then it's see you later because all the shorts scramble. It's now broken through. So there goes Vertiv. I mean, congratulations.
And they beat everywhere. The numbers this morning are like about 6 on the for the guidance anyways, because that's what matters. So they're guiding EPS 6 versus 5.3, so that's about a 15%, maybe a little bit better than that beat. Sales is about a 10% beat if you look at the midpoint, maybe even a little bit better than that. So obviously very strong here. You just pick and rip. Like it doesn't really matter necessarily. Like these guys are just as good as a GE Vernova performance as well, and it goes to show hey, it's not just getting punished on earnings here. If you come out with big numbers and you are seeing, and essentially you're a little bit, let's just say, more insulated from some of the bubble concerns. Just better insulated is probably the better word to look at. Then you can still head to the upside. It's not just only about buying dips. Like, there are things out there that are making fresh highs, that are in strong upward trends, something we talked about with Brian Shannon yesterday, right? Like, it's when we see things down, like, Robinhood's an example. It's not that you can't buy dips in stocks, but there's plenty of things that have been trending for a while that if you've got them in your portfolio, you can add to and try to make it work. Like, I regret not adding GE Vernova. I'm happy about Caterpillar and Chevron, but like, I kept saying I wanted to get that other one and didn't add back into it. But good look on Vertiv. Thanks for the super chat. We appreciate you. Just remember, when you're throwing in these symbols, you don't always have to put a super chat in, although we appreciate it when you do. Maybe we'll talk about SoFi in relation to the Robinhood earnings, but Ezra, I don't really know that one. But make sure you do $ in front, and you don't have to put a million symbols there, Rivian Millionaire, but that allows us to get out the old stock visualizer, although it's not that old, and see what everyone is interested in. Right now, Unity and Tesla are number. I think this is going to change. I'm a little surprised that Robinhood is all the way down here. You got Silver, VRT, which we just talked about, Shopify, SoFi as well. So make sure you keep them coming in there. A little surprised to see that Hood isn't at the top of that list, but there's plenty of time for that to change. Florida Man transplant. Thoughts on GDRX? Goodrix, huh? Oh, okay. Well, always say it's the first time I'm pulling it up, and if there's a catalyst to it that I'm unaware of, you got to let me know, because it's A, not doing volume. B, doesn't have a story that I'm aware of, which is that's strike. I mean, strike one is if you're not doing any volume. Strike two is if you don't have any catalyst that you would expect to make it do volume, and I'm not seeing a story on here at all for Goodrix. Yeah, I don't have a story from till last Friday where they had some kind of like a partnership, and you can tell there was at least some volume Thursday and Friday, and absolutely none. And it's, again, we were just talking about downward trending stocks. Underneath the 50-period moving average, actually on that news on its last headline, rejecting the 50-period moving average for the second time. So when stocks are underneath that and it's being respected, I think why always try to get falling knives? Like, allow it to actually do something, allow it to have a catalyst, allow it to be above the 50-period. It just looks like a nothing burger to me, but we appreciate the super chat.
Keep everything flowing. We'll be going over stocks all day with you guys as well, but 8:30 is the big unemployment data, so that's going to be dropping, and I think that's going to change a lot of price levels. That's going to be in play here. If the number comes out as expected, maybe fine, but I feel like all the talk here off the open, Brendan had that open there, and so did Sharif, and talked about, some of the potential here of it being a little weaker. But see, I feel like when the street thinks something, maybe it's the other way. So let's be patient. I mean, we have 17 minutes. You're in the right spot. As soon as it drops, we'll talk about it. We'll flip over to the futures and look to see how those are moving around, and whether or not the IWM or something starts to rip around. We'll watch the dollar as well. We'll watch, I written down here, I have Tesla and IBIT written down so far here to watch today. So we'll be trading some Tesla and some Bitcoin. Bitcoin down to 66,000, broke through 67,000. I think that's going to be a huge mover on any kind of on the jobs rate. I think that it will move with the market just as much, if not more. So let's wait to see how crypto reacts to it today. It's been in such a downward trend that if the market starts to slip up, I think people will go over and start to sell crypto down again here today. So yeah, Robinhood lower, crypto lower, SoFi lower, Webull probably at all-time lows again, as these names just continue to be able to get onto the mat and then get lifted back up and then smacked back down again. To your point, if you look around, generally speaking, most stocks, there was something like 139 or stocks, something like that, breaking through 52-week highs, like on the S&P 500. Like, there's a lot of names that are doing quite well. There's a lot of beneficiaries of AI, right? That we just think that, hey, what is disrupting it? But there's so many companies that are taking advantage of AI, like a FedEx, like being able to route properly and be able to see the shipments and delivery times, and more efficient drivers and more efficient logistical paths and things like that. So it's just like, there's lots, and FedEx is another great story. J&J, all these names that just continue to sort of have a moat around them as far as what AI can do for them against them. There's not Like, what is AI going to hurt Procter & Gamble? Like, is it going to make a better deodorant or something like that? I mean, I think all it's going to help them do is...
give it time.
maybe eventually. But what it would do is they could use AI to create a better formulation or something like that to become more efficient or a better overall product. But, you know, it's those little things that aren't getting disrupted.
I think even for them, it's like the ability to quickly to analyze trends, just streamline your processes. Like these are the gains that are going to come. Now it does come with the flip side. We're going to be talking about the jobs number in like 15 minutes or so, the non-farm payroll number in 15 minutes. Like there is that level of disruption too. But then if you sort of think about that as maybe giving some reasons for the race moving the other way, I think a lot of opportunities get provided. And I think a term that I heard this morning was we're living in a world now, or not living in a world now, but we're in a time where you're going to start to see like some smaller companies with the ability to disrupt in a large way, because you have such a huge changing environment with these efficiencies. And I know this is going to go again against like some of the software names, but you know, we see how productive you can be, and it's been exemplified with Claude there, how productive you can be in fractions of the time. And the major corporations are going to start to realize this as well. And right now, even in like a sentiment between like OpenAI and say an Anthropic, it's like, well, everyone's giddy about one and maybe hating on the other because one's going the consumer route and the other's going the enterprise route. And right now, everyone's talking about the disruption in the enterprise side. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of fun themes that are playing out here. But to go back over to like the G Vernovas and the Caterpillars, you can't lose playing it somewhere in like the picks, shovels, the infrastructure, because when all that spend is out there and they're continuing to do it, whether it makes money for Meta or not, whether it makes money for Alphabet or not, Caterpillar is going to get paid straight up like that. And we know that for the next couple of years, and that's why they've been looking so strong. What I'm interested in is, I know Joey Options is going to have some options names for us. I got to imagine there's got to be some crazy flow on Robinhood today. I'd be shocked if there wasn't.
Hey guys, welcome and happy Wednesday. A lot going on in the world of derivatives once again, leading into earnings season. So we're going to see a lot of increases within activity. But we're going to start some things off with a very interesting name, and one of my favorite, and that's going to be Robinhood. Oh no, what happened? Down 10% here, but that's all right. Small. Look at the bigger picture. All right, guys, aside from that, let's take a look at some of the activity here in the volumes. Relatively light, considering, right? Open interest. This is on the put side, too, as well, right? So we'll take that into consideration. Not that much activity on the put side, but what I wanted to see here is if we can find a potential floor. And I think we might have. So let's see if we can run into that $73 strike price. And the reason why I'm saying maybe 73 and a little bit north of that is just because this was the largest amount of supply on the put side. So $73 mark, let's see if we can hold up that level. Open interest sitting around 6,140 and volume around 6,000 there. But once again, you can see the increase in delta. Well, the delta actually relatively cool considering, it's cool because we're so far out of the money on this one, and then your gamma exposure. But one thing that we do want to focus on is the at the money IV. Once again, increase, you have that earnings report, you move that 9%, you're outside of that expected move, and sure enough, the options market is going to price that in, 142.6%. Bid and ask is relatively tight, $7, all right? And we are expiring this Friday. So let's take a look at the actual contract. Maybe a little bit difficult to see here, but this contract did peak around February 5th, and it lost a lot of its value, the majority of its value here. So what I'm gonna be looking at, so what you wanna do is like, hey, if we are going to be running into those zones, there's something in which price is derived from in options. So you have your intrinsic and extrinsic value, one being time value, and the other one essentially the moneyness of the contract. How in the money is that contract? Now, if it's not in the money, it's out the money, it only holds extrinsic value, so time value. So if you do not believe that we are going to go south of $73, but we run into 74 or 75, The objective of that specific strategy is to only collect time value, because to collect the intrinsic value, it's going to be significantly more difficult, okay? So I'm gonna be looking at this strike price myself early in the morning, just in case Robinhood does want to take an additional leg lower. Moving forward, we have Lyft, guys, and this is going to be on the call side. What really intrigued me about this was the volume was extremely light, but the open interest was substantial. And I went through multiple expiration cycles here, guys, and what I found that this was the largest I've seen at this $18 mark, okay? So at that $18 strike price, 16,700 current open contracts. And you can see for quite some time, a couple of sessions and into last week as well too, we have not had the ability to hold or even test that $18 mark. So I'm gonna be looking at this as potential hedges pushing price down. You can see we have a $7 spread. Your delta, considering still out of the money, sitting around that 40. Your gamma, around 12 there. And then your at the money IV, considering that we have reported earnings and it took a nice nosedive, you're at 111%. That is some options activity for today, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Give that segment an upgrade, everybody.
Yeah, everyone loves that segment, and thanks, Joe, for doing that. I mean, it's always interesting to look at names with earnings. I mean, obviously, we understand that, you know, the volatility picks up around earnings dates, the price of the contracts are going to pick up. But if you feel like you have a good sense of what's to come, then some of these earnings reports, like a Unity, like a Lyft, like a Vertiv, like even a Robinhood. I'm not sure what Robinhood's expected move was last night, probably around what it is, but you know, 8.5%. Okay, so yeah, so Robinhood's about there. But today for Lyft, you know, down 15%. I think that's another great example where you had seen Uber, you know, really start to fall all over itself. And again, like it's that sort of AI software, like downtrend that we're talking about here with Uber. So, you know, they had earnings and couldn't get out of their own way. They're still pushing lower every day. So, you know, sometimes if you look to say, okay, you know, what have some of the other names been doing in this space, you can sometimes get a good idea of what's about to come. And Lyft even had a $1 billion share buyback program there that was instituted, and that doesn't seem to be helping the stock too much here. But again, another thing to look at, as Joe mentions, you know, key levels that are coming into play. So if you're trying to think about where stocks could bounce from, you know, try to zoom out a little bit these days. But yeah, stocks, software names, right? I mean, they're going to be expensive to trade. We saw the IGV get the biggest flush in the history of IGV land last week, and this is the software ETF, and it battled back about 6 or 7%. But, you know, in negativity, this could be, you know, again, another thing that gets hit. Like, you're going to have a little bit of a bounce back, but then whoosh, come right back in. There was more inflows into, I think it was more outflows in IGV last week than there was like all of last year combined, or some sort of a stat like that. So the people really flooded out of the software names. So maybe there is due for a little bit of a pullback, but until we get through all these earnings, the names are going to keep coming out and keep warning and getting lower. So I would say probably not over the flushing yet, but I think we're through about 65% or so of earnings. A lot of the big names are through, but there's still, as we had mentioned before, few different smaller names coming out, and a lot of those names are software related. So we'll have to have a quick look at how software and AI is going to affect these earnings reports, and a good way to play them is through Joe and his options. So if you do have any questions about specific options, super chat them or put them in the chat. We can throw them back over to Joe. He'll be on with Sharif from 11 till 2.
I believe today, are we getting Luis?
Yeah, midday we're supposed to be.
Midday at noon today?
Yep.
I believe being joined by Luis as well, midday, talk about some small caps. I saw an interesting question just now in the chat. It was sort of just almost random, if I could find it. And it was KNT. There's probably some kind of cool reasoning behind this name. KNTU4R, saying choose 2 from 3. Usually it's like choose one of the 3. And of course, it's always going to be 3 beat-up names. Choose 2 of these 3, Netflix, Bitcoin, and Robinhood. Right here, right now, I guess you're getting a discount on Robinhood, and I would choose and Netflix. If I had to pick right here, right now, I'd probably go with those 2. But We did have some news yesterday with Netflix in the, hey, guess what? Paramount Skydance. Yay, they raised their bid. They came back strong. They went from $30 to $30 plus a quarter, some kind of a ticket thing, and they're guaranteeing, well, they're not guaranteeing, they're getting a guarantee from Ellison on the breakup fee, 2.8. Netflix actually took that in stride until the market turned around. But what's more interesting about Netflix is there seems to be a good accumulation that happened at the $80 level. Oh, that's right, not split adjusted. At the $80 level, let me just go to, I'm gonna pop just very quickly to a different chart over there on eSignal. And it's a good accumulation where we kind of thought this is where buyers should be coming back in. You go to the weekly and you can find like that double barrel at 82, and now we've had a good accumulation there. All you need is, I think, one green week to kind of turn the trend around a little bit, because it's been big slide and then very slowish grind down, but distinct. And now that you've got a little bit of a base, we get a green week, I think you start to get a little bit of a turnaround, get back into those 90s. Apparently another super chat before we get that NFP. With $2 Canadian, there we go, Canada, GRN, Game Dev. Yeah, Unity, yuck.
Not 27%, is it?
It was 20. Well, it was 25 when we started the show. What's it down? Well, okay, it is down 26%. This one's going to end up tricky because I was sort of looking at this. Here, I'll go back to the days. I was actually looking at Unity. See that prior low in here at about 23? Like, I was thinking this bottom, 22.5 into the 23 was sort of the short zone for a continuation play, and now we're like 10% away, almost 10% away from that price. So it's going to take some kind of a bounce to get into these prior lows significantly. Fundamentally, it wasn't the best cue. We talk about things as a falling knife. I mean, they already got beaten up because the sector takes a hit, right? And now they get beaten up on the guide. So it's hard to really be a huge fan of Unity here. If you're getting a bounce today, I think it is more in like the dead cat bounce range, and it's like if you think it's getting oversold, it's at least coming into some significant support, but most of the big support was down in the 15 to 16 range, and then literally at the $20 level. So one of those would be like a more reasonable SSR bouncing spot for me. My first thought was kind of fill in that gap to the prior low for the short, and we're just running away from that quick.
All right, let's go back over the desk. 3 minutes, and we'll have the day solved. We'll get it all figured out. We'll figure out which way the market's going to go.
As expected.
And then, yeah, that's what I was going to say, if it comes out as expected. The boys will run through it, of course. Non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate, average earnings coming in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, lots to understand here as far as, I was just going through a whole list of what the banks think is going to happen here in a couple of minutes. Citigroup, the highest. They're expecting 175,000 additions on this number. Most are anywhere from 45,000 to 90, as I said when we came on, like 55 to 75, kind of the range that I was seeing yesterday. Beta was up here too. I just saw this morning. Beta Technologies came to market last year. I've never even heard of this thing, but it was the IPO last year with an upgrade today, up decently as well. But yeah, let's open this and we'll see what is going to come here in just a matter of moments. So the thing we want to really focus on is this number, obviously, the prior 50,000 consensus. Again, depends on where you look, but this one's saying 70,000 on this number. If it's anywhere in the neighborhood of that 40 to kind of 70 or higher, then things most likely will be fine.
And like what I want to see as well, Brendo, is where the hiring is being done, right? And we always talk about this. Are these part-time jobs? Are these full-time jobs? Specifically, what industry are they being added in? A lot of eyes obviously are going to be on the tech-related sector to see if there are, low hires or even more layoffs with respect to, to entry-level positions, things that AI can easily replace. So the devil's in the detail, especially with this kind of thing, especially if you're looking for a trend. And everybody and their mother is looking at this AI sort of headwind for the job market. I think a lot of people are diving into it.
I mean, we were making the point the last couple of days here. We've seen over there, just the last couple of weeks that we've had a number of bigger companies coming through with job cuts once again. trying to sweep it under the carpet and just say, don't look over here, look over here. It's not because of AI, I promise. It's more just cost cutting and positive thinking, really. So under a minute.
Amazon's perfected that.
Exactly, multiple times over the past little while here. Under a minute to go here. Non-farm payrolls on the private side will come through as well. 37,000 expected. 32,000 was the, 37,000 was the prior. 32,000 was the expected on that number. So all of these flashing right now going to populate in just a matter of moments. And as Sean was mentioning, we'll probably get the day resolved here in about 10%, 4.4 or 10%, 10 seconds, I mean. 4.4% is the expected unemployment rate. That should be in line exactly with what came through the last time, 4.4%. Canadian building permits just coming through there. Still not seeing these numbers. Again, the other thing to note here, guys, is this delay, 4.3%. There it is, 4.3% the unemployment. Huge print here. 130,000
really
on the non-farm payrolls print. Again, the expectations between 50 and 75,000 comes out way above 130,000 jobs created on this delayed print, 4.3%. The unemployment rate. So both of those in the right direction. U.S. private payrolls, also a massive print here. 172,000 on the private side versus 37,000 was the expected on that number. The average earnings, which I was mentioning earlier, also to the upside once again, 0.4% on the month over month versus 0.3%. So guys, right across the board here, huge beat.
Yeah, if we're looking for weak numbers to justify more cuts, that's not what you got. But the spike, we just got the spike in the SPY here. Just if you're looking at the futures, yesterday's high on the S&P futures was 7,000. That'll be like 696 on the SPY. But we basically got to 95, so pushed up kind of to where we were when things started turning the corner in yesterday's trade. Like if you looked at yesterday in a vacuum and sort of just with the first half of the day, we're kind of trending up. We broke the trend at about 695 here on the SPY. That's where we just ticked to overall before getting a bit of a pullback. So yeah, it's good numbers, but obviously, how much are we trusting these? Obviously, we're going to get some revisions here. That's a pretty. Reaction. No, we're not getting a monster reaction here. I wonder if it's a little bit tepid because of what this might mean for rates in March. Maybe that's the reason we're not stronger.
Yeah, I mean, a better jobs market would sense that we don't need to cut rates. There would be no need to do any sort of rate cuts. If you're just, that's just one side of it, right? I mean, there's going to be other reasons potentially, and we'll talk about that. But as far as the jobs are concerned right now, yeah, I think that I'm guessing the estimate was just well off, and a lot of people knew it because that's more than double, 68 to 130 or something like that. So you're getting close to a double beat there, or double up on the jobs. And the market, although reacting nicely to it, the NASDAQ was up 0.2, so now you're just up 0.4. A big sell-off in silver against that number right there. So I guess if everyone is thinking that maybe the economy was weaker, you could sort of run to like the commodity space, and with that kind of a number coming out, looks like people decide to dump some silver right now. So this would be the big one for me. I was just looking around and seeing like, okay, now that the number's out, what can we trade? What is moving around? Nothing's really hitting on my scanners violently except for, gold and silver. So gold, whatever, that's, you can see that level twos here are kind of choppy to say the least right now, trying to figure out which way to go, being put in and put out by all these algos. But it looks like silver would be the thing to trade here. Nice downside move. Maybe we'll add this to a short side of things here on SLV today, because yeah, it makes a little bit of sense that silver market would not like a stronger jobs data, but I don't know, man. So shorting silver has been a tough trade. So I think we could also wait for dip buys into yesterday's levels of 74 bucks. So
Yeah, the Russell just broke out.
yeah, I mean the Nasdaq's pumping.
Is Nasdaq starting? We're gonna get to that 7,000 on the ES, but you've already broken through yesterday's highs on the Russell, and we're also approaching the top for the Russell here. Only about 1% away.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
call it maybe a little bit more for the IWM. So that's looking pretty strong. As I was saying, just going to quickly show there's the ES pushing into that 7,000 high from yesterday's trade. So they are liking it. U.S.
Wow.
payrolls number was. As the forecast weren't close. I think Brendan said Citigroup actually had that big of a number when you just kind of threw that
Yeah,
out there.
150 or something. I think you said.
So maybe the next time we pay a little more attention to what Citigroup says before. They seem to have it. They seem to get this one right.
I had mentioned before the number one trade, and I have no idea why this is happening, but the number one trade on my books today was Tesla, and it was a long. And I have no idea why it likes that number so much, but Tesla really reacting right now to the upside play in the futures. Meta, yeah. I mean, it's because it's a $600 stock, but still up $4 is pretty nice for Meta over there as well. I don't know if Nvidia really cares too much about this jobs market right now, but if the Nasdaq does, so does Nvidia, and their Nvidia goes 190 to 190, 140. Man, these are just such a. This market is so cooked, but at the end of the day, it's a nice move higher on what was sort of an unexpected number there, I guess, other than some people had it. There it goes. I'd like to fade this play, but, we've seen so many times it comes right back into that number. But this feels like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 straight up candles, and it's kind of extended out every time and didn't even break. Like if you're looking here on the NASDAQ, it didn't even break like it's past bars highs. Now you're doing it now. You're going to finally put in a downside play. But that was like 5 extension bars. So I don't know. It's a pretty money on the sidelines running in right now today. And the other play that I had was Google going, well, I don't have this written down, but the other one I was looking at was trying to go short here off of 320. We just blasted through there a little bit. So we'll have to wait to see what Google wants to do now at 320. But yeah. Wow, good number and helping out the markets. Not that the markets need any help these days. I mean, they're like we were just saying. There's a couple indexes right now. The Dow, the S&P, and the Nasdaq are the first two at all-time highs, and the Nasdaq, a stone's throw away. So yeah, should be an exciting morning for sure.
Stocks, almost pretty much every single stock that I looked at in the last few minutes went up, with the exception of Unity. Like it couldn't even get a bump off of that. It actually broke the lows, but. There was even Bitcoin caught a little bit of a bid, not that much. So I'm going to chalk this up on the, crypto didn't seem to get, it kind of lifted with everything else a little bit, but you still can work with the prior lows here for sure. And Randy, you don't have to hold up a sign that tells you brought the coffee. You can smell the cup of Joe. Appreciate it, brother. Oh, that's the actual.
Must have buy Home Depot. Is that orange or red? What color is that?
It's orange.
I think it's like a Home Depot. I think I'm going to buy some Home Depot today. Randy always has these like little hidden ideas, you know. I think if he's wearing orange, I'm going to assume that he means buy Home Depot.
Why not?
Why not? I don't know why not.
Or it's actually, I just noticed it.
Yeah, what are Randy's stock picks? What the hell,
color.
Pops Mafia?
That's the Trade TV live colors that he's wearing.
Yeah, you see how we fade like we go red this way?
It goes right into his T-shirt color.
Yeah,
Well, I guess I'm
red to
pointing.
orange over there. Man, we're so creative over here.
Apparently.
Okay, let's go back over to the desk. We've got our guests coming through as well. You want to talk about options? We had a great opportunity yesterday or this morning with Joe. But yeah, let's go back over to the desk. We got Spot Gamma coming up soon. All right, let's go back over to the desk. Brendan Shreve. Look, it looks like the futures are trying to hold these levels right now, so that's going to be a good thing. Any initial thoughts? Feeling long or short, or what do you guys think about that number?
Sharif off camera there. It's starting to feel a little bit like we're just not going to ever get bad prints anymore on any of these. Like, what happens if now we get to Friday? I was just seeing that Fed Fund futures, by the way, have now priced in a cut for July. Prior was June. So we're pushing that out already. What happens if Friday we get CPI, and that's also a great print?
And that's the thing, Brendo. That's the thing. I mean, you're kind of caught between two minds. We keep saying the job market's softening and, things maybe not as rosy as we had predicted. And then you look at that CPI print, right? And the CPI, the inflation print keeps coming in lower than expectations, and it keeps dropping little by little, closer to that 2%, and the economy keeps growing. But are we surprised? I mean, yes, the tariff tantrum caught a lot of people off guard. It was a huge market correction. His political opponents took that opportunity to really drive home that he didn't know what he was doing, that the economy was going to fall off a cliff. That has not been the case. No. We continue to make all-time highs. The Dow, the SPY, they're all near all-time highs. Sure, the Qs are correcting, but a lot of people are making the case that there's more rotation into the market. It's not big tech leading, and as a result, the Qs are not leading.
And here we go. NASDAQ looking like it might want to try at least today to lead things back higher. The other aspect of this is, if we start to see, tech starting to wake up and participate a little bit more and start to, take on some sort of a leadership role once again, I mean, we're only just going to go higher.
Exactly. I mean, my only concern, Breno, is that, the NVIDIAs maybe don't do as well into the future. And this has been kind of my fear that the leader, of course, the most valuable company in the world by market cap, gets a bit of a headwind. They've done really well over the past 3 years, but now, again, we're seeing sort of disruption in their moat, right? We're seeing these chips come in, they're a little bit cheaper, and, obviously, if you're an accountant for one of these big tech companies, you're looking to shore up costs. And so that's going to be somebody's detriment. And I feel like maybe one of these tech leaders drops off. That has a bit of a correction in the tech market. It's really hard to know, especially with technology.
And one of the reasons I went back and went through that list of some of the expectations prior to that number was simply because typically they're not that wide. Anywhere from 40,000 on the low end all the way up to, as we were saying, like Citigroup was 175. So if you're starting to see such discrepancies in what people are expecting or what banks are expecting and analysts are expecting, which side of the story do you even believe at some sort of, stage of this? Is it the actual data, or is it what the crowd is feeling, I guess?
Well, yeah, another point to kind of bring it home, so to speak. We've been having job losses in this country. Let's just be honest about it. And a lot of the job losses are heading south of the border for the exact reason that President Trump wanted all along, was to reshore a lot of the manufacturing. So it stands to reason if we're losing out on this side of the border with respect to jobs, somebody else is gaining. Yeah. And so I feel maybe we're going to see some strength in manufacturing. Do we have any of the information about where we added jobs specifically by sector?
I'll dig into it as we go through the morning here as I get a chance. But to that, just in my, not immediate circle, but peripheral, I guess, I've had two people in the last 6 months, I want to say. One went to California, one went to New York with new positions. So echoing that sentiment, just to recap here, we are in the process of connecting with Brent from Spot Gamma once again. Andre just setting up Brent and getting him ready to get going here. We'll get his opinion on what this means for the overall market as well. Non-farm payrolls, just to recap here, guys, 130,000, much, much higher than the consensus 70,000 here, 4.3% versus 4.4% on the unemployment rate. So both check marks in the right direction here. Downside from that, government payrolls was the only one that came in red there, negative 42,000. So they're cutting on the government side and increasing everywhere else. Trump made the comment yesterday, I saw, if he wanted to generate the best employment numbers anyone's ever seen, all he has to do is, from the government standpoint, hire 500,000 people. And make the numbers go up that way. And he said he's not going to do that, obviously, but that's implying that that's what happened in the past.
That's right. From 2015 to 2024 in this country. Yeah. We added huge amounts of jobs. You're
muted there.
We added huge amounts of jobs in the public sector in this country for 10 years.
Yeah, but I mean, it's in that sentiment that, we are in the position that
it's doable. Yeah. And so what he's saying is accurate because we did it here. So that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
All right. If you are ready, Andre, let's bring in Brent Kachuba once again. He was a hit. Brent, good to see you. First of all, you were an absolute hit the first time around. Good to see you once again. Welcome back. Let's jump right into it because we had a lot to get to here this morning. Give me your thoughts here on this jobs number and what it means for the overall market.
Yeah, I'm not a macro specialist, but what I could tell you is that the options market was pricing in a decent amount of volatility for today, probably a little bit more than it's been. And so when you get a jobs number that is benign, meaning, fine or maybe even a little bit better, to be honest with you, I think a lot of people don't even know what a good jobs data print means. Like, do you want bad jobs data so you get a cut, or do you want the opposite? So what you end up just getting is data print happens, vol contracts a little bit, and that helps to lift the market, right? It's just clearing sign and short-dated options traders, 0DT or 1DT type people, they'll sell options, and that helps to kind of lift that market up a little bit. And so that's sort of the playbook I'm looking at, is just sort of like, great, we cleared this hurdle, no risk in that print, and we can just squeeze that market a little bit. And what's interesting here is that 7,000 level has a lot of positive gamma, and that's a big area for traders to come in and sell options right into and around that area. So next week we have VIX expiration, and we also have equity expiration. And so I think that SPX 7,000 level can be just this spot where positive gamma brings the market up, kind of pins us down, and maybe we'll see a little bit less volatility than we've seen over recent weeks. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here, is sort of like these macro prints being nothing to really talk about. So vol contracts a little bit, and that helps lift the market up.
Going back to the NASDAQ and the tech side of things, where we might see a little bit more opportunity here, just with the narrative of, okay, so if everything's fine, inflation's fine, employment's fine, we get these rate cuts potentially kicked down the road a little bit further. What does that mean as far as options specifically is concerned with some of these tech names?
Lower rates is good for these tech names, particularly from the CapEx perspective and all of that. And so I just think that that's what the market wants. And if you look at CME Fed Watch, they were showing last week is about a 10% chance of a March cut. Now it's a little bit more like 20%. I haven't seen the data yet for this morning. So if that number starts to slide up a little bit, I just think that's a buoy for markets or a tailwind for markets, particularly tech space. What I would argue is slightly more interesting is if you look like VRT is a big AI infrastructure name, that's up 16% to all-time highs this morning. So, that's a good signal, I think, for that space. And then the other one that is interesting at this moment is the software space. You and I are both still sitting here despite OpenClaw, right? We haven't lost our jobs quite yet, knock on wood. But the tech sector has absolutely been, or that software sector has absolutely been obliterated, right? And what that did, from my perspective, is those names were overstretched to the downside. I think that's very easy for all of us to see. But from my perspective, the vols went crazy, right? And so what we're seeing now is a big opportunity, I think, for people to sell options in that space. Many of those software names are going to report. Datadog had a really nice report the other day. And so that's presenting this vector of attack for bulls, right? Now we can go into that space, bid that space back up, sell some vol there. So that's a really interesting place to go. And the reason I bring that up is because even though many of those names lost, 20% plus in the last month, S&P hung in there, right? Well, it never really strayed much more than 1%, maybe 2% from all-time highs. So if that kind of creates this area of bid for the market, there's vol premium now to sell, where there wasn't really any space for interesting vol premium to sell before. So that's this sort of area where XLK can kind of catch a bid that helps to lift, arguably some of the NASDAQ names that we've been watching or talking about here today. So suddenly there's this little area of opportunity, I think, which is quite interesting, and that helps to, again, put a tailwind under the indices.
As far as the options market is concerned, when it comes to software names specifically, are you seeing more of the focus and more of the attention and maybe more of the opportunity or potential opportunity in those types of names, the smaller types of names versus, Microsoft? I'm just seeing right now up a couple of bucks here in the pre-market, but this is another one that's, had a couple of good days here, but just not even close to where the market is.
Yeah, I think it's important also to frame this. Last time I was on a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the chance of volatility spasms. And, that was a really major theme we were talking about. And the reason we were talking about that is because single stock options were very expensive relative to index options. And that creates an unstable market environment, right? And so that was what happened 2 weeks ago. That's the position we were in. If you go back and watch our videos, that's our video or our discussion, that's what we were talking about. And then I bring that up because we got spasms, right? I mean, it was a very spasmy market for the last 2 weeks. And finally, we got enough volatility kind of premium. We got some of those bigger names to come down a little bit. It sort of reset the board a little bit. Now, so if you have that lens of, okay, we were due for some spasms and a little bit of a reset, we kind of got the reset a little bit. And so I think what people are saying is, okay, maybe now we're a little more stable. The OpenClaw software thing had this little bit of a crash, I guess you'd call it that way. But these mags were, I don't want to say beaten up, but now they're certainly more interesting today than they were about a month ago when they were sniffing all-time highs. And so, this is a market where dips are just continuing to be bought. And so I just think declines in these big names are still seen as opportunistic or opportunity. and we should continue to kind of see it that way, particularly if the volatility market had this little bit of a reset. So I just think there's that reflexive search for opportunity, buy the dip where you can. And now that makes a little more sense that some of these names, again, had a mild correction.
All right, let's go into some of these stocks that are moving around here this morning. I just had Hood up on my screen in front of me here. A lot of people obviously going to be focusing on this. What are you seeing in some of the earnings names? I mean, start broad over the past couple of days here, and then we'll get into Robinhood.
Yeah. So the space that I think is most interesting in the option space are these software names. This morning in our founders note, we were talking about the fact, we were talking about yesterday how we had very high put prices and very high implied vol. So you had high IV ranks and also what's called a high skew rank, which is saying, look, put prices are really high, options are very expensive, and that creates an interesting opportunity for risk premium, right? Selling put spreads, those kinds of trades. And a lot of these names have earnings coming up. CRM, Snow, Into, all these names have earnings coming up. Earnings tends to suck implied vol out, right? We all like to sell options oftentimes into earnings. And so I think that's a really interesting strategy here as these names report and that vol starts to come down, right? So you can definitely, if you're an options trader, I think look at those names in those spaces, and even something like a Microsoft where the IV is relatively high. So I think that's the most interesting thing related to earnings coming up. Again, looking at names like Into, CRM, et cetera, that implied vol is just extremely elevated. You know that earnings is going to drop that implied vol 9 times out of 10, right? And so can you set up trade structures that benefit from a decline? And on that same point, a name like CRM has been down so much, the implied vol is so expensive, so high. Whatever disaster they would have to report to beat those bearish expectations, it would have to just be, some kind of incredible miss, right? And so the expectations for a huge number are really high. And so, again, it's hard to outpace those expectations, which is why I like sort of selling options into some of these earnings events. Something I generally don't pay attention to, but here I think it's particularly interesting.
Yeah, next Wednesday we'll get CRM coming through. As far as today or maybe the next couple of days goes here, it's been, we're through the big names as far as earnings go at this point. We'll get into the NVIDIAs of the world coming up, obviously. But give me your thoughts here for the next couple of days. What are you excited about?
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned Robinhood. Robinhood is a name yesterday, right, that it's down a lot. It's not a software stock. It's a quasi-software stock, I suppose. And obviously that financial sector, some of those names were beat up a little bit. And so, that's going to have a big IV contraction. Even though the name's down 8%, the implied vol is very high there. So it's an interesting name to sort of just backtest. What did vol look like yesterday versus today? How much contraction did we see? And I think, again, the buy the dip opportunity may be coming up here as the stock is down significantly, right? 20 to 30%. You add that earnings discount, that just happened overnight here as well. But the big thing is when that vol contracts, that can put a little bit of a bid into some of these stocks, even though maybe on the macro side or fundamental side, the name isn't terribly interesting. So I think those could be some tradable bottoms coming in here. And then again, watching into OPEX next week, where I still think the S&P is going to be kind of lifted or maybe pinned into the 7,000 level. So that index side is not terribly interesting, but I do think it's going to be a little bit more stable into certainly VIX expiration next Wednesday. And so when you have that index stability, that S&P stability, that offers maybe some better buy the dip opportunities on the single stock side. People were looking at Tesla before, which I think was kind of an interesting name. As well as some of these software names. I know I keep coming back to those names, but they've been the names that have been most beat up and just kind of most interesting for that kind of tactical tradable bounce. Yeah, with that catalyst, as we mentioned as well. Speaking of Tesla about to make a new high here on the session. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row back higher here for Tesla. What are you seeing? That name was sub 400, just a week or two ago, right? When a lot of these other names were coming down. The big strike to watch there is 440. There's a ton of what we call positive gamma. What does that mean? Hedge funds have been selling options in that space, or in that name, I should say, excuse me. And so that implies a sort of grind, sort of stability in the name, certainly into, I think, February OPEX. That's going to be kind of the play. So again, when we're talking about index, not terribly interesting, but single stock is interesting. People are going to look at Tesla and say, oh, this thing is down versus recent highs. This could be interesting, just like the Microsoft Microsoft, right? So this is kind of that opportunity for some of these single stocks, I think, to resync with the index to the upside this time, as opposed to, last week or 2 weeks ago, we were talking about that volatility mismatch. Now you have S&P at all-time highs, so you go, well, what major stocks are not at all-time highs? Oh, let me look at NVIDIA, Tesla, Microsoft, et cetera. And again, these are all kind of short-term tactical moves that I think can be in play. One
more to throw at you here that's on the other side of the spectrum this morning, Lyft, with the Uber argument on the other side of this. I mean, this is getting a little ugly this morning. Not much of a bounce whatsoever. We are back above 14 here for Lyft. Any thought here?
This name tends to be a little bit smaller in the options space, and so also the other kind of funny thing here is when you get names that are lower in notional value or lower in stock price, like $14, right? It kind of the vol readings that you can get out of some of those names, because zero is not terribly far away, right, tends to be a little bit funkier. And so when I look at Lyft on our dashboard here, there's very few positions kind of $14 and under, kind of where we were last night and kind of where we're going to indicate, I think, this morning. And why is that? It's because, do you want to buy a $3 put and hope that you make $3 on this thing, right? Like, probably not, right? So what you end up with when these names get to really low values is that option space dries up a little bit. Plus, the option sellers aren't as likely to come in on these names when you get, sub 10, certainly, just because the volatility risk premium isn't that interesting, because zero is not that far away, right? So the big thing that I see is there's a lot of call selling at the 18 strike and at the 20 strike, kind of to that upside. But that's so far away now that I just don't think there's an options kind of savior coming in on this name. Joe, I also don't know, are these options claw or open claw kind of, I don't know if these are going to hit on the open claw software side of things. It's kind of an interesting idea or something to think about.
Just so you know, Brent, I know he's off camera right now, but Joe, our other host, absolutely loving the information this morning and completely agreeing with everything. So,
I thought you guys like that. That sounds ridiculous, but
no, not at all.
Call.
I'm just playing around. I know you were.
Brent, if anyone wants more information on Spot Gamma or some of the products, let them know where they can go.
Yeah, thanks for that opportunity. We're doing a webinar for the TTL community today. If you go to spotgamma.com/TTL for Trader TV Live, we're going to do that webinar today on what's called the vol trigger. And so what's interesting about the vol trigger is it's this signal that we have for where we think the S&P could really start to crash and fall apart. So with a lot of this stuff, we can all kind of conjecture about what the macro picture is and those types of things. But we have this level that, look, if the S&P trades below that level, then we think it's kind of risk off and everyone needs to watch out. So we're going to do that at noon Eastern time today, spotgamma.com/TTL.
Great stuff. Everybody go check that out. Brent, fantastic information as always. Come back, join us again, won't you?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Awesome information, and shout out to Brent for coming on through. The crowd loving it for sure in the chat, and got to be loving the market.
Check out the webinar.
Of course. Check out 7,000. The ES just cracked that 7,000 mark, so we're headed to the upside. Let's see what else got. I mean, obviously the numbers upgraded the entire market this morning. Let's see what else got an upgrade here from Joe.
Okay, all right, let's get right into things here. Guys, yeah, fantastic stuff from Brent. I love everything he had to say there and couldn't agree more. The volatility, how we can sell volatility in names like silver. We can go on all day about this stuff, but right now we're going to talk about some upgrades and downgrades, guys. All right, we're going to start some things off with Qualcomm here, going from an outperform to neutral with a price target of around $140. You're down a little bit less than 0.4% here. Norwegian Cruise Lines also getting the downgrade as well too, guys. You're down approximately 0.9% with a price target of $23. You're also going from an overweight to an equal weight here by Barclays, and then Robinhood down 9.25, guys. $135 price target lowered to $100 by Needham here. Once again, Hood down 9.25. Now, NewScale Power also getting the downgrade as well too, guys, going from a buy to a hold here by TD Cowen. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some more positive things. That's going to be Walmart. Don't forget, guys, last week it hit the $1 trillion club with Walmart with a price target increase to $140. That was coming from approximately $120 by BTIG research. Now, BTIG giving a lot of nods this morning. You can see Cloudflare and ET up almost 13% here in the pre-market with a price target of around $243. And then Coca-Cola also continuing to climb a little bit higher here, guys. $87 by UBS Group is going to be that target, and you're up a little bit more than 0.1%. And then we have Quad U Energy Fuels up 3.17% here. Goldman giving them the nod with a $30 price target, guys.
Right. It's funny because we were just talking about, I was going to go to Coke, but I have on the sticky note, which is now out. And of course, I write it down before this all goes down. And Robinhood was underneath 78. I added 78 long, saying let's, for a quick $2 up to 80. That's kind of happening right now. So I want to thank our guest there for talking a little bit about Robinhood and potentially getting a little active on that side of things for Hood. And you can see that it is finally starting to bounce back. And interesting to see Coke on a upgrade a couple days after this happened. Again, it's that whole AI disruptive space. I don't know if AI can, help or hinder KO. I think it would be helping it, not hindering it. Again, on the production side, on the distribution side, and we know that the Coke and the sort of the fast food type space there, drink space, affected by GLP-1s and everything as well. But you can see they've had a really nice run, and I think buying the dip on Coke is probably a good trade. I mean, Pepsi's been upside as well. They have the Frito-Lay aspect. I can't remember what Coke's big snack side of things is, but there goes Pepsi to the upside. So I think Pepsi had a better quarter and reacted to that. Coke didn't, but Coke on a depressed level might be worth it. So Coke interesting to me.
Yeah, I was looking at Cloudflare over here, and they got an upgrade. What the interesting thing, we talked about this last night. They didn't have, it wasn't a perfect report for net. Like their EPS full year guidance actually was a miss. I mean, the rest of the guide was strong, but they just didn't seem to matter. And that kind of goes to the point, and Brent was sort of talking about how a lot of the software names got beaten up and maybe taken to the woodshed. It felt like it was a little bit overdone. So you ended up in a place where usually we're talking about a name, or anybody that has some kind of a miss on the guide is going to get punished and should be down double digits. In this particular case, you actually have them holding on to said strength. It's kind of a welcome sight in this earnings cycle where you get the post-market move, and instead of coming in the next morning and watching us back to where everything started because there was no real buying beyond that, no, it's held on to the gains. It does well. It should open up well above both the 50 and the 200 period moving averages. I don't think it's going to drop $10 in the next 30 minutes or so. I suppose not impossible, but you get some strength coming back in, and it's good to see because there's been this really thin line that a lot of the earnings names have had to toe, especially if they're in tech, which is if it's not perfect, it's not good enough, and sometimes even a perfect report hasn't been good enough. So a good start here for net. Even Unity actually just got a bounce. When we got to 7,000 on the futures, on the S&P futures there, Unity actually finally caught a bit of a bid. So a little relief rally. Didn't quite press into the 23 level, but it did get to that 22.5. And of course, the second I tried to say it was bouncing, and it just dropped a couple of percentage points. Yeah, Unity's on the other end of the spectrum today, unfortunately. Like, you're getting a good bounce in the overall market, but drop in the bucket for a few of these earnings names, which we will go over in our watch list and the rundown right about now. We'll talk about the future. We'll talk about all the interesting names, and there are plenty of them as we have less than a half an hour till the open.
692, guys. That's where we closed at yesterday on the SPY, but we are markedly above that level. We are very close. Throw stolen away from all-time highs here on the SPY. 696.42 is where we're currently looking. So we're going to continue to talk about that 698 level that we top out at multiple times, whether it was back on the 28th of January and again on the 2nd of February. We're looking at clearing that 695 to 698 area. So that's R1, resistance level 1. If we sell off for whatever reason, Brendo, we're looking at that 692 closing print from yesterday as support.
Our chat is funny this morning. There's South Park references being thrown out in our chat so far this morning. That's great. If you haven't done so yet, grab that. Free every day. Comes right to your email. Link is below, as always, in the description. Top link will get you to the sign-up page there, and just enter your email. Just reading a note here on Micron. Micron with a really nice move here on this 830 number, back to $400 just like that. In a couple of days, we were at 370 yesterday. Wolf Research just coming through with a positive note there on Micron. Robinhood on a lot of people's minds, including Brent. Thanks again from Spot Gamma. I mean, we're trying to get higher here, but if you look at a Micron, you look at any of the memory stocks right now, just ripping. This thing's not doing anything.
No, and I got to tell you something. The Micron, SanDisk, Western Digital, they all got clipped yesterday. So I hope people, they saw that, and if they're in it or they're looking to get in it, they bought the dip. Let's talk about the hood. Revenue missed, but it was certainly overshadowed here by an EPS beat. Well, maybe not, because it's down 66 pennies here for EPS. That beats the 60, but that revenue number, 1.28 billion, missed the 1.34, and investors really are focusing on that top line shortfall despite other strong operational momentum. The reaction, Brendo, suggests the stock is kind of priced for continued acceleration, and if the market doesn't see continued acceleration, we're going to see drops like this, because you got a lot of good data here. Total platform assets, 68% bump year over year, driven by a record $68 billion in net deposits for the full year. And their pay tier, we always talk about Robinhood Gold. They increased now to 4.2 million paying members, reinforcing that broader financial super app ecosystem management's been talking about for a while. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. We knew that crypto probably would have been a bit of a drag, and that was in fact accurate. Revenue dropped for crypto 38%, but it was buoyed by options revenue, which bumped 41%. Equities and trading rose 54%, and then you and I were talking off camera about net interest income. That rose about 40%. They're bringing just $411 million, Brendo, on the quarter from net interest income. So some good here, but we've seen this one, better days. It's markedly off the top.
One of the more positive numbers, shout out to Stock Market News on X for this chart and fiscal.ai, but 324 million under custody now for Robinhood, guys. Last year we were at 192, or last year, 192.9 on this chart. So a huge jump in the assets under custody category here for Robinhood.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good things to point to. And I think on the call, Vlad was sort of saying that, hey, 80% of revenue isn't from crypto. And so why is everyone going to be focused on that? Well, I mean, come on. We know why we're focused on that. Because that's where the chink in the armor was with that 38 decrease. It's not just that it was a decrease. It was a sizable one, almost a 40% when looking at it. But Robinhood is holding, there's a kind of an important zone that I have today, and it's right in here. It's prior breakout, resistance, support, like 77 to 80. So I think you've got chop zone here. You've got breakout over 78. And then if we lose the 77 level, there's gap fill underneath for Robinhood. So I'm like, it kind of flies in the middle of this range all pre-market, but we didn't necessarily bust out of it. I think if you get any continuation past 80, this could really fly. But I also don't think that we should completely ignore some other names that might be moving around on this, because I don't want to completely forget SoFi. I'm just going to throw this one out there because it got to that 22 level, and I'll slap the fail for didn't have it on the radar yesterday. It got to 22, pretty much exactly 22, and I had a resistance line set for this, and for whatever reason, and when you're looking for a breakout, it never actually broke out, so it didn't end up mattering, but that should have been an obvious trend break short off the 22 level. So if we see a relief rally in Robinhood, I do suspect you might see SoFi challenge that 22 after all, even though it got there and failed, but this should be on the radars. Now they've already obviously SoFi's already reported, kind of sold off on a good report, let's be real, but it's made a little bit of a rounded bottom and has a chance to break this one out as well.
For me today, I wrote down 78 long. I feel like the selling's overdone. I mean, a 57% increase in notional trading equity, 57% decrease in crypto trading. I just think we can get a quick rebound here. So I just, looking at it, you can go find the sticky note out there and see if you like it or not. But $78 is where VWAP is. Where's my mouse? Right here, right now. So yeah, a little bit of a dip down. Now, I wrote this note when we were underneath 78, but it should be volatile enough right off the open that this is something to look at. Maybe your out's going to be 77.50 or so. But yeah, you could definitely see a flush down. As Joe had mentioned, the implied move was around where we're at right now. So I'm not expecting a huge amount of volatility, but the name is Robinhood, and we've seen it move just on a random day. So yeah, on earnings, this should get going. I like a 78 dip buy in this name. I think you're been well oversold now, and there's not enough in the report, in my opinion, to justify not looking to either DCA into this or even pick something up. I'm never owned any Robinhood shares, but nothing wrong with doing a little bit of dipping now into this name. So I just, for the day trade though, I like the VWAP hold, and whenever there's a gap, we say play to VWAP, but now you're over it, and I already like the long, so we can play it back into VWAP, but not something to sit and get run over early. Let's see if it winds up holding like this 77 area, and then if so, maybe we can take it back to the upside. So I think you can play momentum today with Robinhood. Should be an aggressive one. The imbalances are going to come out at 925, so we'll be able to see if we're on the right side of the game then. This is what the imbalances look like now. They're obviously only with New York or Amex names, so we don't have anything like there's Unity with a sell. They're all pretty small right now. So let's see what happens with Robinhood. It's not calling 78 long or anything like that. This is just a level that we're going to look at, and I prefer the long right now that we're down 9%. I mean, it was just down 8%, now it's down 9%. So, you know, as the volatility is in this name here today, let's just watch out for VWAP. I think that that's an important level to pay attention to. And then the break lower too, right? Like, I mean, if you break this 76.50 area, then you're going to go SSR. You could get an SSR bounce, but that'll be the last time, once it breaks the 10%, that you're able to sell off the bid. So that could create also more of a flush action as people pull their bids and we wait to see, you know, how far this thing can go down. So kind of a tale of two strategies there. If you break that low, I think we continue to push it there. Or I could really see us flush, hold, and then rip back $81, $82 target on a 78 long. So the risk to reward is here on Robinhood today. I am SoFi is actually a decent position for myself, so I'm hoping that can rebound as well. But yeah, not a great day for some of these fintech names. Although, what about Upstart? Upstart had a report.
We didn't even mention Upstart. That's right.
That's why I'm here. Yeah. So here's Upstart right here. I mean, we had this call on the call yesterday, but look what it's doing. Nothing. So there we go. Upstart's been like one of those wild movers, man. I mean, Upstart was like a $500 name or something back in, I mean, we don't have to zoom back out. We know where it is now. But this is coming into a level as well. I mean, some of these names aren't that beat up over the last couple of weeks. Upstart is a name that's fallen off the 50-period moving average, trying to hold the bid now. So this is funny because it kind of rocketed higher. Now it's not doing much on volume right here. Upstart's going to be a mover today for sure, and it's only down 1%. So, you know, pay attention to Upstart. I didn't go over the earnings or anything like that, but that's just another name here. Upstart, Affirm, SoFi, Robinhood, all these kind of recent fintech names that have come to market in the last, 5 or 10 years have a lot of action and a lot of both love and hate behind them. I mean, look at Affirm. That's been getting really, walloped. And I don't know what this has to do really with AI, but Affirm downside here today. Upside, but down on the chart. So watch out for possible battle backs for Upstart, Affirm, SoFi, Robinhood today. Maybe that whoosh moment happened yesterday with earnings, right? So let's see if Robinhood can get back off the mat, so to speak.
Another one making a comeback here, Shopify this morning, trying to get through some key resistance levels this morning. Not a lot of volume behind this yet, but pretty good look. I mean, the number's not bad. Profit, it looked like, was the only real question mark as far as the report goes, but higher on the day anyway.
It was decent report. 13. Where were they up? 13.5%. Where are we right now? 11% here on Shop. All right. Revenue, guys, $3.67 billion. That's up from the $2.81, and that beats the expectations of the $3.59 billion expected by the consensus of analysts. Adjusted EPS slightly below 48 pennies. The street wanted 50, which is also reflected on the next line, as Brendo mentioned. Net income declining to $743 million, which is about 57 cents per share. That's down from the $1.29 billion they brought home a year ago, but it really reflects the normalization after a prior outsized profitability period. It was definitely a one-off for them and not continuous. Gross merchandise volume, which is the amount of products that they sell on all their affiliate websites. A big, Brendo, $123.84 billion. That's up from $94 billion last year, so a big top-line number there. Free cash flow continues to rise, and margins remain healthy, but as we saw with that miss on net profit, the compression here suggests that they're leaning heavily into investments and kind of trying to grow the company.
If you zoom out a little bit, 145 has been a bit of an issue for this thing over the past couple of weeks. We've tested it a few times. We're right there right now, guys. Still in a downtrend, though, overall for Shop.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could make some kind of an argument that this downtrend is being broken. Like you close above the 200 here. It's also above that 135 support, because there's another way to look at it. Sure, we didn't end up punching through that 145, and for the dip buyers out there, like if I wouldn't argue with the ring register. It was a bit of a mixed report. You can't really argue with that, with the EPS miss and overall there's some margin decline. You can make the argument that, part of it was how far they were able to drop, and then you've got a little bit of a dead cat bounce because it was strong already going into earnings. 2 big days going about $15-20 off that 110 level. So it was already doing some work. And the key is going to be, can we hold on to this 135 to 138 level today on shop? It's a very, very choppy, really thin book. I'm in a dollar spread right now and super choppy in the pre-market, as you guys can tell. So you do have a pretty wide runway, that 35 to 38 for the open. It held the top end of that range early. I'm not going to have this on the trading radar, but I think you want to definitely give this one a couple of days. The fact that it already arrested the move 2 days before earnings and caught that big bounce might limit a little bit of the upside here today for Shopify. And then throw in the fact that it was a bit of a mixed report. It's hard to see. I'm not really seeing this one at 150, at least not today.
I was thinking, I know they're different names, but Shopify and PayPal, one's going one way, one's kind of going the other right now. And I wonder if PayPal's just been a little bit, and we said this with Brian yesterday. It's really a dog's breakfast, basically, to try to chase, names that have been crushed like this and trying to say, this is the bottom. But I'm just this is now 4 days upside right now for PayPal. So we just sort of mentioned there, the stock Brendan just mentioned, there was a name that was, Tesla, that was 3 or 4 days straight upside there. And you could do worse than finding PayPal and then using 40 or 38.80, something like that, even $40 as your stop for potentially a swing trade back to the high side, especially on, transaction volume increase there on Shopify. People are still using PayPal, I guess, just not to the same extent. They've had management reshuffle and everything like that. So, I do think that this stock is, as I talked about that just a couple of seconds ago, not the greatest stock to look at chart-wise. It's broken, but if you're going to look down for names that could potentially have a little bit of a beat to it, 42.50 right there, this take and then rip back to the high side using 38 as your out. If it works and you have a little bit of a timeline under your belt, I think this could work out for PayPal. So PayPal and Shopify, Block, all those names. Shopify, the clear winner after this report, but still downtrending. And PayPal might be worth something there if it breaks 42.50 here today.
All right, Unity, pretty ugly here as well. Back to $22. We're through that low from last week here in the pre-market, but it is trying to hold $22. This is another software name. Downside huge.
Exactly, Brendo. $503 million is what they brought in on revenue. They operate in 2 main segments. The Create solutions, that's software tools for developers, and then they have their Grow solutions, which is advertising. Create brought in $165 million. Grow brought in $338. So really focusing on that advertising. GAAP net loss of $89 million, or about 21 pennies per share, but they did deliver adjusted EPS of positive 24 cents per share. But that GAAP number is still negative. They have about $121 million in operating cash flow and about $119 in free cash flow, and they ended the year with a $206.6 billion in cash equivalents. With respect to guidance, their growth segment is supposed to deliver flat to sequential revenue in Q1, while the Create segment is projected to return to double-digit year-over-year growth. So we'll have to see how they do.
This stock, if you zoom out way out, has done absolutely nothing essentially since this is 2022. $25, I guess, $30 range here, guys, for Unity in the past 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but it's also cut in half in literally 2 weeks, or maybe 2.5 weeks, whatever it works out to. It's been nasty. And what's crazy is it was worse. Going back to the end of January 2 weeks ago than it is today, right? It's easy to sort of to forget. We were chilling out at the end of the month at $42 on the stock in an uptrend at $42. And now all of a sudden, fast forward to 2 weeks from now, and we're talking about growth acceleration not good enough, and we're talking about maybe retesting some levels from early last year. So yeah, not looking good for Unity. It got a bump when the futures made the nice move on our jobs data this morning. Eventually, it got a bump. Before it made a fresh low, eventually got that bump, so it's back above VWAP. But it's into like the first spot when the earnings dropped that it actually caught any kind of a bid was right around this 23 area. Right, so that was the first place people tried to buy, and that's where it failed. So if it can't get past, oddly enough, it actually went to 23.07 just a couple of minutes ago, and still looking like it's trying to pull back in. So that's the one place. If we're not breaking through 23, I think the short's still valid, even if it already fell down $20 on Unity. It's also going to be that prior. Let me go to the 15-minute, and you can see it a little bit better. That also coincides, of course, with like these prior lows. So if you go back to last week, until you get back through those lows, this one can still be a short. It, of course, will be SSR, so you can't hit the bid unless there's an uptick once the open happens. And I should suspect it probably stays more than 10% down in the next 10 minutes.
A name that I like in this space, and we've talked about Roblox, and I thought that this Take-Two number, and it's really stupid because like I should be in the money right now, like $15, because when this number came out, I was like, I would only be in this name for Grand Theft Auto. So, and that's coming out in November. So, we're really realistically moments away. People have been waiting 15 years for this thing. We can wait another 8 months, but if it is 8 months, no delays or anything in Take-Two. Moving forward, I don't know. They could always delay the game, but I'm pretty sure November is just around the corner. And if they can make that deadline, then I think Take-Two on what should be a very interesting release party and couple weeks leading up, after for Grand Theft Auto. So I would say people take a look at Take-Two. And then Roblox, as these game engines, we had that release from Google talking about that they're trying to get into that space. That's really all that, Unity is the game engine. Roblox you can obviously build on top of as well. These are, user-generated platform games. So I think on any weakness of Unity, Roblox is probably a buy. I hesitate on Roblox because I do know that there's, parental concerns, and then there is the whole thing about how, certain countries are locking down screen times and different apps that kids are able to use and blah, blah, blah. Things like that. So I do notice and understand that there is some risk in the Roblox, which is actually why I like Take-Two the most out of all these ideas. I think if you wanted to sort of sit in something where your money should be pretty safe here, you gotten hit over the last 2 weeks. I think the upside is still there for Take-Two Interactive. I don't really see downgrades happening ahead of the game or anything. So I like TTWO down here. I don't know, people, what's up? I have to respect IREM Gaming here because you have it in your name where you said Rockstar Games right there. So, yeah, I don't know, but I'm not really a gamer myself. The only thing I play is NHL 2025. But yeah, so EA Sports is already taken private. So anyways, Take-Two, I like the stock. I think it's a good value down here after earnings. So. Back over to the desk.
I'm going to go get a Lyft. We're just talking about Lyft versus Uber here. Let's touch on LYFT. Some of the numbers actually not that bad. There's a lot of pluses right down the list as far as bookings and things of that nature are concerned. But as we were saying before, sometimes a beat is just not good enough.
Not good enough, and this is down markedly here. What are we down here? 16%? Where's my Lyft? Yeah, 16 2/3. And what Brendo and I were talking about off camera, Lyft's market cap is $5.6 billion with this latest 16% drop. Juxtapose that to Uber, it's at $153 billion. I know Uber's got many more business segments, but definitely didn't think the variance was that big. Q4 revenue, guys, $1.59 billion. That misses the expectations by a long shot of 1.76. Revenue did grow though, 3% 10% year over year. So there is top line momentum. Bookings rose 19% up to $5.07 billion. That's in line with estimates, and their net income, $2.76 billion, or about $6.72 a share, although the EPS is not comparable because of one-off estimates from the previous quarter. Not previous quarter, last year on the quarter. Active riders, Brendo, 29.2 million, misses. Total rides, 243.5 million, misses. A key negative for demand visibility, certainly. Adjusted EBITDA is coming in at 120 to 140, but that is below as well. And for whatever reason, management's flagging that California legislation that reduced insurance costs actually led to lower riders. So people got a cut or a break on their insurance, and then they, used ride sharing less. One positive, the board, they approved $1 billion share buyback.
And no one cares as far as the market is concerned. We tried to hold 14 there briefly once again. It's just kind of chopping around back and forth. I was just reading, BMW trades over in Germany, but BMW just confirming a global recall, saying product inspections and customer complaints revealed that the starter motor in the identified vehicles could be defective. It doesn't actually provide which ones those are, but
Randy's chuckling.
Randy's laughing.
He doesn't like BMW.
Doesn't like BMW.
Well, he does like
Randy?
Rivian, and Rivian reports tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, Rivian Randy.
Like some Rivian. I'm going to buy some options on Rivian.
Let's go, Rivian.
Where's Joe at?
Where did he go? Well, you know what? He's probably not taking a Lyft anywhere because it looks like everyone's only taking Uber, apparently. That's how they roll. Brendan talked about the 14. Well, on a weekly chart, if we don't hold $14, that's the 200 period on the weekly. You don't hold that this week, then it looks like toast till 10, and that looks like the spot. If we hold on to 14 this week, however, then you could see a nice reversal. So it's an important day for Lyft, but that 14 level is where you got to look. The $10 level is where you got to look next. What I don't like about this, remember we were showing you guys Unity and like Robinhood and just a bunch of names that were catching bids that were gapped down? And Lyft barely even got off the schneid here. So I actually didn't have Lyft on my list. But there's a lot of you should usually say, it's like if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. Well, the market's breaking out. And if you don't break out the highs when the market's going here, even the depressed names are catching a bid. And this thing doesn't break 14.4. I can't see a way that it isn't a relatively weak name to try to pick on. That said, I don't know why I wouldn't. Yeah, of course, we get free locates on Lyft. I don't know why I would have thought we had to pay, but no, I don't like them. If they can close the week over 14, I think you have a little bit of an opportunity for a bounce level looking at the weekly chart, but you don't resolve that until the 3-day rule. So you got to think about that on, I was going to say Monday, but that would be Tuesday because the market's closed on Monday.
I would just say buy Uber. Uber's actually up here today against that Lyft number. So I'm already in this name, so I am talking my own stock here, but like all these names that I'm in, I was looking last night, like I'm in like 10% like of what I'm in on Meta and Microsoft. Like I am way too overblown on these mega cap names. But anyways, I like Uber better than Lyft, and I think that if you're gonna play the game, obviously Lyft's been beat up there. I do like that $1 billion buyback. Nothing at all here on the NASDAQ hitting anything of any significance. Maybe iBit, we talked a little bit about that. I still do like the iBit short in and around here, to be honest with you. And it just actually, I put down 39. Like, it's crazy that I write down 39 short, and that's exactly, like if you're looking for something off the note, we have iBit, the second trade is 39 short. Anyways, maybe it comes back in there. Other than that, though, nothing going on here. ZSL, that's going to be the silver name. That's going to be a buy, so that's a short in silver then. And other than that, nothing else of any, Snapchat. We talked about that the last couple of days. Maybe that breaks $5 today. I don't know. That's flats on the day. All right, one more, Cloudflare. Let's go over there and get that going.
Positive to negative earnings reports today. So here's another one. Back higher. We're above 200 and change, actually, 201 even. Trying to hold here. Pretty good right across the board. I was just looking through, looking for a negative number. Doesn't seem to be much of that.
No, and it's reflected in the price action. 12.25 in Greenville here. Brendo to start the morning. EPS 28 pennies, beating 27 and up from the 19 they took home last year. And Cloudflare has beaten EPS estimates in the last 3 of 4 quarters, with that revenue number growing by 4.12%, $614 million. A nice beat there. And they've topped revenue estimates 4 out of 4 of the last quarters, so not bad. Shares were down, or are down. I don't know about right now, but they were down 11.9% year to date. And here's what they're guiding for the next quarter. They're saying a next quarter EPS can be 25 pennies on revenue of $611.81 million. And for the full year, Breno, they're talking about $1.16 EPS on $2.72 billion in revenue.
Looking good so far for NET. Remember, no other real significant data to deal with today. CPI coming up on Friday. Not that we need anything after that huge jobs report this morning, guys.
A reminder, you had Micron speaking at a conference. They actually breached very briefly the 400 level. That's looking pretty strong. We got about 90 seconds to go here, so we have some time. NVIDIA's potentially breaking this 192. So it failed it. Look, it failed this level yesterday. It failed that level the day before. It failed that level 2 weeks ago. Today it's making a very good shot. Again, the 190, on any failed breakout, the 190 is going to be a key. It turned into resistance, obviously, for the rest of the session, but I do like that level. I had Intel on the note as a 47 long into 48.5. The 47 long is gone, and I don't know how much I love the 48.5 if we're already screaming into it. This could be one of those wait for something to set up if there's like a dip back in to even get that 47, and then wait for the 50 level for the fade. So lots to watch here. I also have BMNR on the list, as this will load up in a quick little second. We're already right at the afternoon short levels that we had, but I don't want to jump into anything right off of the bat. I think being patient at the open has actually played out a little bit better. Up 3% here as Bitcoin and ETH actually bouncing. We're still under 70,000, but ETH is right at 19.9. So you're pretty much at the 2,000 level for ETH. So I want to see it fail 2,000 if I was going to short BMNR. We do have hump day right now. I got Robinhood after their earnings. We've got Cloudflare. We've got the market blasting through 7,000, and we're ringing the bell right there.
All right, everything that we had on watch is blasting. So, we're going to have to watch out for Tesla. Watch out for IBIT up there. 38.75 will be the first take. I'm just going to try to run the sticky note today and see how that winds up working out. Robinhood right there. Went down to 77, just took 78. Here it goes, upside for Robinhood. We can see if that one has some legs to it as it's trying to get higher through $80. That's a marker that we're looking at right there. Bye-bye, Tesla. I'm sitting here to try to get some long, but it's not going to work because Tesla right now is just a moon to the upside. So see you later on Tesla. And then the other name, I had Tesla, IBIT, NVIDIA, Robinhood written down. NVIDIA dip buy opportunity into 191. If that can happen, we'll take that as well. But right now, NVIDIA to the moon, Tesla to the moon, Robinhood probably to the moon. And, just gotta wait for this little initial sort of euphoric bid that's hit the market here on a great jobs report. So, jobs upside more than double the expectation. So up jumps the boogie right now in the market. And wow, Tesla, man, what a monster. We're really glad to own this one, obviously, as there it goes, man. 432 coming in for Tesla. Monster right there, man. So here we go.
Yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ and ES are both absolutely blasting. Tesla's gone, that Intel is now gone. Unity's right back into the lows, however, so I guess what is dead may still die, apparently, as that's back under view up, challenging these lows. If we get any kind of a push back up, the first place I look is going to be VWAP if we don't get a shot at that 23. And, all right, that's a bit weird. See, this is the problem with BMNR. ETH was at 19.90 at the open. It's at 19.93 right now. BMNR just dropped 2.5%. That's right, Ethereum literally didn't move. If anything, it went up, and BMNR dropped 2.5 percentage points. Yeah, I'm still going to be bearish on this, that's for sure. So next available pop, I'm going to look for probably the 2030 area into 2050. Is market going higher? Bitcoin's not moving, but a BMNR looking nasty.
All right, we'll take out 50 cents quickly on NVIDIA. We did buy a little bit of the dip. I mean, I want to get a lot more, man. Like if we can get something into 192, that's kind of where I'm bidding right now. So here comes falls in, then we can get a better average price. And then we'll wait to see, like if the market gives it up, then we can get out on this kind of a break right around here, 190.50, or sorry, 191.50. If we break too much below. So we now are, we're coming in right now. So watch out for this 191.50 coming in on NVIDIA. So yeah, good long. Hopefully it will still continue to print out upside, but we'll take some out just in case that dip down there was an indication of what's to come. I was just at 192.30s there and got missed somehow. So hopefully we do blast up. I'm at 192.33, I guess. I just hit offer enter, but here we come. It's trying to hit the downside right now again. So yeah, be patient right here. The market could give back some of these job numbers, and if they do, then we can get out. So let's just play that level right there, 191. If it breaks 191, we'll get out of NVIDIA and then just regroup this a little bit. But yeah, so far we're on this name, and it's going to put in my 190 stop, and then if that hits, it hits, and we'll regroup it. I mean, we haven't had, you know, super hot fire trades off the jump recently either. We may be making money in the afternoon and stuff, but there goes NVIDIA. Hopefully it can go, and we'll be able to sit on it. Robinhood breaks back down below 78, so with only 3 minutes to go, we did touch the 80 mark that we mentioned, and back in now. So just be careful here as we go. So watch out for Robinhood dancing around here on a name that we knew was going to be very, very active today. And holy speechless. Tesla, I was trying to think of a word there without, you know, using the obvious, but now up 3%, 2.5%, almost hitting that 3% mark. Tesla right now up $10 straight to the upside. Let's see if
you didn't say Schneikes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Oh, I knew.
Let's see if, and I was like, no one's going to understand that. Let's see if NVIDIA can follow suit. The only position I'm in NVIDIA, and I don't know if you've been in anything yet.
Nothing yet.
Okay, so here we go.
I'm kind of kicking myself. Look, I like Tesla off the 420 level, but the 428 breakout should have been in there. And my note was 48.50, 47 to 48.50 on Intel. It just double tapped 48.50, so I got to listen to myself. I know I wanted the initial long into this first, but we were nowhere close. What are you gonna do? The jobs number, we were less than 1% away. The jobs number took us all the way into the top. We just made a 48.6 high, and BM&R sucks. ETH still is barely even moved, and BM&R is falling all over.
Let's go, NVIDIA. What the hell?
Trash. So I'm going to try to get short here in the 40s on Intel. Got to be able to give it to that high, of course. And just to show you, like getting into the short on BM&R, it's like, you got to be kidding me. Like they are absolutely crushing this thing to the downside. It's already through 19.7 and continuing to go down. So I haven't been able to get a single share, and I've stopped chasing it. I'll just wait it. It's VWAP or nothing at this point.
Yeah, I'm just getting out some NVIDIA. We got some 192.08s there just for fun. I don't, still trying to hold all this, see if it goes. Man, we nailed crypto. Thanks for that talk there in the chat. Whoever mentioned that to me there. Yeah, like, you know, that was the exact price. So I think like for IBIT and SLV and all these things, if it gets hit in the pre-market, I should be able to sit there and take it. You know, the volatility on an IBIT or on an SLV, it doesn't necessarily need volume to go. I mean, it's a 24-hour market. So we should be a little better on our IBIT trading. So we should have already been short, but good call and thank you for the call out on that one. But here we go. So I say this all the time, but we are at our daily goal right now, just with NVIDIA alone. So here goes NVIDIA, nice upside. But hey man, I've been at this goal and given it back numerous times. So let's see if NVIDIA does have now the juice to get going. We'll take a little bit out there on the high side, on the way up. Just start to rack some of those wins out now as NVIDIA hits VWAP right there. We took a small piece early. We took a much bigger piece late. Sorry, that was the early. That was bigger. That was a small little average in at VWAP because we were nervous of that breaking. So just a couple quick outs, but look at the market, right? So this is part of the trade. So I don't know where NVIDIA is going to go, but if the market does turn around, the reason why I'm on this name is because of VRT. So Vertiv today, wow, 240, 250, now up 25%. I mean, the data center build out is real and they're being built out with chips. So I was thinking NVIDIA could be the beneficiary of said report there by Vertiv today, and it doesn't really it is, but it's not really getting the juice that I had hoped. So a couple good outs there on the upside. Remember where we're getting stopped out, man. If this breaks 191, we are out on this trade. So we took about $1 there, but you know, to lose $1 is fine, and we'll be out if that one goes. So yeah, need some more juice over here on NVIDIA. So you're short.
Intel's got plenty of juice.
Yeah,
I'm
does
going
it?
to kick
Okay.
myself not being in the long, but it went to my level. Come on, BM&R. All right, no. This stock will not, I cannot get a fill in BM&R. It's hilarious. Every time I try to get in, we wicked the top, jumped right back in on the wick high, but now I'm out of it. I got to sit it out from 48.5 till the 50 level. So this is the only place I was looking for a reversion, and we wanted the long off 47. We're obviously not going to get it. And BM&R just continues to fall. Every time I kind of chase it down a little bit here, it just seems to resist. We're now at 19.7, so ETH is falling to the downside. Bitcoin is also still falling.
Yeah, shit.
But BM&R started first, and this is the one I wanted to pick on off of yesterday. In the afternoon, we were sort of short and working these levels in here at about 20 1/3. So still no fills. I'm just leaving the order in there, and you can see it's not really sweeping me in off the volume-weighted average price. Unity was the other name that we're looking at off the open. We cancel VWAP. Unity's about to break low of the day, almost 30% down here for Unity, and still going lower. Maybe SoFi is giving some. Whoa, what the heck happened to SoFi?
Probably getting smoked.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yep.
Okay,
Right.
so, well,
Bye-bye.
yeah, we're not going to be trading the $22 level on SoFi today.
Well, it's because, yeah, it was an easy call because of Robinhood, right? I mean, Robinhood right now, we said, you know, watch out for that break right there. It looks like it does wind up breaking right there. Now is going lower on this one. So, you know, all the lines still continuously pointing down there. We, you know, on earnings, we talked about that 78. I still don't mind it if we could base and jump and get through it. But yeah, right now, Robinhood has some concerns.
To do?
Yeah, some explaining to do, I would think, at this point. Well, it doesn't really. I mean, the earnings are explaining it enough, but there goes Robinhood right now. We may get out. We may get stopped out here. Like I said on NVIDIA, I mean, you know, this market is not really stopping to the downside right now. I mean, you get some good job number there, and it's giving it all back, pretty much all of it, right? I mean, that's the number right there, the bump right to VWAP. So let's see if we can get going just a little bit now. It would be nice if NVIDIA gets going. And it's not meme crazy right now. If anything, it's going to the downside. Normally, it just starts to lift offers, and right now it's not. Like, it goes up and stops and gets hit right back to the downside. Just so, you know, I'm very, very fine with stopping this out on a 191 break, because it looks like that's. If I don't like it, I can get out right here, but I want to be part of it in case it gets to the backside of this. So I'm willing to risk the 30 cents right now and get out if this does break 191 and just say, okay, you got me there, and it looks like it's going to happen here. So here comes a downside break on NVIDIA. I would say imminent on that one. It does not want to go higher. Just keeps on fighting that bid. So it looks like it's going to get hit. Tesla makes a move back into VWAP, so that's, you know, might be the buy there as well, you know, off of a VWAP. So, you know, like a name that's been proven strong today, maybe it winds up holding that bid, right? I mean, Ford had earnings last night. We can see how that's reacting to that. It's still not breaking that $14 mark here for Ford. So that name's struggling right now to get going as well. Just a quick check. I know.
Bye-bye, Tesla.
You had it. Yeah, bye-bye Tesla. Down or up?
No, it just
Up. Yeah. I know you were looking at, you were in Intel, but now you're in BM&R, so that's good. I was just going to see, like, Intel straight up and AMD is kind of straight down, as is NVIDIA. So, yeah, we're going to have to figure this all out. It looks like Intel is the one that's got the money behind it right now. But, yeah, upside for INTC, man, up 3%.
Yeah, those chips are looking pretty solid, at least the Intel is, and Micron as well. But BM&R had to move down a little bit. It just would not fill into the volume-weighted average price, so stepped into the 70s, and you can get fills in the 70s, but still want to respect VWAP. And when I said Tesla's gone, I didn't mean it lost the volume-weighted average price. It held the volume-weighted average price at 432. So if we're taking the stairs up, that's the first place to look outside of the prior high. Outside chance you could still get that if the futures continue to the downside, but I think VWAP's going to be the spot. I want to see some green in here, though. All you have is a reversal candle, and you heard Brent talk about the 440 this morning. He talked about how important that level was going to be. We got pretty close and already pulling back. So there's room to the 440 level still for Tesla, so want to respect it as far as it wants to go. Intel, I said I would sit out take my shot at 48.5, sit it out till 50. 50 has been the big spot where the real reversion has come in for INTC. And just one more, that Unity still not bouncing. 30% down. There has even been a green candle. There has not been a green candle on the open yet, but we'll look for that volume weighted average price if we can get it. A $20 breakdown just feels like too much when it's down 30%. So I'm not going to be punching through the low here. Maybe you get like a false break, pull back up, and then short into that move. I was thinking short the pops on Unity. Disaster at that stock. Disaster.
Yeah, too bad about Unity. They're continuing going lower there. You know, we did, and again, thank you for all the talk in the chat. I mean, we absolutely nailed this thought today, but unfortunately not in it. But there you go. Congratulations, anybody. You're in BMNR. Anybody in IBIT as well. Nice move on that one. Okay, NVIDIA Hood. Let's go back to Robinhood just real quick. You know, as another name that a lot of you are probably looking at. We just touched out to 78 again and fell from that level. So a potential look there. Okay, so we did get stopped out of some of our NVIDIA, right? But obviously, there it goes back there to the upside again. So now we're into the dollar club finally on NVIDIA, as now it starts to go a little meme craze. So there it goes, nice upside play there, as now we can finally buy some back here on NVIDIA. Watch this get up to the upside. Yes, thank you so much for everybody there in the chat supporting some of these plays. But just in test, just in NVIDIA, and we'll be green on that name. So we got to get into Tesla though, as Neil just mentioned. That seems to have been upside. Let's see if Rivian is also having a day today. Yeah, 15. So this was just at 14:30, I thought, yesterday or something like that. Nice move there for Rivian as that continues just a bit higher. Not a nice move for Rivian, actually. Nice move early, and now the fade out. So I don't know what I'm talking about. Puff, puff, pass on that one. But yeah, there it goes, man. NVIDIA, the champion. Now NVIDIA's $1.50 now in the money and going higher. So yeah, man, lows into the account. Where do we have NVIDIA? Dip buy on NVIDIA. It happened, and it was fantastic. So hopefully crypto's still working out for you. But right now, NVIDIA's $2 in the money. It's one of those face slappers put on today, NVIDIA.
Yeah, so my focus is trying to get into Tesla, hopefully. BMNR is at the B level, not the A level, so I'm not going to risk the boat on this. If it can hold the 20, great. If it doesn't, then we want that high where we should have had the short in the pre-market. I just don't like the short in the pre-market, but I'm looking VWAP on Tesla, obviously, as it's trying to break that top. As I said, there's room till $440 when you pull out that 15-minute chart. So don't mind chasing a little bit, but I don't want to chase too far. Unity's still too far gone, obviously. That one not really catching any bids, so the short in Unity is maybe not going to happen until a little bit later on in the session. All right, Tesla, you're not dipping anytime soon. We can go back over and have a quick look at that Robinhood. I wanted to see if that's still holding 77. 80 was the level that I liked on the hooded one, and I had a whole shot. It's like a shot zone between 77 and 80. I wanted to sit out, only trade it if it can bust through that 80 level. But if we break down on Robinhood, I hate to say it, there's a little bit of a gap fill on that 15-minute chart to be respected, and Intel is. It's looking like it wants that 50 shot. So took the shot at 48.5. When we get to 50, that's where I go for the reversion. Just stick to what has been working this year so far. Don't want to chase any moves. It's only VWAP. It's only trend reversions for me.
Salvador, man, we are a team around here, and you are welcome, and congratulations on your trade, my friend, as you go along with your boy on NVIDIA. It's another one. Hopefully you can all join Max in his Lambo. So nice little trade there, and hopefully that continues to work out for all of us as we're back up to 193. And I do have some outs up here at 193. I don't have that very top of 193.25. So let's just take out one more piece, and then we'll see. Ooh, nice little drop down there. Let's take out one more piece. No, nice little drop down again. We'll keep taking out pieces here on the high side just for that example, as the market can fall down at any time. So we're offering 65s there. We're offering 85s. Hopefully we can get that out, and lighter. We only have about a third or so. No, actually about a quarter of our position left. So good couple outs, man. We did get a lot out right here at 191.75 or so. Then the climb up into 192.30, and just trying to see if we can hold a little bit to the upside. And I think we did pretty good there getting those. There we go. Give me those 65s. Yeah. So we just got that as well. Let me check out Marvell, what's going on over there, as this is a name. This is right at where, we're long for that yearly competition. It's made a nice move high side, but now it's fading out just a little bit. A name I like in this environment is actually Boeing. I think Boeing is going to be a great play for the next 3 to 6 months or so on the upside. So let's try to continue to watch out for some Boeing. Just check back in on Robinhood as well. So Robinhood's holding fine, man. Maybe this is the big bid longer rate there. So yeah, here we go, man. So far, so good here today. We'll go 1 for 1 and yeah, count our chickens as they hatch and get them out on the way up there for NVIDIA.
Yeah, strong jobs number, obviously, this morning, as you can see across the board, showing that the economy is apparently strong, according to Labor.
That's for sure.
Labor Secretary. Let's wait till we get some revisions on that before we actually trust. These job numbers, they have not always been that reliable in terms of holding up. But holding up for now at fresh highs is AMD as it continues to churn higher. AMD, Intel, both sort of leading the way
AMD.
here. It's almost at that $50 level on INTC. We're still chilling out underneath, pretty much at or underneath VWAP here, so 20 holding on BMNR, as ETH is now down to 19.55, so it's still holding the 20,000.
19.5?
No, I am not shorting AMD. That was not part of my plan. Intel at 50 is. AMD isn't at all. No, exactly. Like
Yeah,
ETH,
I didn't realize it was even that low.
ETH is at 19.5, and effectively almost the same chart as BMNR. Like it's holding this little consolidation under the volume weighted average price. Tesla is still allergic to VWAP. It just took another higher low into 434. No breakout trades for me. If you get one more, like if we can just do one more break of a high and then a dip and maybe set a trend line trade up, that's something which can work out on trend. I do like those types of trades if you can start holding on to said trend line. And then back to the worst stock in the market today, Unity just had its best bounce. It went about 20 or 30 cents to the upside and then right back at the lows. As I said, if you're looking to short pops in this name, it's going to require a heck of a lot of patience, apparently. 31% is just insane to me. And then a little bit of a surprise there for myself when I looked at SoFi. That's continuing to head down. Kind of really like that 22 level. But the market, hey, we're under 7,000 here. This is the other thing. Like I don't want to be like punching too many chase longs when we have a topping tail wick at overnight resistance and that big 7,000 here on the ES. Show me you can bounce VWAP, maybe close above, and then the chase looks a little bit better.
I've been sort of pre-warning a little bit about Amazon. It's going to get into a level where I do want to buy it. I mean, they're going to be AWS is going to be huge right now. So just be careful about Amazon. I actually, right here, I put something out. You guys can go have a read on this one, and thank you for everybody that's commenting on this here. Just to talk about the Mag 7 and CapEx and all that kind of stuff. So if you are interested, go have a look and let me know what you think about Amazon or about any of these Mag 7s. I'll put this in the chat, and you guys can go have a quick little look at it. But I just want to say we just got 85s. Like, NVIDIA's been a beast for sure, but it's just dancing around right now and seems like it may want to break lower. So we're watching out for VWAP again, 192. We'll get a piece out if that does break. What's up, Adara?
Trump has weighed in here on the jobs numbers that we got. Just in, : great jobs numbers, all caps, far greater than expected, all caps, exclamation point. The United States of America should be paying, all caps, much less on its borrowings, in brackets, bonds, exclamation point. We are, again, the strongest country in the world and should therefore be paying the, all caps, lowest interest rate by far. This would be an interest cost savings of at least $1 trillion per year, balanced budget plus, wow, all caps. The golden age of America is upon us, President DJT. So just as we had comments from Labor Secretary Lori Chavez-DeRemer about this number, U.S. President Trump chiming in as well. Just so you guys know, this has been posted a couple minutes ago now. Back to you.
All right, say less. Yeah, all aboard. You know, I mean, he's going to be, we've already talked about it, the stock market, the president of the markets and whatnot. So CEO of the stock market. But yeah, anyways, a couple more outs there. I think the market can fly from here anyways. It was a good jobs number. I mean, no matter what you think, what aisle of the bench or seats you're on, because what side of the aisle, because it's jobs are jobs, and whether or not they're cooked or not, you got to respect it. The Nasdaq's been up today. I am a little weary of the break of VWAP, so that is going to be on my mind right now because we've often seen numbers give it right back. Yeah, for now it's holding, and I think it's all aboard long. I mean, that's a great talk by the president there, and if you're long stocks, you got to like it. All right, so I'm going to exit out another piece right here because I didn't even have my stop set up. So we'll take a couple outs there on NVIDIA and to preserve it. So there it is. Now we'll wait to see. We will take another reload down here, but it's the same story, man. If we break below 191, then we're going to get out. So, no point in trying to chase things. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And right now, NVIDIA is working, and it doesn't work if we break below, and that would probably mean a break of VWAP here on the Qs as well. So, not necessarily ready to trade that quite yet. JP Morgan up 1%.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. JP's been really good.
Yeah, I like JP.
Morgan took a little bit of a hit the other day, which we can talk about later on in the session. So BMNR just got back into like the pre-market fly zone, that 19.6, kind of that chop zone that we're sitting in. So I took one leg out. I'll reload it up at the 20s. So effectively, we're just holding underneath, call it the prior day close. Yesterday's lows. As long as that happens, I can scalp inside the range, look for the push back into the bottom. Like the ES is the Nasdaq's coming into VWAP, the ES is coming into VWAP, you have a lower high being put in, and we're back underneath the 7,000 levels, so it's kind of put up or shut up. Overnight highs is where you would expect to buy the dip right in here. What's crazy to me is as we're doing that, Intel is still flying. Ugh, I'm gonna hate myself. I haven't written down Intel as a long in quite some time, and like the one day I do, like it was already up $1.20 off the 47.
Isn't that crazy? The day you go long, the day you want long, you go short. That happened to me yesterday.
But my note specifically, it said 47 to 48.5. Look short 48.5, and then look short at 50. So it was a reversal of, no question. I had 48.5 as a short level. I just really would have liked the chance at that 47 first. But as the market pulls back, note that you're still pressing higher. That's what's more important. Intel's got a lot of relative strength in it, but it has done this multiple times where it's traveling inside of this range, 47 bottom into the 50 top. So I feel like waiting for that 50 to come in is going to make at least sense to me for sure. So BMNR is still holding. I'd like it to get back to those lows. Just have to be patient with it. The way I see it, you've got IBIT pushing down into the lows. I've got ETHA pushing down into the lows as well. Unless these start breaking out, just seems like a pretty solid hold from here.
All right, we got reloaded. I'm asking Randy for a reload as well. All right, so we just bought some more NVIDIA there at 70, got out at 192 a couple times. Debating, let me put another out there at 192. So let's see now if we can get back up to the upside. So it's a good reloaded trade, and we'll fire off the hot dog cannon on this one as we get excited again here. Nicely moving right now is NVDA to the upside. Thank you, everybody, for joining us one more time here today. We start at 8 a.m. every single day. We want to thank you all for joining us. Here's a quick look at the dollar, see what's going on there with the DXY. Yeah, not bad. I'm actually off on Friday, and then Monday is as we have a tournament in Oshawa. So that should be exciting. Yeah. All right. Just a 7:20 game Friday morning AM. That's right. Okay, so right into there. You know, the fun part's going to be breakfast, right? Going out for breakfast with the team and all that. Joey knows what that's all about, man. Those early morning rink dates, man, the best kinds. Would trade it for absolutely nothing, like, honestly. But here it is, right, because it only happens once. Here it comes right now, the dollar, pretty muted. I was expecting, you know, obviously this move on that employment number, stronger number, yay USA, yay US dollar, but that's coming back in with the market as well. So be careful watching out for the USD and the way this market is going. And, you know, not everything is just the stocks that we talk about here today. As you can see, this is what we're talking about. This is the S&P 500 heat map. And as you can see today, man, we said that this was all, I mean, I chose NVIDIA, probably should have chose Caterpillar or something to go long on that great Vertiv story. So GE Vernova up, GEV right there, Lam, like everything that has to do with the whole build out of the data center and the AI continuation play is working today. Yeah, AMAT's probably going as well. And I mean, just here's some of the, those are the picks and shovels, and these are the actual components here. Intel up 5. Look, talk about components. Micron, slappy right now, up 7%. I think it was up 8%. Corning up, you know, there's SNDK, just small one, just up 11% today, back to $6.
Oh, here come the shorts.
You know, yeah, NVIDIA, everything. So, yeah, here come the shorts is right. Market now coming in. There it is. Trump, the market just came in. Trump withdrawing from the USMCA or something. But here we go. TQQs, we can have a quick look. But the market is getting hit right now. Almost gave back that whole jobs report. Who would have thought that? But we do buy a little bit more on that NVIDIA dip. So
the president did make a comment about bonds. He basically
about bonds. Okay.
Yeah, he's saying we should be paying much less on our borrowing.
Yeah.
That was a while back.
Yeah,
Tesla just lost VWAP, so we'll take our first shot at it. It was simultaneously it lost VWAP at the exact same moment that the shorts started breaking through. So the NASDAQ, ES, both lost the volume weighted average price. I'll show you the black chart on BM&R in a quick little second. But we took our first crack at Tesla. Obviously, it's not the 428 level, so we still have room. But we're still hanging on to BM&R as crypto was already weak and just heading. So I got a bid down at the low. That just happens to be, these are not pre-market lows, 24-hour market, I understand that. My chart starts at 6 o'clock, but it is an overnight support level down here on BM&R at that 19.4. So that's the reason I have one leg out. We'll reload it at VWAP if we can get it. But I believe, Adara, you got some news?
I just wanted to clarify that comment. So basically what happened is we had heard reports earlier that Trump was privately considering withdrawing from the U.S. Mexico-Canada trade agreement. Now, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum saying she does not think he will withdraw. So if anything, this is actually maybe more of a positive headline. But either way, I guess that algos heard the words Trump and USMCA and reacted accordingly. But either way here, the actual story is that Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum does not believe Trump will be withdrawing from that USMCA. Back to you. Oh.
Thanks. Thanks for the clarification. There was that airport in El Paso that got shut down for 10 days, and there was speculation that could be because there could be some land action against the cartels, which would be a little bit. First of all, A, that would be intense. B, maybe that could push defense stocks to catch a little bit of a bid. Maybe the drone stocks. It's all speculation, though.
That airport's reopened, I believe.
They said it was for 10 days.
Yeah, I think they pulled it.
Oh, they already did? Oh, okay.
But yeah, good look, though. I think that's obviously very, very important. Okay, man, so our stop, we're coming in for NVIDIA, man. Our stop is, we're flat, we're flat on the stock. Obviously, if it breaks, then we'll be still flat on it, actually. We're going to wait for a 191 break. So here we go, man. A bunch of outs, right? As we break in lower here, crazy to hold something for that long. So we're just going to wait for a 192 fill again if it can come out, but it is trying to bleed out, and we did see the NASDAQ make this dip down. So yeah, very, very concerning levels here, needless to say, on NVIDIA. If it does break, then we got to exit out, but we're going to start to exit out a little bit more now. We're long right here at 30s, so if we can get something out on this bleed, we should probably do that. So a little bit of a battle back there to 40. We'll take it out. There it is. We'll take some more outs here as NVIDIA hopefully now can get going. We have a decent sized position, and if it breaks lower, it breaks lower, and we're out of that. So far so good here on the reloads. Could be wrong. I know it's been a little bit of a tough day for some of the trades here, but I'm just going to hold on to this and wait and see if it breaks, man. I mean, if it does, it does, and we can regroup. I mean, the market right now is definitely upside down. We thought that it was going to be a long day after the number came out, and it looks like we're now just starting to rinse out just a little bit. And NVIDIA's already been down here and then ripped up $2. So we take profits where profit lies and be careful where it doesn't. And AMD might be the great break right there of 214.50, breaking through the 200, underneath VWAP, underneath everything. AMD short, if this NVIDIA trade doesn't work out, could be something. But for now, the NVIDIA trade's working out.
I just noticed, and thank you for putting this name in the chat. Hymns blasting, but don't forget to put the $, everybody, in there. Thank you, J-Town Trader. If you see the market pull back and something has a full V shape, that's pretty bullish. I'm not aware of any news story with Hymns today, but we are going to go to Adara. It's 10 o'clock. It's already 10 o'clock. That means we got to figure out what's happening now.
Yeah.
Let's talk here about this market, because right now I was sort of trying, at least in this third 15-minute candle of the day, to make some kind of higher low. Now, obviously, nice push up here in the market to start the session, pre-market rather, as we get much stronger than expected U.S. and non-farm payroll data for January. Keep in mind, this report was actually delayed. It was supposed to come out last Friday, ends up coming out this morning. January non-farm payrolls at 130,000 versus 66,000 expected. Unemployment 4.3% below the forecast and previous print of 4.4. So good look all in all. President Trump chiming in, liking this print, as well as Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer. Let's talk about earnings. We have so many earnings to go over today, so I'm just going to talk about some of the highlights. Robinhood certainly on watch. Not a highlight, unfortunately, if you are long, but a report worth discussing nonetheless. Sales missed, an EPS beat, but the real story here was that 38% year-over-year decline in crypto revenue for the quarter. They also reported weaker than expected crypto volume for January of 2026. Let's take a look here at LYFT, another earnings name that was disappointing initially to start. They actually expanded their buyback program by $1 billion, but they were unable to escape this miss on sales, which had to do with roughly $168 million of, I guess, tax-related charges. Let's take a look at Unity U, unfortunately, still at intraday lows. The stock down more than 20%, beating on EPS and beating on sales, but guiding Q1 sales below estimates. Other earnings on watch include Humana. We had VRT that was discussed, Shopify, tons more. And tonight after the bell, we actually get Albemarle, AppLovin, and Cisco. In the meantime, though, we're going to send over to Neil and Sean. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you, Dara. This next hour of the show brought to you by PDSB Biotechnology. You find them as PDSB on the NASDAQ, and they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. You can learn more at their website at www.pdsbiotech.com. And again, thank them for sponsoring this hour of the show. Shout out to them. We did tag the pre-market lows and also overnight support on BMNR. ETH is still looking relatively weak, heading to the 19,000 level. The target is here at the $19 level on BMNR. What I meant about ETH is 1900 level it's heading down to, not to confuse the two, everybody. And Bitcoin is all the way down at 66.5. So I don't know if there's still, you're still trying to not break the low of the day here in Bitcoin if you happen to be tracking that side of the crypto market. Not looking good either. We do have a super chat, and oh no, Binu42, Shop. I didn't realize this had happened to Shop. $20 from its high, good place to buy. You never want to see the full retracement and then some on one of these earnings names. We said it was a little bit mixed. I did not think this was going to happen. We thought the 145 was a big resistance level, so it made sense. You were running so far in earnings. But there's support on the chart, 110 to 115. So you can look at that as maybe a potential base, go back out to August. But yeah, I really hate that type of a setup for any kind of a bullish look. No, not when they sell it off. If it manages to hold the prior day high, that's one thing, because it's just filling in the gap and then catching a bid. That's a pass for me. Much weaker than I was expecting. That's a fail, Shopify. Big time fail.
All right, we're going to go long on the Qs. So we just tried it there at the day's low, but I think better trade is if we can break back above. So let's wait to see if we can break back above 51.50 and then use this low as our official bottom. Because we're able to get out of pretty much all of our NVIDIA, I did want to give it to the 200 period now. So we just, instead of just stopping out at 191, I'm going to see if we can get a little bit of a bid, which it looks like we're trying to get now, on this name, and then just offer some out as we start to climb back up to the upside here on NVIDIA. We'll see if we can just sort of negotiate this for potentially a little bit of a higher bid as we come back in. Oh, this stupid. There it is, right back into there. So take some outs at 191 using 190.50. So our stop right now is 30 cents. So we got to get a little bit higher upside if we can on this one. It's actually a little lower. It's 190. 39 or something as our stop. So we'll see if that wants to work. And futures, yeah, maybe he bounces back. We tried long 43, we got out 34. So we took 8 cents on this one as a hit because we used what was the day low at that time as our out, and looking to see if we could buy this back on a, in sort of an increased bid here, maybe through 51.50 or 51.60. But take a little bit of profit on NVIDIA before it tanks, and here it comes back in, man. The market is losing the bid right now. So yeah, about that jobs report, man, you're all the way back to where we were pre-jobs report. So there it goes, man. Tesla's been, thank you, Randy. Tesla shot up huge there to the upside. Yeah, man, every day it seems like Tesla's up. But right now, Tesla's coming back to the downside. There it is. This could be the
SLR is getting more.
This could be the long. Now in Tesla was really acting quite nicely there. Now you're just crashed. Yeah, I mean, $5 on AMD, I called that short. And again, like calling shorts are one thing and actually taking the trade is another. AMD really worked well, but then NVIDIA cranked, so did AMD. But watch out now, man. I think you can even go $5 off of this level if this market really gives it up. So I'd rather that not happen, being long NVIDIA here, but maybe Tesla. Is the market going to bounce back? I mean, maybe that's why I like to look at the futures, and that's why I kind of like to look at silver, because sometimes you don't have the single stock risk like we do right now. Tesla's really losing it now, so watch out here for Tesla.
It didn't catch a bid at that 428 prior high. That didn't seem to hold up.
The crypto short was
what was that 436, Randy? Tesla was at 436, and 428 is a pretty hefty drop.
Damn it, Bitcoin.
Also, excuse me.
Damn.
Excuse me. SMR. Yesterday I was saying how we just do not talk about the nuclear names or the quantum names anymore, and they're still flying around. And then, of course, we don't look at SMR, at least I don't look at SMR. The problem is it doesn't get to the wall level, brick wall at 1780. If this falls down into the 14.5 to 15 range where we bottomed out before, that's a good spot for a reversion. So it's on the radar today, that's for sure, as it's falling like an absolute rock. BMNR continues to try to fill this gap into 19 as Bitcoin still falling. You're at 19.1 on ETH, so looking for like the 19,000 level effectively and potential bounce off that. Like we started at 20,000, at 2,000, head down to 19 makes some sense. If we start catching a bit sooner, I'm moving my trail. Like I'm obviously not going to get this back into 20, and I'd look for the reload down at the volume weighted average price here on BMNR as crypto and the market continue to fall. We have a chance to go red here with a super chat from Willis Addison. Am I the only one who bought the SLV pullback? Well, I mean, I don't know. I've never owned. I own some physical silver. I've never actually traded. Well, we trade here, SLV or ZLS, but I don't hold it in my long-term account. And realistically, I probably would have preferred to buy gold off the 50 period as opposed to SLV, but you are getting a nice hold. Ignore some of these super volatile wicks. Look at what happened after. Hold the 50, and then higher lows abundant here. It's just maybe not the volatility that it's had previously, because the last couple of days haven't been insane. Got a couple of inside days, but even this is trending down. So the weakness is extending here. It's bouncing a little bit, but you're still trending down on SLV. It could be a good trend breaker, but I don't know. I feel like that trade, for me, the trend reversal worked 6 days in a row, and then in 2 days it didn't work, and then a flat day. So I kind of feel like that might be a done trade for myself for the short term. Just looking for trend breaks on silver specifically. But I do like that 50 period hold, so a good look.
All right, NVIDIA winds up falling down a little bit there, and so we'll just stop out of NVIDIA. So, unfortunately, now it's probably going to go, but the market is just down. So instead of trying to, that's too bad, because we just stopped out on a 40 break, but there it goes back up to the upside there. Very, very interesting. I was actually debating looking at some Tesla here. As I said, I think this was a nice drop down into the 200 period moving average. So we will try the long on TSLA and giving it room, right? I mean, I still want to look at that 424 area, which is essentially what we had written down 422 on here. The miss, it's a missed trade, but it happens in the pre-market. We wrote down between 38.75 to 39 short here on IBIT. So that was a huge one. Now you're down to 66,000, getting lower right now. So yeah, this just, wow, just continues to take it. All right, this is fine. This is why you gotta, it is all about share sizing for me, because the ideas are everywhere. It's just a matter of which ones require the right amount of shares, and do you have them? Does it break against you? Any of these little stories like that. But if Tesla breaks 424, I'm honestly thinking that would be enough for me to say forget about it. Or that's 423.50 maybe, 424. Did not expect, the NASDAQ was up 1%. So, and we said this is that sort of buyer's dilemma, right? Because what winds up happening is you think that these stocks are going to perform well, then the market falls on its face, and then all of a sudden the stocks that were strong are the ones that people are taking profit in and wind up getting hit the most. So what changed in Tesla to drop $12, but this is now accelerating to the downside in many of these places, including Tesla, including NVIDIA. NVIDIA is down to 190 right now. So that continues to bleed. We were just at 193, right? A stock like Vertiv may be holding out, but the reason why I call this up is let's look for stocks that had good reports that potentially could bounce back on any moves lower. So Fed Schmidt talking right now.
Speaking of those,
I think we have a Dara. Yeah.
Few far between. No service. Some of these names are nasty. ServiceNow just took the $100 even level. We're talking about some of those software names. But on the positive note, one name that did have strong earnings, it's not a dumpster fire over here in Cloudflare. It's still up 10%. There's a monster seller or a brick wall at $200. I don't want to say a monster seller. I should say a brick wall at VWAP and $200. But as the market is testing lower, this still has a higher low it could work off of. So if we do bounce, you might think this one breaking trend in VWAP could be a bit of a play. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
I want to talk about comments from Fed Schmidt as this market drops. And we know Fed Schmidt's already generally been pretty hawkish. He voted to hold rates steady in both October and December. He said that it's actually appropriate to keep the restrictive monetary policy with inflation close to 3%. He said he's not seeing any evidence that the current level of interest rates is restraining the economy and that further Fed rate cuts could allow higher for longer status. So again, Fed Schmidt basically saying he does not think there's any need to cut rates here and that he likes the inflation policy where it is. Market continuing to drop. Back to you.
Yeah,
thanks, Adara. So I've got the final trail.
We're now red, big time.
The NASDAQ just went to we just went red. We just hit the overnight lows though. So I know the NASDAQ just turned red, but this is, kind of 4 a.m. levels. ES, sort of the same thing. It's that rejection of 7,000 on the ES that looks like a problem. But we got to effectively the 19 target that's back here in BMNR. So I now have a bit of a trailing stop into the 20s, which could trigger any second now. So either I get hit right in front of the 19 or we're going to get this out on a trailing stop. Now, unfortunately here, I wanted the short pressing into this level. Well, obviously 21s would have been much better, but it happened in the pre-market and didn't want to short into an 830 move. It's just not my cup of tea to go against any kind of an 830 move right away at the open. It's one thing to fade it after the open, but once it confirmed, just look for the VWAP trade. That's the second one. It's always kind of like the B trade. But the trailing stop is in. If we get a chance to reload, there's a bottoming tail candle too. Get rid of this so you can see this better. There's a bottoming tail candle off the 19. That's just a punch out. So there's a bottoming tail candle. There's your reversal right in here. If we get back to VWAP, I'll try to reload it. The other thing is on Intel, I thought 50 for the short. We tried our 48.5, got wicked out, tried it again. We're not at 47. That's where I thought the long was today. If we get down there, maybe we take a shot. But I think it got close enough to 50.
Oh, wow, look at that chart.
There's the trend break on Intel. I had my eyeballs on the level. Maybe instead of just looking for the standard, hey, draw the trend line, Neil, and if it breaks the trend line, go short. That said, I probably wouldn't have caught this. The initial candle, when it broke trend, was a 1% candle. So sometimes they are clean, and sometimes they are not when you get kind of a trend break. And I don't chase them either, because your risk is to the prior bar high. So if you get 49.35, you're risking a quarter on Intel. If you chase it all the way down, you're risking over a full percentage point on the trade, which to me, that really never works out. If I do it that time every way, then I'm going to end up net loss. because you're risking too much. And that's what trading is all about. Like, if it's not your setup, you just can't take it. And if you risk too much relative to what you stand to make on your strategy, then you're also not going to make it either.
Yeah, exactly. Share sizing strategy working out is very, very important. It's too bad because, like, with Bitcoin absolutely falling down, that to me was the big time missed opportunity there. We're going to wait. I mean, Tesla's falling down. I understand, but as we talked about proper share sizing, it's like I'm trying to be patient. I don't know if we're going to get to 422 or not, but I mean, we're pretty close now. Buy a little bit at the 200 period there. That's generally been a sort of a holding spot, as that made sense because it came right back into some of the lows there of the pre-market, and so that was a good buy there. Sorry, of the pre-market. These are really the pre-market lows that we're trying to support now, but that was the first trade, and now we just have to, hopefully it can get back up to 425, take a little bit of a piece out there and just ease some of the pain on this trade, because we do know that Tesla has, I'm still watching NVIDIA bouncing off 190, which is where we wrote it down again, but I don't want to be layered into too many of these things right now. But NVIDIA could have that bounce back moment in and around 190. It's trying to hold it. We said between 190, 189. So again, like the levels that we're writing down are huge, but we were not expecting like this major pullback in the market. So we took our sort of medicine there on NVIDIA, and now we're trying to take it on Tesla a little bit to see if these levels that we thought initially can hold. So there it goes right now. And just what we wrote down, like it's trying to follow the same names on here, but sometimes you don't expect these prices to extend the way they do, which is why you should always have some kind of stop loss. So like there's NVIDIA, 189 to 190, right? When this thing's at 193, I don't think we're gonna be getting any 190s. But as the market breaks down, we could get that. And Tesla goes to 436. Now it's back to 423 all of a sudden. So that comes right back into the area. And this is the missed trade right there, the short. Obviously, as this market bleeds down, all the shorts that you wrote down were probably turning out to be okay right now. But yeah, market bleeding, Tesla's coming back into that one. And then just a quick look on Robinhood, because we haven't looked at Robinhood yet really today, other than, its first couple 10 minutes. Yeah, there it goes, man. Lower for Robinhood. So, the pre-market break wasn't that great because it bounced around, but then just in this market dump right here, they sure are selling off some Robinhood today, down 13%. Now. All right, I don't know where we're going, but
we got a super chat from Corey Ewing.
Let's go, Corey.
Hey, the Ewings got to get that oil.
Let's go, JR.
You got to make sure you protect Ewing oil at all costs, because
I think that's what he's doing.
JR runs ramshackle with that. Is the 2-year champion run in story for Palantir over? I bought in at 30 in 2024. My stop loss cashed you at 160 when it got to 185. Congratulations. That's up. You got a 5xer on that one, and you caught more or less around the top. If we're talking about champion as in, hey, it's going to be one of the 5 best performing stocks like year in, year out percentage gain, I would tend to think that it's not going to do that this year. We're in a different environment this year. This year Walmart's strong. This year Caterpillar's strong. This year Energy's strong. Like there's a bunch of other places where you're seeing a strength. That you look at what's happening today. Like tech's getting wrecked a little bit, but how much you want to bet Walmart's probably doing some kind of random bull flag right now? Yeah, I feel like every time we're sitting at the lows and I look at some charts, if tech is doing poorly and tech had bounced and Walmart pulled back a couple of days and Walmart's got this little interesting bull flag going on with it right now, how much you want to bet that CVX is doing just fine today? Oh, look at that. That's pulling back with a bit of a bull flag up a point as well. So you just got different leaders, which is fine.
Here comes Tesla.
It's fine. That's part of the market rotation that we're talking about. Golf franchise. Thank you for the super chat. AES Long. Aren't they in the midst of some buyout rumors?
AES?
Yes.
Really
like 90% sure there's some kind of, it was like some deal speculation with it. I could be wrong about that. I just remember hearing a rumor. Or reading a rumor. I didn't hear it. I think people say that, oh, I heard this or that, or I'm hearing this. And it's like, nah, you read it somewhere, or you saw a tweet. Which is probably what I saw here. But this is another classic example of a very good trend to the upside. Sometimes it's about buying what's strong, breaking out those tops. We just talked about how our energy was looking good. Sorry, I just looked at the Intel chart for a second there, and
nothing is stopping.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I mean, the market was up 1%, now down 0.5% right now. Tesla finally into our 422, so let's go, man. I mean, we're at a spot right now where we're going to have to make some kind of decisions on all of this trade here, because I don't know if we want to start layering into some of these longs. I mean, obviously we've missed the crypto short there, and Nvidia's right back into a level that we had thought could wind up holding 189.50. So, yeah, no real relief here in the market. So we're down to 25,000 now in the Nasdaq. That's been a level.
What about the Nasdaq? The Russell's what's getting smoked.
That we've talked about it. Yeah, I mean the Russell, I guess. I mean even the ES down 0.2. We were all up 1%. What is the Russell down or up?
Down 1 1/3.
Down 1 1/3.
Which makes sense. If we thought that number was supposed to mean less chances of, at one point we were looking at the better than 50-50 for over 2 cuts this year. I can't imagine that's still going to be there. Speaking of the Russell, let's go to Adair. It's time for the small cap recap.
Couple day 2 catalysts, at least for the first couple small caps and watch here. This is Quince Therapeutics. We mentioned this one yesterday. It rallied yesterday after announcing a strategic review. Today, still quite strong as well here for QNCX. Then we have RENX. This one actually featured on our watch list this morning. So RenX Enterprises yesterday announcing that one of its subsidiaries by the name of Zimmer Equipment secured a new services contract with a Florida waste transfer operator. So RENX, this one you can find more info on our Trader TV live watch list, which you can always subscribe to for free. Let's talk here, last but not least, MNTN. Today, this one is a catalyst, and as you can see, it popped after hours yesterday on its earnings report for Q4 2025. It beat estimates across the board. Its Q1 sales guidance a little bit weaker than expected, but the market not seeming to care too much. Again, that's MNTN, RENX, and QNCX for today's small cap recap. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. It looks like there's at least a bit of a bounce happening here in some of the crypto names, like BMNR bouncing off that 19 level where we covered. ETHA is making a bit of a comeback. I'm looking over at IBIT as well, and that is breaking trend back into the upside. Intel's at literally at 47 as we speak. But you are getting a bit of a trend break. If you just look this is from the open, not the pre-market high. So from the open, you have a trend break over here on IBIT. So starting to find at least a little bit of strength. I mean, Nvidia, nothing. Intel's now through 47. No, it's absolutely dying here. When I covered my short, and we're not getting any bounces that are indicative to getting anything here, I might even look back, because it's just looking so heavy here. I could even look back. If this ends up being, instead of taking the trend reverse long, if we just sort of fail this trend break, like usually I'd be long right here, 19.2, I'd throw stop underneath the low. So if it fails that move and ends up breaking 19, that could end up just being some kind of a continuation short. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient here because we're absolutely falling like a rock. We're going to get to the super chat just a quick little second. I just want to show you guys what's going on with the Qs. Still pretty heavy, still making fresh lows. Like there's nothing really showing any signs of abating this move at all. Get that super chat up there, Andre. It's cool. We can go over it. David, $10 super chat. Hey, it's David Tretiak, I'm assuming, right? Dave's dumb lesson day. Do not Captain Ahab or Don Quixote any position. Yeah, had SNDK below 540 strike yesterday, not letting it go. We've all been there. You know what?
SNDK?
Mistakes. I haven't looked at SanDisk today. I know we looked at Micron, obviously. Where are we at? Wow, SanDisk is strong.
Yeah, it was up 10%, 11%.
But it's actually still...
Oh, now it's... Okay.
But it's still at the open price. So market's breaking lower. This is still down here, or I should say up here at the open price. But I know how you feel. Like sometimes you get away from something that is part of your plan, and it can hurt. That's for sure. Adam James is still abroad. Guess what's coming again? 608 on the Q. We were just showing that on the triple Qs in the chart. Drum roll. That would be a good key to have there, Fabian, if you're listening. We've got the joke drums, but the drum roll would be another one.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on looking lower here on the market. As we had such a good jobs number, 160 or whatever versus 68 or something. So it was like an absolute blowout number to the top side there. But even, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Like props up to you guys there. You guys had the idea that maybe that number was, I mean, we're using words like cooked. I don't know exactly what that means, but just like a little bit overdone there. And whether or not you believe it or not, I mean, a lot of us can, really see the state of the economy or, whatever happens to be going on, in your sort of neck of the woods. It's not all roses everywhere. We noticed that here in Canada as well. So just be careful with believing sometimes in what these numbers mean, right? I mean, we still do have a Fed rate. Oops, wrong page. I was going to try to find the Fed rate watch tool right here. So let me just figure out what this means, because we thought that there was no rate cut at all expected off of that kind of a number. And you could see what happened today. This used to be 18 or 19% chance of a rate cut in March. You're now down to 6%. So just here today, off of that number, not well received at all in the rate cut land, which means current target rate holds fort. Market likes lower interest rates. So today, I mean, checks watch, it's only 10:30, market down for now on that, right? And so if you checked your watch at 9:30, you'd be like, we're up 1%. They love the number. And then an hour later, it's like, what have we done? As we get a nice downside push here in the NQs. So yeah, I think 25,000 is pretty important. You mentioned there, who was it? Jam Loki or something? Whatever, Trader 6 or something, 608 was the number. So that's, coming right in right now. So sort of equivalent with that 25,000 level on the NASDAQ. So yeah, it looks like it's trying to break lower right now. NVIDIA can't find a bid, by the way. And we said this yesterday, how range bound that trading was. Like NVIDIA, what a surprise. We get right to 193 again. And we stopped out, or not stopped out, we took out some of our longs, which is why we're still able to be fine on NVIDIA. Tesla is the problem, obviously. But right into there, and then, range bound. So where's NVIDIA maybe going? How about 175? Like, I don't think there's a reason for it to go down there, but that's what, the chart would be telling you, as we're just in sideways patterns, and you don't necessarily need to be in there buying sideways patterns. So, all right, we're just I'm trying to hold out here on NVIDIA, or sorry, I keep saying that, I've only traded 2 names. On Tesla, long right now at 424.70s. So a nice little bump back up. I think it would be not super wise if I don't take something out here at 423. It's bounced off here a couple times, so we will take a little bit of a piece out. I know it's for an L, but we're going to see if we can get this back to the upside now, as it's just bounced around too many times, and we averaged it in. So, let's watch. Our initial take was 422 long, so it's been holding that area, but we don't have the right price. So let's take a little bit out there in case it does continue to drip down. We'll take a little bit of risk off there. We'll take off 15%. 200 period moving average is all the way at 426. That would be awesome to get there. But we are going to take something out at 424 or so. That's where the 25 period is that we've sort of charted. So we'll take something out if it gets up there. But for right now, market in trouble.
It's trying to, we're trying to catch a little bit of a bait here. As the NASDAQ's pulling up just a little bit, Intel got to that 47. Well, all roads eventually led back to the price that was on the node, and didn't expect it to be at 49.50. Didn't expect 49.50 to see 0 red candles on the way back in. So into the long, it's obviously a trend break, because if you have 10 red candles in a row and one breaks the prior high and goes green, like that's implicitly going to be a trend break. But if we break the prior bar low, this is an obvious out for sure. By the way, BMNR, it's still holding, ETH is still holding 19, BMNR is still holding the 19 level. It's just chop fest in here. What I'm thinking is, if I'm not going to get VWAP, I'd usually be in this trend break, but I'm thinking just maybe reload this one to the short side. The only question I have is whether I like where IBIT is at better on Bitcoin. And I can't say that I do. Like, if Bitcoin was maybe up here, I would take the shot at IBIT at 37.8. But I feel like the continuation short, liked crypto at the beginning. So if it's going to take another gap down, like I look at this 15-minute chart, if the plan of action was to kind of short in this range down to the low, well, we have another gap that could get filled in. I do want to respect that. So if I can get the quarters, I'll try to get the quarters on BMNR to the south side. As it is, wow, it's already 10:30.
I know,
Probably just got crude oil inventories.
Yeah, we did.
Most of the oil names were cruising, so watch out. If you were riding the trend upside there in anything oil related, might have just had a bit of a shock, because we just had inventory numbers. I didn't hear them to see if we had a draw or build.
U.S. crude inventory is 8.53 million barrel build. versus a draw expected. So a build in crude versus the draw. So you could see some, first of all, let's go, man. We'll hit the money storm on this one, man. This is the name that we had just bought at 50, 80 or something live on the show. We bought this. And upside for XLE as that continues to really work out, man. Love what the XLE chart is looking like. And it's like, it just, if we had that huge commodity run with gold and silver and everything, obviously we're on one here with XLE as well, as that is really broken out, man. That $49, we didn't get it till 50, but we've been, XLE, I keep saying this over and over again on the show, but XLE is the big position for me, and I really only own XLE as far as oil is concerned. But here's what it looks like on the weekly chart as well. So there's the break, and this is why we have 50 right there. I think we literally have $50.80, something like that, on that break. So here we go, man. Nice break long on XLE. This is a monthly chart. This goes all the reason why I'm showing this. This is 12 years ago, 2014. Back when Bitcoin was $1 or less, right there, $50.65. So watch out now for this play coming in on XLE. I hope you guys are long on that one, as that's really started to break higher right now, up another 2%, and just a good way to diversify, right? And you know, like I said, I own probably in the portfolio, like maybe 5% or so of my portfolio would be in XLE. Like everything else is just layered with tech names. It's crazy to watch the portfolio swings when that's the case. But still well diversified, but definitely the Metas, the Nvidias, heavy spot in the account.
Apple's turned into a hedge now.
I have, yeah, and Apple's probably my largest holding.
1.6% to the upside.
Yeah.
And at a new high of day.
Let's go, Apple.
That is the aforementioned Apple, which we just mentioned. So a shout out to the chat mentioning this. When tech gets weak, or at least the AI part of tech and the frothy part gets weak, Apple seems to get stronger. They sold off when there was a little bit of strength, or it didn't do anything when there was a little bit of strength, and now we're breaking right back to the upside. I do believe I heard, did I hear a call that we need to go to Adara? No? Okay, never mind. Smart Film Masters says Netflix is looking bad. Well,
really?
In their defense, a lot of things are looking bad this morning. It's hard to come up with a reason as to why it would be up when everything else is down at this point. But it is this 80 is a big test for Netflix. This has been the spot the last week where at least there's been something to hang your hat on. And you're not hanging your hat on anything if we're down there. Ooh, you know what? I just thought of this. Hang on a second.
Tesla's still bleeding and the market's trying to go back up.
I just know that sometimes when we have extreme, it's not doing anything. Sometimes when you have extreme moves, I was wondering if something stupid was happening in Warner Brothers that could be taken advantage of, but there isn't. But Netflix in that 80 level is probably the one spot where you've been able to buy. That said, there's no bottoming tail candles, there's no capitulation bottom yet, there's no trend break. None of that stuff has happened. And so like Intel went in, made the bottom, did a bottoming tail, and is now trying to hold back above 47. So if we get VWAP, that'd be great. But now that I'm zooming out, part of me is saying the target should be more in here at 47.6 and not as big of a bounce play. Yeah. Looking at this, it's like, no, because I'd usually be thinking continuation short on the pop. So this should be more back into this level and terminated at 47.80 or so, and not think that it would be that big of a bounce. Market's still looking to try to hold some of these lows, so hopefully we can get this bounce here, but just changing the target. I don't think VWAP's all that reasonable.
No, I mean, right now, I think any sort of move higher you might want to take for granted a little bit. Oh, so still on XLE. I have to wait. Like, I'm going to wait for Tesla. I want to watch it at that 420 level. It's bleeding down and the market's going upside, so it's a little puzzling to me there. I don't want to stop. I was just saying to myself, like, I don't want to stop out here because, you know, we could go on that little bit of a rip. So I did flip over, buy a little bit of Nvidia, take something out there at O's, as now it's starting to go upside, and maybe the market will eventually catch a bid. But right now, it's like, you know, death by a million cuts here on Tesla. It's just the market has reversed now, bounced basically off that 25,000. Congratulations on the 608 call there on the Qs. I mean, I don't know who that was, but that was a great call there on the chat. So
wasn't it Adam?
Maybe was it Adam? Yeah. So I just heard you say 608, and I was like, yep. I mean, makes sense. That's what we're looking for here in the TQs as well. But nice bounce back there on the overall market. So congratulations, as we'll say, Awesome call on that 608. Can we get it going on Tesla would be nice. We are getting it going here. Take another piece out at 94s. You might as well do that now. So we'll take a little bit more out on NVIDIA. Hopefully we can get an upside play and we'll let this go. Looking for 190.50 right now on NVDA. So if that can come in, then yeah, we'll celebrate that and take another piece out. If it can get up that high, as we said, you know, scalping, nothing wrong with doing a little bit of that in this market, because, you know, the play all the way back up would be great. But what's the reason for it, right? So the market's already hit down. They've already sort of took out that level there on the jobs report. And now we try to hold some of these bids and not uber successful in doing that. Oh, we just said Uber there. Let me go over to Lyft.
Yeah, about that.
Okay, yeah, not too bad, man. I mean, Lyft had a great move higher, but now you're also trying to take down the lows here on Lyft. So Lyft earnings, I like the $1 billion buyback, but, you know, right now, I don't know when they're going to start instituting that. Hopefully they didn't try right there. But yeah, looking like it wants to break lower here. This market seems like it wants to turn around now. We did not get going at all with Tesla. It got to 421.50 or so there. Yeah, 422 almost. And now it's taking out 420. So see you later as we go to the downside here on TSLA. And then NVIDIA turned around as well. So the day's getting a little nastier here to the red side. So the short, probably the right call here, obviously.
Yeah, I got to my first take profit on Intel. The second we filled at 30s, it's right back into the 47 even. So if we lose, it's usually the low of the day, but just a small technicality, I just moved it to a little bit underneath this higher low here, because you're holding on for dear life. If we can't at least extend through the pre-market lows, this just continues to look overall pretty nasty. In other places, and again, I know we're looking at, obviously, a lot of tech names, just pointing out that even Apple, that just pulled back off of its high. So the relative strength in Apple, if Apple loses the bid when it's been doing some heavy lifting here, that's obviously not going to be a good look for the overall market. And then we had mentioned an earnings name which was strong. Believe it or not, Cloudflare is actually at VWAP. It's in a downtrend. It's still in a downtrend, I should say, and a distinct one since the pre-market highs. But you know what? The market made fresh lows. It barely did. It's holding on to the gap. It's up 11%. This has a chance to break the trend and head back into the upside. But you know, there are some kernels of strength out there. We talked about earnings names. Robinhood, unfortunately, not doing too well, but it's holding the low. It hasn't made a fresh low in about 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
It's trying to bounce. That brings me, at least personally, to SoFi in the $20 level. If you zoom back out, here's $20. I kind of thought we'd be trading off the 22 today. Even if it was a fade at 22, I mean, break or fade, either way, just not going to happen. But the $20 level has been some support. Maybe 1980 is some, I guess, or support underneath that level at 20. But it is trending down to there, where I would look for a trend break. But right now, we're in Intel for basically that same trade. And if we can't bounce here, like Intel, it went straight up with one red candle, which I tried to short on the way up, and then all red before. We haven't had a red candle since we got in at 47. So if we can continue that trend, just looking for the 47.8, I would usually think VWAP, but not the way that this day has turned out. I'm just reminding myself what this stock has done when it fails the $50 level. It's either going all the way or staying a dumpster fire.
All the way or the highway, I think.
Yeah, I'm sort of thinking staying the dumpster fire. Like, I feel like there's still going to be a short at some point.
We talked about that yesterday with NVIDIA, with Intel. It was like, it had that move right back to $51 on earnings, and then it was like, okay. All right. These should have big signs that say stupid diamond hands on them right now, because I don't, you know, like Tesla's, sure, it's battling back. We're almost back to flat on this. We've been taking L's because our average price was 420, 430s. So until it gets back above there, you know, the whole trade is not, or was it 420, 430s? I don't know. But whatever the average price is, we're taking hits as it goes higher. So, you know, to celebrate this move is great because it is finally a bounce back spot. And shout out to Dave in the chat there, because you mentioned to me, at least, and you said, here, I have it. You said 420 was the bounce zone right there, Dave. And then I just asked you how to tell, though, that was it. So I don't know if you've answered that question, but thank you so much for that look there as weed names, I guess. 420, yeah,
Well,
420. Yeah, maybe. Is that why you said that, Dave? I hope not. But there it goes right now. Finally, we're back into the monies on Tesla. And by the way, $1 now. We're in the money again on NVIDIA. So yeah, man, the trading is not going to stop regardless of what this market is doing. Sometimes we overtrade, and we probably did that a little bit with NVIDIA, but we're patient enough to find it. We'll turn green on NVIDIA after taking these pieces out right now. So good day there for NVDA. Obviously, it's a good day when you're green on something, but we are not green on Tesla. But I'm gonna take another piece out right here and then wait for 424, and then maybe we get upside. So finally, a little bit of a bounce moment there on Tesla. We've made back a hell of a lot of money, but we lost too much holding on to it unrealized in the first place. So definitely not the great risk to reward situation on Tesla, but our spot was just not like respected by myself. I mean, we wrote down 422. Obviously, if we wait to take 423, 422, we probably get a 421, and our average price would be 422, which is where it is right now. So we should be much better on Tesla than we are, but not so much right here. All right, Adara, it's 10:20. It's 10:42. Oh boy. That day did get going real quick. What a market, man. Upside down right there. We'll see if we can get a V-shaped recovery, almost like we're thinking about an Intel right there, as that was a very sharp V-shaped downside.
IPO today.
What's the opposite? So V, I said that, it's like more of a sharp N, right? Like a tent shaped market there today. All right, Adara, over to you at the desk.
It's already 10:30. As Sean said, time flies, and so do certain sectors within this market, mostly producer manufacturing, consumer non-durables, energy, minerals. Communications is pretty strong here. You've got industrial services, electronic technology, but there's some weakness here too. Tech services to the downside as a group. Then you've got finance. Those are basically the two weakest sectors here, but let's start with tech services because a lot of names here are getting beaten up. Oracle down 3%, Netflix down almost 3%, Palantir down more than 4% and continuing to sell off here. And CRM, which had a decent day yesterday, giving up that pretty much that whole move and down 5%. So tons of weakness again across the board, specifically in tech and finance and certain aspects of electronic tech as well. I mean, the Mag 7s here are strong, but then you've got Arista Networks just 2 days ahead of its earnings report and Amphenol, both of these down roughly 3% each. Now, not a lot of sectors are kind of mixed or in between. Health technology, a little bit mixed here. Gilead up 4.5% on earnings day one. But then you've got Thermo Fisher down about 2% today. Transportation also mixed with some of these ride sharing and food delivery type plays like DoorDash and Uber to the downside, likely in sympathy with Lyft after earnings. So long story short, kind of a segmented look here with these sector watch. A lot of these sectors strong, but some others quite notably weak. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Just very quickly, there's 2 IPOs today. One is AGI Inc. on the NYSE. It's a 900 million offer. I guess the offer amount's just under $1 billion here. And then Solve Energy, which is MWH. That's kind of weird. On the Nasdaq, and that's 600,000. I just realized I didn't put them up. I usually have like an independent imbalance locator that I can throw up, but I can probably just do this, sort it by time. And maybe you'll find. So the MWH is a buy and balance and is indicating 26.50. And then AGBK would be the other one. It's indicating $12. Kind of cheap. Who the heck IPO is that? $12. Okay, well I thought
a SaaS name.
No, I'm literally looking at the list on Nasdaq. It was supposed to be 15 to 18. Who the heck actually ends up that much lower than what you were expecting? So that might not be a good one. I've never seen that far underneath what they were saying the issue was going to be. But anyways, there are a couple of IPOs today. So the target stays the same on Intel in front of this 47.8, just where we were at the open, support to resistance. And if we break the trend, I'm out. So we waited for it to finally print a green candle. If you have 20 red candles in a row, I'm not drawing a trend line. The first green one is a trend break. It's that simple. So I did punch long on the first break higher, but then waited for it to at least retest. It formed the trend line. I think we're just going to get target and not have to worry about it. But I'm still thinking VWAP for a potential short, or at least somewhere in this 48 range for INTC. So kind of mucked it on the upside and missed my trend break for the short, but was able to get the long. I thought the short was better because it was in front of that 50. That kind of is what it is. if you want to resist my offer, we'll let it press into this 47.8, and then we'll be in and out. Be one of those days, like 3 stocks traded, 1 down, 1 up. Well, I'll be up on Intel, but overall be flat because it was 1 for 3 on Intel. So it's a small up on Intel because we did lose twice before winning.
I don't really have any button to hit, but I just want to say a big shout out to my lovely wife. She's watching and cheering on. She just said, "Go Tesla, go!" So I want to thank her for watching, and it's always great to have, obviously, the support of your loved ones. So thank you, Marisa, for watching the show and and cheering it on. So yeah, she's waiting apparently for the recycling truck to move away from our front yard so that she can get the heck out of there. All right, so let's go, man. Nice move up there for Tesla. It looks like it is stopping, so we did take out, like we had said, man, 423.50. There's a bunch of outs right into here. So in trying to lessen the bleed a little bit on Tesla, we wind up getting some out. $1.40 in the money right now on NVIDIA. That's right near VWAP, so we're trying to cash out. I do have an offer at VWAP. Well, it's at 191.20s, so I'm going to put that right now at 191.05, just realizing that that's maybe a little bit too high there. So we'll see if we can get something around those wicks. That would be a pretty good opportunity there. But yeah, thank you there for all of that. Yeah, bring home the money is basically what she's saying. It's tough enough. Imagine living in Toronto, one of the most expensive cities, have 3 kids and just the 1 income. So yeah, we're trying to put up some numbers here. That is for sure. Doing our best, man. Just a dad right now trying to go. So there we go. Yeah, thank you so much. Always shout her out. And there we go. Thank you so much to this chat right here. Oh, great husband. Yes, she is an amazing wife. I'm not sure about how blessed, but yeah, it's great to have her there. And she just takes care of everything else. I'll handle the financial side. She will literally do everything else. So there we go. What's up, Jose? No, you cannot get adopted. I told you I already have 3 kids. Okay, so that's that one. And one's in university, and he's the one that's costing me the most. All right, so there we go. That's going to be one. Mara, SLV. Let's have a quick look at silver and see what that's doing here today. We're in good mood, obviously. 2.5% for SLV. Potentially got that bottom in and around $75, so we'll have to wait to see where that comes into play for silver. If there is a continued downside play in the market, I could see silver giving it up as well. I mean, this is sort of a rinse on all commodities or all things unrelated to the market as well, like Bitcoin. And we talked about that IBIT short at 39. We missed it. Obviously, now it's $1 and change in the money off of that pre-market level. So, just learning more and more every single day. Thank you so much for all of the support there. And, hey, KT, man, that's not, this is not the point of that. If anything, you guys are probably making me look bad. But thank you for all of the support there as well. And, now that I talk so nicely about her, she's probably not even watching. So here we go, man. Datadog, Amazon. There's so many trades to make today. But most importantly, thanks for watching. Only 10 minutes left until the midday show, where unfortunately no husbands roam on the midday show.
But we are going to have, I believe we're going to have Luis coming back. He was, last time I think he came at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Joe? Luis at 1 o'clock? Yeah, so Luis will be coming back at 1 o'clock. That means you get double barrel small cap action with Sharif and, of course, Luis. And you'll still get Joe. I'm sure he's looking at silver today and a little bit of the crypto market. Nice downtrend over there on SLV, by the way. That's holding out rather nicely. Ooh, no, Bitcoin. No. You do not get to VWAP. You do not get to break back out. You go right back into lows. If this is going to lead the market, I think it was the right place. And sometimes that's happened. Like, if you saw what was going on, like crypto turned before. Like, we were sitting in BM&R, and that was putting in the lower high when the market was still pressing. And then just eventually everything caught up. But if that's the case, I feel like we got the right spot to get out on Intel. And again, just for your... always try to explain the reasoning behind, like, why'd you like this level? Why'd you like that level? So this is where Intel broke down. So there's your wipeout bottom, a couple of days in a row, support around this 47.8, then resistance right in there. It held in the pre-market that level. So in my mind, market weak, play the pullback to the bigger resistance spot, not the line on, like VWAP's a line on a chart. 47.8 was an actual level. VWAP's a line in the chart. So play that reversion back into the actual resistance level instead of VWAP. If there's nothing in the way until the volume weighted average price, then I play it till VWAP. But if there is something standing in the way, then that's where you get out of that reversion. So I don't know, nothing really setting up for me yet unless I get a good spot at IBIT. I'm not really seeing, could have been in this at VWAP, but we're in that Intel trade. So it'll be one of those days, be flat on the session here, mostly because I missed Intel on the short. It's that simple. Like it just comes down to missing that one shot. Like I like these trend reversions. I was waiting for 50, waiting for a price level instead of a trade setup. And that's about as clean as it's going to get. We'll go to Adara. It should be, I believe, only 10 minutes to go. So maybe for the last time, we'll go to Adara and then come back.
Yeah, unless there's any crazy news that this will probably be the last time you see me during this morning show. But let's take a look at this U.S. dollar. So you can see some higher lows here off of this low that we made back on Tuesday, January 27th. So kind of trying to continue this bounce here off of these lows. Now, that being said, the 98,000 level is still an area of resistance, but today we are above yesterday's high. Now, let's talk about one of the things moving this market and also the U.S. dollar, and that is going to be what we got this morning with non-farm payrolls. Non-farm payrolls coming out around 130,000 for the month of January, much stronger than the estimate of roughly 60,000. We also had that unemployment rate coming out 4.3%, a little bit lower than 4.4% expected. However, this means that the cuts of a rate, or the chances of a rate cut, in March have just diminished further. Only 94% of participants expecting that March cut, just under 6% thinking that, only 94% of participants expecting a hold, and then roughly 6% expecting that cut. If you go forward to April, the chances of a hold have increased exponentially as well. Yesterday, we had roughly 58% chance of a hold. Now that's up to almost 77%. If you go to June, we are still, this is still where you kind of start to see the first chance of perhaps a cut, roughly 41 or 48.1% chance of a cut. But either way here, it looks like the chances of this April and March cut, even in a distant future, are just getting smaller and smaller. Back to you.
Oh, boy, I cannot believe it, man. We are basically, same as Neil, man. We are flat on this session. I never could have thought that we could have been flat on this session, man. What a move higher right now. Like, there goes Tesla. We just dip bought this at 422, and now it's at 424, man. We are extremely excited today because this was nasty at one point. Like, can't believe to celebrate flat right now, but that's what we're doing. We're $4 in the money in total right now. $2 on NVIDIA, $3 on Tesla. And oh boy, man, are we kind of lucky, right? Oh, there we get another fill. Lucky to be flat on a day like today, man. Wow. Unbelievable considering where we went to. I appreciate everybody. If you're able to hold out on that, then wow, that was just disaster strikes in some of these names and just able to get back to it, man. Obviously, Neil and I, very, very lucky, I think, on a day like today. But here it goes. Today, there's a problem. All right, it is lunchtime to talk about that. We are now we got 99 problems. Lunch is one. Not trading right now, and that's kind of a good thing. We'll use our monies today to buy something else because today the flag is Japanese and the fish. The fish is teriyaki tilapia. Yes. I almost can't even get it out.
For a second, when you said Japanese, I was like, oh, it's not tilapia.
However, you love tilapia the last 2 times.
Then I remembered, no. So in fairness, the last time we had the teriyaki tilapia, it was actually really good.
Yeah, so that's good. So this is potentially a win for you. I'm on the salmon.
Maybe.
Today, teriyaki, tilapia, grilled seasoned veg, stir-fried noodles, chef choice salad, and Tesla, and NVIDIA. Let's go, man. It's a hot dog kind of day. We're going to go swimming. We're going to come back, and we're going to see where this goes, man. Wow. Cannot believe the comeback on the day. All we had to do was follow our rules, and we would have been months made today, but we do not. So we're going to get a little bit more focused on the levels that we write down. But hey, when we had this move up, there's no way I thought this was coming back to 422. So the fact that we had wrote that down, believed in our levels, bang that one out. When NVIDIA was at 193, no way I believed this was coming back to 189 to 190, but it does. We hit that trade, we trust it, and there it goes, man. This was a very, very Very red day at one point there, but you know, we held out on our levels, and that's what trading's about. So there it goes, man. Now we're $3 in the money on Tesla, trying to break through 425. We'll offer a little bit more out here, and hopefully when we get back, this thing has mooned back to 430. But so far, so good there on Tesla. What a day.
Yeah, before I don't want to get out of here before we actually get these super chats in here, and thank you for sending them. Smart Film Masters. I saw this note this morning. Activist investor Ancora Capital has revealed a major stake in Warner Brothers and is pressuring the studio to abandon its deal to merge with Netflix. The only thing I will add to that is Ancora has been buying shares and they own 1%. I believe they just got up to 1% of a stake. So yes, they're an activist, and yes, they are pressuring to engage more with the higher Skydance deal, but they only own 1%. That's obviously not a gigantic a percentage, but maybe they'll buy enough that they can make a difference. David, thank you for your super chat as well. Sometimes when your plan breaks down, ask others what they are up to. Learn, no shame.
Yes,
sitting back.
exactly.
That's sort of the thing. I feel like, look, the example I'll use to that is I missed Intel at 49.5. And it's like you're sitting there, it's like, oh my goodness, do I chase? No. My trade is the trend breaker 50. My trade is the trend breaker 50. Well, the other level I had was 47, so it's wait. If I think it's going to bounce off 47, wait till it does what? It broke 47 twice on the 3-minute chart. Just wait. And then take your one shot. And if this goes further, so what? Waited for the price level, or wait for another opportunity. Maybe even find a stock. Like I was looking at HIMS because people were bringing that one up, and I thought that could be a potential trade breakout. Obviously didn't do so, but it was at least relatively strong. And you look for other ideas or opportunities. And we just got another super chat here, so let's get that. We were 2, now we got 3. This will be Data Robertson. Nice. Hey, 2 great people on the show. Love the family mentions and the sharing. Thanks for adding oodles to the daily vocab. Oddles? Oddles? Oh, sorry, not oodles. That's oddles. What is oddles?
He says he brings his own bottles to the club.
To each their own.
There's something in Egypt called bouchon, man, but you got to pay more to bring your own bottle in the club.
Ah, okay.
More to bring you. Sharif just said he probably doesn't have a mic on. He just said there's something where you called bouchon, where you bring your own bottles to the club and pay more to do so.
Yeah, that's how I roll.
That's that is definitely not how I roll. I promise you that.
It's kind of how I roll.
All
all right, so yeah, man, they're not like us as we continue to support Kendrick Lamar, and we say, oh, Canada, here as well. And thank you so much for watching, man. 1.5 minutes left. We throw it back over to the boys. This has been such a super exciting day, guys. I hope that you've, like you said, I hope you've enjoyed a lot on here. Like we keep mentioning, like, you know, it'll be basically a flattish day, but wow, what an emotional day today for me anyways, man. Nice rebound in the market. The market was down about 0.5%. We had rebounded nicely off of 25,000. Shout out to James Abroad there that mentioned that little low. So did Dave there on Tesla. So yeah, man, it's just Yahoo. Big time day alerts for the rebound and for the shorts, man. There was enough for everybody to eat today, right? So the barbecue's open. There's some jerk chicken we're cooking there, and it's going to be a good one. So yeah, NVIDIA, boom, like had to wait a minute. Look at all these fills, like absolutely nuts. The day is not over there, Dave. You are 1,000% right. We may be over until 2 p.m., but you're going to go here with these guys on the midday show. It's going to be a banger as it usually is. So get ready for that. Luis Barbado coming at 1 p.m. Should be a real exciting day, man. We're here, man. We're here every single day, and I want to thank everybody for coming through now as well. 10 seconds left.
One last one. We got Hypercube. The super chats are just coming in. Want to make sure we get to all of them. Thank you, Hypercube. Some watch rates. TV.
Even Neil's getting hyped. This is the kind of day we're on.
I just saw the word tilapia at the end, so
yep.
It is what it is. For the epic diamond-handed trades, some people are here for the community. I am here for the tilapia. Epic day.
Yeah,
we're all here for the. Well, if you're sitting
I
here,
am not here for the tilapia.
Well, it is what it is. I'll be eating it. I'll let you guys know how it is at noon.
Sorry about that.
We've had some pretty good luck with it. That's what it's all about.
All right, go swimming, come back. We're doing that.
It is 11 o'clock. Remember, we have Luis coming at 1 o'clock, so enjoy that. We've got 20 options. We've got our good friend Sharif. We'll be back at 2 for more action. Send it off to the midday.
A lot of expensive small cap gappers today. I'm displeased. Greetings and salutations.
May as well just go straight to Adara right now.
Something's going on back there. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Opsh. I'm Sharif, and let's say hello to everybody in the chat.
I think that would be my soccer celly if I.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's a cool one.
I think I've seen some people do something similar, like a frame, like take a picture of me. That's your own thing. What is this supposed to be, though? Yeah, but I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Shout out to Hangry Wife, Nick. T, what's up? Benton. We got Tamina. Man, there was Premier League on today and yesterday, by the way. Dark Skirvin. The Skips. We got Plaman Sergev. M. Kelsey. MF Dangerous. We got Anurag Lee, the conductor. Shout out to Mr. Leahy and Brown Lightning. Rev Boost joining us as well. Buffalo Soldier. Ahmad. Habibi, come to Egypt. We got Lee, we got Guy, we got Papacito, Val the Chart Gal. I like Val the Chart Gal. That's a fantastic name there. Gavin Irish. Shout out to Yummy Thai Foods, Andrew Chow, John Zuver, Oshiro, Shiri, Kobe the Kid, DAP, like literally DAP. And then, if DAP wasn't enough, there's Dabba Do. Shout out to, you know who that is. Callum Mitchell Miller. We got Mike, the Stock Impaler, Sit and Spin. Shout out to Stone Broke since yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Trip Q, YV 7584, Trade Sniper, Oslam, KD Dumpster. All right, we got Joseph Brown. One more. Chris Godson 1. Bash Bros, right back at you, man. Hope you're having a fantastic morning.
Yes.
Good morning to you, brother.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and good morning, JVS John Von Sawyer. Good morning. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. You guys know how we get down around here. Enough is enough. Let's get right into some of these trades, guys. Man, Sharif, what does this say right here?
It says T-triple-Q's PM pump can lead into intraday selling.
Where's Wendy's tendencies? Spin it, man. And well, I'll just hit this one right now just because. Oh, did you hit something?
Yeah, it's all good.
We'll hit this one more time, bang. All right, no, in all seriousness, guys, not too bad of a start here. Market is selling. Let's get right into the trades, guys. LYFT, that was number 2 on my radar, and we're going to get into Unity momentarily. Look for the short, guys. We get this nice little move up. I start at half size, and then as soon as we get that curl over, and I realize that this is going to be a failed bull flag breakout, we double it up, and then now we're fortunate enough to be currently sitting in this position. Roughly around 25% of remaining size right now. Let's see if we can get an additional breakdown or it's going to break up. So there it is on LYFT, straight to the downside, guys. Market continuously selling. Now moving forward, heading over to Unity. So this was a big mistake on my behalf, right? Like, I'm like, oh, okay, let's get involved. I believe we're going to break the neckline. We'll pull up on the higher time frame so you guys can see. And I'm like, as soon as this breaks, I'm involved. But I'm like, with the momentum to the downside, I think I want to participate a little bit earlier. So I get involved. And then I got out. Once again, whoever said yesterday, Joe, hockey air incoming was correct right here. I get out accidentally. I'm like, no. And then it took me a while to re-trigger in. But a nice little move, and I don't have much left here on Unity, you guys, about 5 to like 2.5%, nothing whatsoever. So if it comes back to my break even, we get all out of that one. So we're still in Unity. We're still in Lyft. I can do a transaction on Lyft so you guys can see what I'm in. But I don't know if the position board's working just yet or if Sharif's in anything. And one more. Good. I took a scalp on this. It wasn't much. Like, I went really, really small, and then sure enough, I'm like, oh, looks like price is going to turn around, and I didn't want to get caught in any form of a rebound and a strong break through the volume-weighted average price. So I get a small scalp to the short side here, nothing much whatsoever, boom, and then eventually it curls back over, breaks through the support level, and then that's when you get that additional leg lower. And we were talking about the supply zones around 73, and then Brent from Spot Game as well was talking about Lyft, $18 mark, and I'm like, yeah, perfect. We're kind of thinking about the same thing here. Even though we were nowhere close to that level, I'm like, yes, let's get the shorts rolling on today's session. Now, I just went over those 3 names, neckline break right here, neckline break on the T-triple-Qs. I was thinking short on them, but I had other things in my mind, and that was going to be Robinhood, you, and Lyft. Those were the 3 primary on my list today, and we took all 3 of them for somewhat of a trade.
That's the move, man. Way to dunk and close off the summary there. First and foremost, let's get to the super chat. Thank you very much. David Amesi, whoever did the Vlad thumbnail, I saw it, I laughed. I think I'm gonna have to blame Ram for this one. It's either Ram or Brendo. It's one of the two. Whoever did the Vlad thumbnail, LMAO, so flattering. Haha, I think that's Ram or Fabian fingerprints. It's definitely not Fabian. Fabian has got other tasks. It's either Ram or Brendo. One of the two. You were close. Thank you very much, though, for the $5 super chat there. It is funny looking there. Vlad, he looks none too pleased. And I don't why I hear her.
You see what she wrote?
I hear
in
her.
the
Yeah,
chat?
it's definitely her.
Is she talking about Tanner?
Yeah, she is talking about
Yeah,
Tanner.
after he got that haircut, the glow up Vlad, man. Glow up
but
Vlad.
you know, he's probably not smiling today, Joey. Well, you know what? Maybe he's seen better days, but it'll be back. Let's get right down to work. Today is going to be one of those days where I feel like I'm going to be feast or famine. Reason being, some of these small cap gappers, I would say the majority of them today are quite expensive. NKTR up nicely, $64. VRT up nicely as well, $240. We got BWA up pretty good, $64 going on $65. SNXX, $36. So these ones are an expensive bunch. There is two that I've got my eye on right now, three, pardon me, that do fit my, single digits, low double digits not requirement, but, preference. NCI, here it is, coming into the high of the day, 69, 72 high, there's 70. This is on the breakout. It's a midday mover as well. This only started breaking out at 1040, and there it is into the high of the day, 175. It's got its ascension feed on. Q, V, C, GP. Yeah, it's a mouthful right there. We're pulling back into the volume weighted average price overlap here between the volume weighted average price and the 10 EMA on the 5. QVCGP is up 150%. It's $6. I'm likely going to be focusing on this one. Topping tail candle into 814. Now bleeding its own blood down into 6. 6 again. The overlap between the 10 EMA, the volume weighted average price, and the whole dollar level at 6. This one could be good. ASTI. This is a holdover from yesterday. Look at the nice move ASTI did there right from the get-go, right at 930. Today it continues, taking out yesterday's high, which was 850. Couldn't do any better than that. Pre-market, post-market, regular trading hours, you name it. It was 850. Today, it's 898, so essentially 9. Up another 20%. ASTI's looking real good over here. So some of them are expensive, right? But if it sets up and it's like an A+ setup, we're going to take a shot. Otherwise, we're going to be focusing, Joey, on these more, the reasonably priced names for the small cap gapper. All right, guys, NCI is just absolutely rocketing up. So let's cut the crap and let's get right to the trading screen. It's a 189 high. It's up 140%. It's a new mover. Look at the volume bars, bottom right of your screen. They are just making the move. Like so, for example, the breakout at 1040, that was on about 371,000 shares. Let's take this candle, 1.5 million shares, prior candle, 1.3. So the volume coming in anew. Let's keep an eye out on this one. I've got a bias here, buy zone, 150 to 160. Let it drop down a little bit. Let it reset. It's a bit of an extended move here into that 189. We always talk about keeping an eye on the price range or the current price action relative to the 10 EMA on the 5. When it gets a bit extended, it's usually due for a bit of a pullback. So those are the 7 that I'm looking at. QNCX, as you can see here on this chart, we'll move over the ticker from yesterday. It was a good mover yesterday. Shout out, I forget who mentioned this to me in the chat. I think it was Yannick. Shout out to Yannick. But today, holding some, general area highs. I want to talk about that aftermarket high. Or not even aftermarket, sorry, 3 o'clock high, got into about 65 pennies, and today 65 pennies is support. So yesterday's high a day ends up being today's support. I guess it broke up further in the aftermarket when there were no volatility halt parameters, but that 65 double bottom, and I'm talking about at 8:30 and again at 10 o'clock, seems to be really overlapping with that area high that we made at 3 o'clock yesterday. So QNCX will be in focus, but you know the rules. It's got to take out the pre-market high.
All right, man. Yeah, Lemons family. I mean, we've been short for quite some time since approximately 9:37 here in Unity. If it comes back to my break even, which it looks like it's going to momentarily, but I kind of want to re-engage here to see if we can kind of, I don't know if we're going to test the lows. You got to take into consideration that we're down 29, almost 30%, even more at these lows. So is there going to be a big time recovery here? So far, yeah, we're getting the V-shaped reversal across the board. I mean, Unity and in Lyft, that is. I haven't even looked at Tesla Tesla, NVDA. I haven't even looked at the mega cap names. I told you guys for a while now, I haven't even been paying attention to the tech trade. I just think there's so many more opportunities and cleaner price action with less hands being involved. So if we get stopped out momentarily in both of these names, so be it. We got the nice legs down, and then the market's going to recover. So at that point, we just continue to remain patient. Oh, there it is, Unity. We're at a dodge there on Unity, a couple pennies away. So a nice little trade for us there on U, down 28%. Once again, we're getting a nice rebound here in LYFT as well, guys. But a nice double up here on this position. We get to move into 1410s, considering, right? Like, you're not getting dollars or anything like that on Lyft. But we did happen to do so here on Unity. I wouldn't be surprised now that we're out here, it slowly starts to curl over. So I'll keep an eye out on that. The volume weighted average price, I think, is still going to come into play here. Any indecision above that indicator, then we'll look to rock and roll to the short side once again. So if it comes back to my break even on Lyft, we're at a dodge on that one. We were fortunate enough to participate on these lows. I thought we would head a little bit lower on Unity, but you have to take into consideration that you're down a substantial amount. Now, I guess considering where I was just talking about them, we may as well go over them right now and see what we got going on with the big boys here and how they are performing. I don't think it's going to be too good there, Sharif. Apple. I know I heard Apple's
doing well
Oppo.
today.
Yeah. Apple's going Oppo right now, 279 and change there, guys. Microsoft to the downside, starting to find a little bit of a bounce. 191 on NVDA, right? It sounded like the sky was falling, but we're up to $191 there. Amazon to the downside as well, too, guys. Keep an eye out on that one. Tesla was pretty strong this morning, I heard, and then sure enough gives up the majority of that move. So this is what I wanted to focus on. I had these necklines drawn. I'm like, oh man, this pre-market pump, not liking that. Probably going to lead to somewhat of an intraday sell, and now we're starting to experience that, or we have experienced that for sure. Palantir up to 134, down to 134, I should say. And then if we go across the board, what has my friend CrowdStrike been up to? Oh, down to 409. So, I mean, Rich Tech Robotics is back down to $3. That's insane, right? I can hear Ram giggling back there.
So weird.
So there it is, man. Watch out for the neckline break. Higher time frame, this really might come into play. A high of $7, you're down 57% on Rich Tech Robotics. I'm glad I didn't have that one on my pick list there. Sharif, Applied Digital still hovering around the highs, not breaking down with the rest of the market. You're only a couple percentage points, or 13%, I guess you can say. But you're not seeing that like capitulatory type price action here in some of these names. Why do I have this? What's this mean, Sharif? Why does it have that on there?
What is that, Joey?
You see the caution sign?
No, brother, point it out.
You see right here.
Oh, that's Halt, brother.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh.
He doesn't trade the small caps.
Yeah.
That's why,
A $413 name on Hall parameters?
What's the ticker?
Cyber, SYBR.
SY?
Yeah.
Is that ETF?
No, it's Israeli, CIBR.
It's closed.
It's closed.
They're being bought.
They're being bought by Palo
I did know that. I did know that.
Okay, all
Piece
right,
of
very
crap,
interesting.
Palo Alto.
Oh, panned up, catching some strays. But aside from that, guys, not too bad. You can see that we're all out of Unity, and it looks like we're going to get stopped out of Lyft here momentarily as the market is continuing its rebound.
There goes NCI into the day high. I got 64 on right now. We just printed 88s. It's an 89 high of the day. NCI is on that good stuff that is illegal on this side of the border. Let's set up a little bit in the mid 90s now. Let's see if we got continuation here into 2. NCI looking real good. I told y'all this was a buy zone from the 60s to the 50s. We did get bottom wick on this current candle, the low of which is 63. There we go. We got 64. It's not 63. I do apologize there. I lied. No, but we're looking for continuation. Currently, it's a double top, I believe. No, the prior bar is 88. This current bar is 89. So we did, albeit 1 penny, we did breach there. It goes into 90. It's got gas, right? Let's see if we can squeeze some of these shorts. They're running scared over here, these shorts at 88s, 89s. Are we going to get a pullback before we make it into 2? I'm posted in the mid 90s. There's 90, there's 92. Looking for continuation into the mid 90s. We're going to pack the patience, and maybe when we get back from Madera at the big desk, we'll have taken the print.
You just be aware here, Vertiv, VRT on watch company is just starting its earnings call here. They said they're going to be ceasing reporting quarterly orders, order forecasts or backlogs with their earnings calls. They also said that their pricing is expected to exceed inflation once again for fiscal 2026. So again, VRT earnings call just started. It's happening now. Back to you.
Yeah, that one is actually on watch. Today, we're going to look at it as a small cap gapper. It's up over 20%, but as I mentioned, it's a $240 name. So what I immediately saw here in VRT was the very, very clear defensible basically lower trend line over here. So it keeps catching off the lows. It's not a VWAP support area. You can see kind of VWAP sometimes an important area, sometimes not. Specifically what I'm pointing to here, that 1010 time slot all the way until 1055, it was trading below the volume weighted average price. And moreover, it is still putting in those lower highs, unbroken ever since that topping tail candle, essentially the implied balance high at 935, the high of which is 249.95, so essentially 250. Let's see if it can, first of all, break this downtrend. Ideally, I'm looking for a move above that 243.5, just to take out this local area high. And by local area high, I'm talking about the 1055 candle, the high of which is 243.30. So if you get a print at 243.50, I think you may have broken trend and then head back up, but it could be a wild card, right? Because there is a call coming up. Back to NCI, dipping down now. We got some prints there in the 90. We didn't get 95. I moved down into 92, but it's bleeding its own blood right now. Down into 78. We have 64s. Prior bar low is as follows: 63. Prior bar low is 63. I have 64. So this is perfect. Oftentimes I end up putting on my stop below, just, around my entry. But the market doesn't give what about my entry. It cares about more technical support and resistance. But when you have current bar low, it really does help the matter. Or prior bar low, pardon me. So zigging and zagging right now in the 70s, looking for a setup, not immediately getting it. Just before we send back to Joey, and I do see the super chat. Thank you, Zen. I want to mention, Yannick was telling me, look, Sharif, QV CGP is holding the VWAP. And I said, Yannick, brother, I'm going to need to see a little bit more. I want the trend break. And look at this one, bleeding down now, losing VWAP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles in a row, in addition to a declining volume profile. However, the volume profile is jiving with the price action. They're both down and to the right. So this one's going to have to set up a lot better. There goes NCI, Joseph, in the 203. We take out 99s there. That's a new high a day. That probably stopped out a lot of people when it dipped into the 70s. So be careful here. We're looking for move past 2 now, and we're going to get quite aggressive where we want it. We're going to put 208. We're going to look for a clear move above 2, and then we're going to look into the high teens, mid-20s. Joseph, options. Sorry, let me just go into this QNCX. Thank you, Zen, for this for the $2 super chat. He says QNCX still in it. Let's look. What do we got? Okay, so it's up 43.5% today. So that's the one that I've got up on my side chart. That's the one that we were trading yesterday. I articulated my opinion on this one. There's clearly a buyer at 65, in addition to the fact that 65 was that official area high yesterday. Now that area high broke into the aftermarket, specifically at 525, when this thing went about another 75% in the aftermarket. If you're wondering why, there are no volatility halt parameters in the aftermarket or in the pre-market. So small cap traders, AKA degens like myself, they love the pre-market. They love the aftermarket for exactly that reason. Now that works both ways, mind you, right? It works no volatility halts up or down. So you can get caught offside and lose a whole bunch of money super quick. You need to account for that. So I'm liking that 65 penny area, that 65 penny-ish, I want to say area. Comes in, I'm a buyer there. Otherwise, brother, I'm looking for the break of the downtrend. You're still getting, these lower highs. You're below VWAP clearly at the moment. So I need to see a trend, not a continuation. There goes NCI again, Joseph, into an area high, 207s. I'm waiting at 8s. So we didn't get the print, but the buyers are coming in. They're coming in fast and furious here. There's a monster seller at 202 that we can't shake, by the way, and dipping down now sub $2. But we keep making new highs on this one. So perhaps your entry into this one should be on a micro pullback. 3 showing up, 4 showing up. Not quite into 7 yet, Joey. So let's pack the patience.
Sounds good, man. We do a nice little rub there for some good luck. No, guys, I'm just looking at Google here from a daily, and I mean, we talk about trends being broken. Watch out. Did the SPY on the NFP? Did it hit new all-time highs? Let's pull that up here. Oh, maybe we open up. Yeah, pretty close on the SPY. But yeah, guys, this is what I'm talking about. Google, right? When you're the big dog in the house, whatever you got going on, you have the best LLM. Google Cloud is an absolute monster. Waymo taking the autonomous vehicle sector by storm. You're still going to sell off a little bit, but this is a name that you most definitely want to get involved with on any form of pullback. I'm not saying grab it up right now. Full disclosure, this is my biggest mistake. I told you guys, but I rotated into Robinhood, which now hasn't been performing good whatsoever. Robinhood down substantially, and I'm just going through across the board on my watch list. Like, you're down 50%. That's not fun whatsoever, and it doesn't look like there's any stopping anytime soon. When do you want to re-engage? I told you guys, in my opinion, what I'm going to be doing is just essentially engaging onto IBIT now south of its IPO price. I'm pretty sure, and things aren't looking pretty optimistic. Are not looking optimistic for Bitcoin right now. So it's going to take a lot longer for Bitcoin, that is, to turn around than what people are suspecting, in my opinion. Anyways, I could be totally wrong, and for the sake of multiple accounts, I hope that I am. But I'm looking at RGTI and some of these other names here, guys. They're down substantially. Like, RGTI is down 70%. Like, oh my days, 72%. Like, that's not fun whatsoever. IonQ, who's supposed to be the big dog of the quantum space, right? Not good whatsoever, Sharif. You're down 59%. We'll call it 60 flat, just to pour a little more salt into the wounds there for all the quantum investors. That's Battery. And then who else did we have on here that I wanted to look at? QUBT. How are you doing? I'm not doing very good, it says. And there it is, $25 down to $8. That's a 66% haircut right there. So if you are a believer in some of these spaces, hey, I mean, when there's blood in the streets, you know what they say, you want to grab a little bit here and there, so you don't want to go all in at once. But aside from that, guys, you know what time it is, Sharif. What time is it, brother?
It is time to look at the sectors.
It is. Hey. All right, man, let's see what we got going on for the top performing sectors. Oh, also, by the way, just in case if you were curious, the staples have been performing pretty good here today. Okay. All right, energy sector leading the way, up 2.4%. Consumer staples up 1 1/10, and then we have the industrials up 0.9%. The financials, the bottom of the barrel right now. What kind of tomfoolery is that? Communication service, guys, you're down 0.6, and then we have the consumer discretionary down approximately 0.6% as well, too. But what do we have after the bell today?
What do we got, Joey?
Adara most definitely is going to be posting this on Trader TV Research, and this also might be a fan favorite of Adara as well, too. AppLovin reporting after the close today. We have Cisco, QuantumScape, HubSpot. And I think that's about it. Nebius is on Thursday before the open. What do we have on Thursday after the close, which might be a little more interesting, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Coinbase, Pinterest, Arista, Rivian, Toast, a JB favorite. I'm sure he's long gone out of that. Applied Materials and DraftKings. Applied Materials have been on a monster run. Is that move still being sustained? Let's take a look right now. As you can still see, I'm in lift. We had that turnaround. As soon as I get out around my price target, my break even there, we slowly start to turn around in Unity. So maybe we can take a small leg lower, but we're going to be patient on that one. Going back, let's take a look at what AMAT's been up to. Are we still hovering around those highs? Absolutely. Oh man, what a run Applied Materials has been on, guys. This is a big-time move from September to where we're currently trading at 119%. That's a big-time move, and you tap in almost to a new all-time high in Applied Materials, guys. So that's what I got going on. You know, we're just sitting on this position here in LYFT, approximately 20% remaining.
Bang, Joey. All right, it's a $2 rejection now, and now NCI is heading back down. VWAP at $1.69, $1.70, can't quite tell. That could be a buy area. However, we still haven't breached prior bar low, the low of which is 173, current bar low 175. So we're still holding higher lows and higher highs. In fact, we actually breached prior bar high in the current bar. I'm talking, of course, always about the 5-minute chart. So current bar high 209, prior bar high 207. But it does look like we may lose that 173 63 prior bar low. There is a buyer right now at 75, and he's defending that 75 penny area quite aggressively. Let's watch here as the price action continues to develop. New bar just opened up, so prior bar low now 175. We have a new bar on the 5, the 1125 bar now. But this one does feel like it might be headed back down. The only thing is I'm caught between two minds. Do I add into 169 for a VWAP hold? But it's still one of those situations where VWAP is higher than the 10 EMA on the 5. I always call it anomalous because it typically only happens when the price action develops really quickly, especially on the 5. But I don't like to buy at VWAP when VWAP is ahead of the 10 EMA, okay? I'm just telling you my personal opinion. I also see price action resistance at $1.40. That is substantially below the 170 VWAP and I want to say 161, 162, 10 EMA. So if it bleeds here and it loses VWAP, it loses the 10 EMA, it could find support at 140. It's not going to find a buyer in me there, though, because that will be a breach of my rules of buying below the volume weighted average price. So going to keep an eye out on that. Separately, I want to bring in some others that I kind of talked about in the beginning of the show and then said very little about. NKTR is a bit more expensive. It's 65 some odd dollars, but who can argue with this pattern here? Look at that clean double, triple bottom off the 10 EMA. You get another double bottom at 10.15 and 10.20 off the 10 EMA, and these are dollars, guys. That's a $63 entry and a 65.85 high, so essentially 66 bucks. It's quite good. I would say it was looking flat top breakish through 65, but I think, maybe I'm grasping at straws when it comes to that. SNXX as well, looking real good, but this one could be in for a rude awakening if it can't shake that seller in the high 37s, because then it looks like it's going to set up as a double top. What I'd be looking for if you're short inclined is a neckline break. That neckline break comes at 34.5. So if this one bleeds, loses VWAP at around 35.10, 35.11, and then goes on to bleed even more below 35.5, I would say this is a short on SNXX, but you're going to have to wait for that to manifest. There goes NKTR into the high, taking out 65. It looks like it's on the way, 67, 66, 64. The breakout is on it. We just finished talking about NKTR, man, and there it goes. This is looking really good here. And moreover, it looks like we had a bit of a chasm there in the volume bars at the bottom, but those are starting to make higher highs. So the volume is coming back in a little bit here on NKTR, so you needn't worry about that. That's all I have, man. QVCGP, I was really hoping to weasel into this one, but it is only finding here support at 5 and change. It's going to have to get above 575, 580, probably even 6 for me to get involved with this one, but I'm starting to see here there's a buyer at 75. That is 2 bars in a row now where the low is 75 on NCAA. So that 75 buyer, he is single-handedly keeping this above the $0.75. Is this a buy opportunity, man? Well, here's the deal. So if it is a buy opportunity, why don't I risk a couple of shekels? Here it is, right in. Okay, we're going to get in here. There's that 75 buyer. He's out. I'm gone. There we go. We're going to get.
See you later.
Right out. Exactly. Right out. So we got in it. We got out right away on NCAA. Actually, I didn't even get in, Joey.
Oh.
That's the joke's part about it. I didn't even get in, so I didn't even lose anything there. I thought I got in, but I didn't. So we ended up flattening out there, even for profit. Keep an eye here because we just got into VWAP. This did lose 75 pennies, though, so be on the lookout for a bit of a retracement on NCAA. NCI, excuse me.
NCAA, we like a little NCAA. My cousin plays NCAA hockey. Shout out too. Yeah, he's nasty. Yeah, he's nasty. He played in the Q as well, man.
Seriously.
The Q, yeah, JMHL or whatever. However you, yeah, he's
Hold
nasty.
on, let me ask a quick question. Are like prospects, are they foregoing the OHL and going to college instead now?
You're seeing a little bit more of a rotation, right? Like, yeah. You're seeing more kids come out of NCAA. Before it was just like the CHL, right?
CHL,
right? Like WHL boys, right? Like, yeah. So you're starting to see a lot of these kids go to the NCAA. Well, because essentially you're getting an education and you get to play high-level hockey, right?
Exactly.
So free, and they make a couple dollars here and there. So, all right, guys, do we re-engage here on some unity to the downside? One more pullback. We're going to get involved in this one more time, guys. One more time. So, yeah, let's make Gorb. Nice work there. I was just typing in the chat. Gorb, nice work there on Apple, brother. A nice long off of the volume-weighted average price. He says, Green Day for my boy Stevenson as well, too. That's exactly what we want to hear, my friend. Met at Daily Target and log out. The weather is nice in Atlanta. Hot Atlanta, baby.
Atlanta.
Might go for a run. Why would you just go and do it? You heard no, I have not heard the new J. Cole album, and I'm a little jealous that you can go for a run, my friend. I would love to be able to do that. But we were fortunate enough. Yeah, we still hitting the inside there, you know what I mean? We hit the upper body.
Oh.
All right, no, in all seriousness, guys, no, I'm not a J. Cole guy, to be honest with you. I heard it. I like
Is it called The Fall Off?
I don't know. Is it called The Fall Off?
Yeah, I think that isn't it right here? New release.
Maybe there it is. Yeah, bang, there you go. So Sharif's got some more gym material right there.
Download.
Me personally, man, I'm just on my cool vibes and stuff, R&B, listen to Hoser and some rock and roll. So yeah, that's what we got going on, guys. One more pullback in Unity. We're down 29 and a third here. If we break through this 2080 level, then we have to kind of reassess the situation and maybe re-game plan to say, hey, we might not get that continuation to the downside just yet and be a little bit more patient. What has silver been up to today? That's a great question. Something that I've been trading quite frequently, have not even looked at today. Just hyper focus on the three names, right? Like lock in, get into that flow state, guys. And I find myself when I bounce around a little bit too much, me personally, when I bounce around a little bit too much, it's like, oh, what's this, there. I get it, you have those sessions, but if I just hyper focus, get in sync with the underlyings that I'm game planning for, I write it down. Like if you look at this is all essentially a bunch of gibberish. This is just me locking in and be like, hey, what's going on? How is the stock reacting? What is it? Like, there's not very many key levels in there. It's just like, what is it doing? Trading above VWAP. What is the daily telling us? And just getting ready to see how the price action is going to react in the intraday session. And it's like, no, go with the flow on today's session. Like, how obvious is that? Like, boom, genius, right, Joe? Go with the flow. Makes a lot of sense, right? I'm not discovering anything new over here. Just trying to hone in a little bit here and get in those flow states. What was I had about to my poor ADHD brain, just all over the place. Shreve, $75, starting to slowly fill that gap and set on SLV with a high of around $78. Let's pull up the options chain here and see what we got going on. If there's any form of supply, I love that Brent from Spark Gammon was like, yeah, pointing out some of the same levels, whether it be on Lyft and Robinhood and everything that we were actually talking about earlier this morning. By the way, I post the upgrades and downgrades on X, and I post the options activity on X as well too. So go check out your boy at Trader TV Joseph. All right, now back to silver. Let's see what we got going on for any form of supply zone. Don't forget VIX OPEX. I like that you guys bringing up the options expiration cycles as well too. This is 0 DTE, so we're not seeing anything. Let's go over to the 20th, right? Because this is where we're going to see a lot of the activity. And at that $76 mark, he would like to. He calls this, yeah, we got a lot of positive gamma on these calls here. I'm looking at them similar ways, but I just kind of phrase it differently, right? Like we got open interest supply zones at $78. That was where our high was. And look at this. What? Bang. This is where he'd be like, this is where the most positive gamma essentially is at that $80 mark, okay? 58,500. And why? Because look at the gamma exposure. Keep an eye on that with the most outstanding contracts right now. Silver is going to have a tough time. Oh.
What's wrong, Joey?
That's not bad. Let's do it right now. Strategy builder. So Sharif, essentially so this is me thinking out loud, okay? So what we have here is a massive supply zone, and we're gonna call this a call wall, all right? We're gonna do a crash course right now on how I would specifically look at this when I was really, really heavy into writing options. I see this. What do I want to do? I want to get involved with where all the activity is, okay? So if I have the ability to collect $190 approximately for this contract, and what I would do is I would bear call spread this. So you're collecting almost $100 on a bear call spread that expires next week. That is absolutely insane. Very rarely do you see that, and with a decrease in implied volatility. Last week we were talking about this name at 144%. Wow. It's still heightened. It's at 73.9% right now, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. Let's construct it right now. Shreve, give us a couple, uno momento, mi amigo. Let's do a, where's our vertical spread, okay? So we're gonna head over, let's make this a little bit more wide, bang, and we wanna head a little bit lower in our options chain so we can get to that $80 strike price. So we're gonna sell this, and then we're gonna buy this. And what do we wanna do? We wanna look at our profile, okay?
Okay.
So that's pretty good. Where am I? I haven't pulled this up in max return of $198 on this bear call spread, okay? So that's pretty good, guys. with your probability of profit sitting around 74%. Now you're like, hey, Joe, your max loss is infinite. Absolutely. But you have a stop loss and you want to implement that. You want to put that in your trades. But that's pretty good for a bear call spread. And that's on one contract combination, right? Like if you're selling 2 or 3 of those in a week span, that's not bad for passive income. I really like that bear call spread on silver for a hold below 80. Let's see how that works out, guys.
All right, guys. I'm keeping an eye here on NCI. It lost VWAP. It reclaimed it. It's still putting in lower highs, okay? So I'm reluctant to get back into anything here. Prior bar high is 179. We just opened up a new bar, the 1135 bar, the high of which is 175. So I'm looking for a trend change. This one probably stopped a lot of people out unless you were savvy enough to pick up the $0.50. I didn't because it's not an area of technical support that I had earmarked. I made very clear that I was looking at that 40 area. So exuberant were the buyers. They didn't allow that 40 area to manifest. In fact, the low of this green bar here was 48. So I was off. I was off a little bit. In any event, it's still making lower highs, and it's not going to have a trader in me at the moment, okay? I found a new one, though. Stimmies. S-T-I-M. Remember the Stimmies?
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, because they came back hard asking for those Stimmies. They're still hunting my cousin down for that.
You were telling me
like 4
about
years
that.
later, they're hunting him down.
Dude,
they wanted their money back.
But at one point, the CRA is like, hey, it's not worth going back for the people who...
I mean, I understand, bro. Like, you gave people... You gave them criteria for the Stimmies. A lot of people met the criteria, and then you want to change the qualifications ex post facto? Like,
but there's a lot of, like, businesses that took advantage of it, and it's just like, yo, guys are buying like Lambos and stuff.
Totally.
Money is crazy.
Anyway, Stim, S-T-I-M. This one had a big move in the aftermarket yesterday. I don't know if it was earnings or what, but it was a 430 breakout from that 430 low to the, I want to say, 5 o'clock high. We're up 54% last. We're still holding, I don't want to say we're holding yesterday's high. We're not. We're not even at yesterday's high, nor have we cleared yesterday's high. So it's 225 aftermarket high. Today, officially, it's a 210 high. It's putting in, you know, a good defense here at $2. Below that, we're looking at the 10 EM on the 5 at 196. So that's what I'm looking at. That's a new one, STIM. Keep your eye out on that one. But QV, CGP is looking like hotter and hotter garbage every new candle that opens up and develops. This is looking very, very flat bottom breakish through 5. Oh my days, this doesn't look good. Look at this. It straddles VWAP. It's straddling, I should say, VWAP from the south side. It's using VWAP, yeah. It's unbroken in the lower highs. It's also straddling VWAP south, and now it's kind of putting this sideways consolidation area just north of 5. So maybe, just maybe, we get back above that 575 and VWAP, or we lose 5, and we lose it quite aggressively. So this is still up, guys, 118%, despite the fact that it's $3+ off the highs. Gives you an idea how strong this one was earlier, but all good things do come to an end, and this is certainly one of them. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. ASTI, by the way, the one we were talking about from yesterday, just dipped into the 10 EMA on the 5, lost it momentarily, held 70, and then moved up back into 86. Now, if my memory serves me right, ASTI was a spready bad boy yesterday, which did displease me at times because we'd be crossing and wouldn't be getting the print. But we're going to keep an eye out on this one in case it sets up in the right way. Moreover, I was talking about SNXX as a possible double top, right? It still may be double top, but what we're getting here is a 2-candle hold on the 10 EMA on the 5. What I personally would wait for is a breach of prior bar high, and that would have to be above 36.88. We're showing 36.58 now. So you would have two things here. You breach prior bar high, and you would hold the 10 EMA on the 5 for a possible 38 move. SNXX a bit more expensive, but definitely one to keep your eye out. We're going to pause for a second, Joe and I, and we're going to send it to Adair at the big desk with the crypto segment.
Let's take a look here at, we'll do crypto, of course. We're going to talk about Bitcoin, but I want to start by taking a look at Robinhood's crypto transaction revenue. So this is for Q3 2025. As you can see here, this was up 300% year over year for last quarter. Total revenue coming in at $268 million. Now let's compare that to Q4. Q4, we actually see a decline in cryptocurrency trading revenue of 38%, and also a sequential decline here, $221 million. So again, crypto revenue here dropped not just on a sequential basis, but also on a year-over-year basis here for HOOD. And I think obviously we're going to discuss this more during the news segment, but with crypto, we saw that Coinbase also traded lower on this report. I think now turning ahead to tomorrow when Coinbase reports, these crypto-related trading volumes and revenue are certainly going to be of interest. Now let's go over here to BTC, trying to hold on to 66,000 right now, but generally continuing to find resistance around that 72,400 level. We'll take a look at Ethereum as well. ETH, once again, continuing to mirror Bitcoin, though a little bit closer to its local low. Local low here for ETH around 1,730. BTC, local low would be just below 60,000 right now. Again, trading around 66,000. Let's see if it holds on to this level and if it can come back and reclaim 72,000. But if you take a look at the weekly chart here so far for BTC, we are at weekly lows. So obviously quite a far way to go from last week's low or last week's high from that matter. A little bit in no man's land if you go to that weekly chart. But again here for Bitcoin, looks like it needs to pick a direction right now because as of right now, with it being at current intra-week lows, right now it looks like it only wants to push lower. Back to you.
All right, Joey.
Yes, sir.
You got that super from your friend,
my boy.
Frederick.
Yeah, also
Thank you
AKA
very much,
Danny
Frederick,
boy.
by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joe, maybe do a little research into the March standing for delivery orders on silver before you do any silver options contracts.
Why? Explain, Frederick. Tell us why you think that. You don't have to super again, but
you don't have to super again.
Yeah.
But the boy told us to do the research on March.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
saying, hey man,
My
you
bad.
gotta listen to what Danny boy is saying sometimes and see what he's got going on. I mean, from an $80. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you still have a week and a half until that expiration cycle. It doesn't mean you're going to be collecting all that data or anything along those lines. But if the volatility continues to drop, you can definitely make a little bit of change on that one. And that's a nice bear call spread. I like it 4 points away approximately from that specific strike. So if you do get a nice continuation here today, it's only going to increase the value on that. But that supply zone, I don't think by next. We'll do a bet right here, Danny boy. What do you want to do? Well, no, we don't have
He's
to do
pretty
a bet.
good at betting, man.
He's good. He's very good. He's very good.
no, I'm talking about you.
Oh, me? Yeah.
I would know.
Well, hey, man, it is what it is. You're hot, you're not, you're hot, you're not. I'm not. If I was really good at betting, then, things would be significantly different. I'd be on, dude, did I tell you I was checking out Polymarket the other day?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, man.
It's not bad.
Yeah. It's pretty
better
cool.
against better. There's no help.
Yeah.
I do like that.
It's pretty cool.
See what Vlad said yesterday on the call?
No.
He's like, there's going to be a prediction. He says there's going to be a prediction market super cycle.
Oh, yeah, probably, man. Like, Polymarket's starting to gain a little bit of ground. There's some ridiculous bets. Like, I have to read more on the rules and stuff like that, but it's like, will Jesus return in 2027? And it had like a dollar, like, it had like the most ridiculous things on there. I thought it was comical. It made me laugh. Like,
it is funny, bro.
Right? You know what I mean?
If you hit on that,
if you hit on,
you don't even have a chance to spend your money because he's back and it's over, bro.
It's back and it's over. So at that point,
fantastic.
no, it was pretty funny. But no, in all seriousness, guys, the volatility continuously cooling off there in silver. I like our chances for us to hold of 80. So let's keep a track of this, all right? So guys, hold me accountable. Let's see where silver closes by next Friday, all right? Above or below $80. It might climb up to there. All right, let's re-engage a little bit here on Unity. I like it. We're not going to hit a wrong hawk here or anything along those lines. Double top, failed to climb any higher, and then sure enough, maybe we can get that movie, make this move a little bit higher. We're going to go really small size here on this one. We don't want to give back too much today because it's been a pretty good setup or a pretty good trading session for us thus far, Sharif.
All right, I got to shout out Zen Zombie. Thank you very much, Zen. He's asking about, I keep forgetting the ticker, JAG-U, right? I didn't miss it, brother. I swear I mentioned it to you in the chat, but I didn't talk about it out loud. Yeah, thank you, Assassino. I appreciate that, my man. Kind of you. So this, what's his name? Zen Zombie's asking about JAG-U, and I don't see anything, brother. The only thing is this, okay? Jaguar Uranium, US $25 million IPO, underscores value in green shift commodities. I can send you the link for this if you'd like. It's just talking about Jaguar Uranium completed its IPO, the capital raise of $25 million, issuing Jaguar shares at a price of $4 per share. There is really nothing here. I know this one opened up yesterday. I remember KC526 talking about it. It really bled its own blood the entire day. It opened up at $5.28. and then it never made a higher print. That's the first candle to open up there, and we know it opened up at, the low there was $5. It opened up at $5, it got to $5.50, and then it never made any higher highs or higher lows. It continued to bleed. So I don't really have too much on this other than, right, the volatility halt that it was talking about yesterday and some information on the IPO. This is JAG-U, by the way, for anybody asking. A new IPO from yesterday. It's on the Amex exchange if you need to get to that. But both Andrea and Zen Zombie are talking about QNCX. So let's cut the crap. I made a mistake. I took this one off the side chart, right? Because I needed real estate on the side chart. I made a mistake, and now this one is making a move. It broke trend. It broke a prior area high. I'm talking about that candle on the 5 at 10.10, the high of which is 86.70. I'm talking about pennies, not dollars. And now, officially, it's 94.77 high. Last, we still have a 4 a.m. print that is 98 pennies. So let's see if we can clear that dollar. We couldn't yesterday, right? Aftermarket, pre-market, it didn't matter. We couldn't clear that dollar. But something tells me we may be attempting the dollar today. So I'm going to be all eyes now on QNCX, especially if it comes back down and wants to test that mid-80s area, even high 80s. I probably weasel in at the high 80s and then DCA into that area as well. What? Yeah. Well, dude, there's going to be a number on that.
There is.
There's going to be a number on that. Zoom in, Joey.
Crazy.
How many people will Donald Trump deport in 2025?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Like, bro,
Hold on. That number. When are we going to get that data? Because we're a month and a half deep.
Yeah, very interesting. So like greater than 200 to 500, 250K to 500. It's not funny, but like this is stuff. Some of this stuff is absolutely ridiculous. Look, there's that one there, Sharif. 2 million volume. Will Jesus Christ return before 2027? This is insane things that you can bet on. Like there's one that I've seen. Will Elon tweet between X date, like a week date and stuff like that? So
this is all old stuff in England, right?
Is it?
Yes,
it's new?
Because you could bet on the color of the player's shoes, whether he was going to jump on the field with his right foot or his left foot, what the first step was going to be. You could basically bet on everything, but it was you against the house.
But,
That's the difference here.
Yeah,
it's you against another
individual. So
exactly.
So what I was looking at this for was UFC, because what happens in a UFC when it comes up with when you're watching a UFC fight, it says who's winning the fight, and if I know automatically right out of the gate, if I can see a discrepancy between the two fighters, it's just like boom, hit that trade, that trade or that bet. It's very interesting. Senate primary win. So this is poly market for those who were interesting. Like I heard Katina Man say this yesterday.
What do you say?
He's like, man, as soon as everybody loses all their money in the prediction markets, they'll head right back over to the stock market. Yeah, which is funny, right? Will anyone be charged over daycare fraud in Minnesota? Like this stuff is absolutely insane. And it's comical as well too. I just want to show you guys that.
1320 Wolf. I love it. Poly market better have a Trader TV tilapia bet over or under on the tilapia of a day.
Times a week.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Times a week.
Get it, Randy.
So we should do that right now.
Do you like tilapia, Randy? He's going like this. So he's indifferent. You love seafood, but he's not a big fan of tilapia. Well, you know what? I gotta agree. I don't mind the tilapia. I eat everything that they bring here. I eat like 99% of the food. I rarely throw it out.
I don't know what that Filipino
You would have caught
stuff was,
hands on my house growing up if you threw out food.
I thought you were saying, me personally.
No, I'm not crazy enough to do that. No, immediate hands. Growing up, if you threw out food.
I was never a big waster, so it's Brian O'Day, my boy, likes it as well too. So
Does he?
He likes the poly market, and I know. As for tilapia, I'm really only a. You know what, man?
Yes, sir.
Being frank here, I heard cod is okay. Never had that. And what's another popular one?
Tilapia. Aside from obviously salmon.
Salmon.
There's so many, bro.
My only favorite.
Have you ever had mahi?
No.
Ooh.
Actually, I was telling you, maybe I gotta try some of that in halibut and haddock as well too. Cod is fire, as a lot of people are saying.
Flounder.
All right, let's get involved.
Yeah, man, the chat's coming in fast and
Coming in
furious.
with some
like
quality
that.
names. We're going to get out of this trade at the break of approximately 20.95 there on Unity. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Obviously, Swordfish. Oh, I had Shark, though. I've had Shark.
Okay.
Shark is pretty good.
Do you find it to be a little bit like greasy, a little bit fatty, or no?
Well, it was deep fried, right?
Was
so
it?
for all my Trinidadians in there, bacon shark. I've had bake. It's like bake. So they bake the shark, like they deep fry the shark. Yeah. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Not bad. All right, guys, I've weaseled into a QNCX trade. I don't think this is going to be a breakout. I'm looking at DCAing and building a position. There's generally a seller at 92. Here we go. We're coming up into 92, 91 and 2/3. Seller at 91 and 2/3. He got killed. They killed him, Joey. And now it's up into 92. And there it goes into 93. Let's go ahead and set up now at 95. And then we're going to set up at 97. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's see if we get a breakout or what the situation is. But the stimmies, it's moving again, man. I don't want to take off NCI for now. So what I'm going to do is put STIM over here. Stimmy. Into 210, dipping down into 2. There does seem to be a general buyer right around 2. Don't hold it on a strict sense. So I put my stop below 195. But there does seem to be a move here on STIM, dipping into 9. Let's see if we can kind of get. I'm going to get in here, and I'm going to put below 195. Simple as that. Let's just give this one the old college try to see if it holds up. And where do we get in? We got 2 on the dot, so we go 205 for the first wetting of the beak, and then we're going to go 208s, and then that by default will still be a little bit south of that 210 high day. Back to QNCX, watching here for a 95 move. The high of the day is 94.77, so that 95 profit taker requires a high day breach. So let's see if we kind of get a move there or what the situation is. Ram saying bird's nest soup, though that's something. There goes QNCX. Joseph, it took out all my orders. I was pontificating that this one wasn't going to take out the high and it was going to dip in to, and that's why I had some DCAs. I was wrong again. And let's now put a move into 102. It is a 97.82 high. QNCX is on that good stuff. Let's see if it can take out $1. It couldn't take out $1 yesterday, right? We kept saying that. Couldn't take $1 in the aftermarket. Couldn't take $1 in regular trading hours. Let's see if we can get one today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's me. That's my cue. All right, guys. If it's my cue, you know what time it is over there as we slowly get to grind lower here in Unity, guys, to the downside. Double top up around this 2080 mark where we were in before. And let's see if we can get a break of the volume weighted average price. We're starting to get somewhat of a bounce, guys. Once again, we're down 29% there. And it looks like Lyft is just moving sideways right now. So what I'm thinking, because I forget what we were short yesterday, I can pull that up right now and see, because considering we have the documentation, there was a lengthy consolidation, and then it took a drastic move to the downside. So what did we trade yesterday? Silver didn't work out for us. It was HIMS. Yes, HIMS continue the bleeding, and Oscar Health as well, too. So let's see if that's going to be the same narrative in LYFT, some sideways price action, and then the break of $14. This was the key neckline that I was looking at. You had that move, and if we zoom out a little bit, a strong move on that earnings report last night, and then you get to bleeding, and then now we're just consolidating. So is this just a matter of time before sellers step back in and push below 14? This is supply zone, right? So if that breaches, then maybe we're going to be fortunate enough to catch some new LODs on Lyft, but one step at a time, right? We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. But a nice curl over here in Unity. When I was looking at this name, I'm like, oh man, this can get really, really ugly considering $18. We didn't even tap into that level just yet. You have that pullback, and then now we're slowly starting to grind to the downside. I think this VWAP hold is going to be a key inflection point, that $20.40 mark. Let's head over to the higher time frame, the daily more or less, and see where we're currently sitting at. So this is what we want to do as well. We want to correlate what we have going on from a daily perspective and implement that into our intraday trading. If this wants to close as a hammer, which it looks like right now, then I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a break one more time of that $20.80 mark. Okay, so $20.80. Why? Because buyers are slowly starting to step back in. Unity had a really, really rough time on January 30th. And we're nowhere even close to recovering. You're down 61% off of that previous peak, $52.08 roughly, and then now we're trading around $20.40 and slowly starting to break down. So let's go unity to the downside, and that's what it has been. I went through a lot of my trades yesterday. Jose and I were talking a little bit. I sent him some code. Dude, so what I did is I sent him code from my old platform, and he's gonna try to implement that into something, not like necessarily P Pro, but like the API that they have over in the algo room. In the algo room.
Yeah, they were showing me that.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to create this app for P8. I wanted to basically, because you know how prop floor trading, so much of it is based on defined risk.
Yeah.
Because you have to work within your shutdown. So I was going to say, for example, say you wanted to get into Apple at $270.
Yeah.
You're down about, say, 2/3 of your shutdown.
Yeah.
You've got a couple of more, let's just say you want to risk $50 on the next trade.
Yeah.
Right? So you define, you say, okay, I want to get into Apple.
Yeah.
The price I'm looking for at, let's just say it's 270. I have this much I want to risk on the trade.
Yeah.
It gives you two variables, share size and stop loss placement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, the calculated fixed risk hotkey.
Exactly, and that's what
I sent.
They do have it there, but it's more comprehensive than that. So if they wanted to give it to you, it's like they're way more than you need because they have such an intricate way of trading.
Yeah, that was the one thing that I loved about it. We don't want to go on too much about it, but it's like double-click chart. So it's like, say we're trading at 2045 here on Unity. I want my stop loss, and I only want to risk $20 on that trade. And this being my stop loss, it'll calculate the amount of shares with a $20 stop from point A to point B, essentially with like a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio or something along those lines. So yeah, good stuff that you can implement. Spyro, are you buying anything in your long-term account at the moment or waiting for the market? I told you guys, and I said it sarcastically, even though it's not that funny, I'm sitting on like 2% cash. Like I'm in it for the ride now. Like I reduced my Bitcoin exposure a while ago. I cut that in half, and then I allocated some other things as well too, like some Meta, some more NVDA, and everything along those lines. But I'm literally sitting on 2% cash, guys, so it's not very much whatsoever. Hey Joe, any way I can send you a message with a picture? Discord X. Yeah,
ComputerNet. That's Ivan.
ComputerNet. Who's Ivan? You know
His
Ivan?
name is Ivan. Yeah.
Is that Ivan? Yeah, you can check me out at Trader TV. Joseph, you can send me a message on the DM. I'll keep an eye out for it if it's for Sharif and I. So Jersey Jack, you and Sharif, men's double luge. What do you think? LOL. Is the luge
double
the thing?
luge,
Is that the thing?
It's like the.
It's the yeah. Oh yeah. But at least we medal. At least I think.
Oh wow. Yeah. All right, you got to heal up first, though, my boy. We medal, man. Are you fast?
I'd like to think I'm pretty fast.
Yeah,
I was pretty fast.
Yeah.
I was pretty fast. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm quick too. I think
That's
quick
what I'm
and
saying.
quick and faster. I think are a little bit different.
I know you got hand speed. I seen the hand speed.
Yeah. Hand speed's there. The leg speed was there.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
And I think I had the gas tank as well. I think which is really important.
Hey, that's important.
Jobs report cooked. What's your move today? Fade the pot, man. We had it written down, Fabian. We had it written down, Fabian, right there. I know you guys could all see that clearly.
All right, Exotic Trades, 199 Super Chat. Thank you very much, Exotic Trades. Thoughts on Amazon swing? Let's take a look at the Zon. They had a couple of headlines today. They're not the biggest market moving. They're both on the morning note. I put both headlines on there. They're the first two, essentially. So you want to go have a read? Oh, no, Amazon's bleeding down into, okay. So I'd say you're buying at 2, right? You're buying at 200. Even though we've been below 200 as of late, of course, there was this earnings day sell-off that got into 196.62. That is the area low. It doesn't look good because you pop off, right, after earnings. You have a green day, which is completely engulfed, and then you're dropping right back down again. So I don't like this, but I want to see if that $200 area, we used to call that the Bezos shelf, shout out to Neil, ends up holding. And we know it didn't hold for earnings, but earnings can be quite volatile, so I don't want to put too much stock into that. I want to see if 200 holds. If 200 doesn't hold, you're probably in some trouble, okay? You're probably in some trouble because you're likely going to dip down into 190. There's likely resistance here, former area of support at 190. And then if you bleed that, you're looking a lot lower. I would say 160 to 170, and then nobody wants to see that, right? Because that's going to have a major market correction, I think. I don't think it would be a secular move on its own. So I like Amazon. I mean, who doesn't like Amazon? But the price has to be right. $200 entry, and this is not financial advice, by the way. $200 entry, and it's close. and I'd give it $10. If it lost 190, I'd be out. That's just my opinion there, but I've never swung Amazon, by the way, just full disclosure. Thank you for the super chat. Anu Drug. Anu Drug? Did you change your name, Anurag, to Anu Drug? I like you. You guys should do a 2-man bobsled because you guys got leg muscles. Yeah, man, it'd be fun. It'd be fun. But your boy Joey Option, I think we can do some other stuff live there. It doesn't have to be winter sport related, right? We can do other things. Great answer on the 2-man. Shout out to South Jersey Jack. That's my man right there. What is Ram Ram saying? I never know what she's doing back there.
Yeah, me neither. Mr. Leahy, it is. Trust me, I've seen it. Oh, Mr. Leahy said he's not convinced that what I have on my notepad here is Taylor Swift lyrics.
Why? He's not convinced that it is Taylor Swift, or he's convinced that it is?
He thinks that it is Taylor Swift lyrics.
Taylor
the thing
Swift.
is, though, I'm not sharp enough to remember a Taylor Swift song, so I was going to pretend to be reading and sing a Taylor Swift song, but I don't know any, so...
You don't know any Taylor Swift songs?
No, I'm trying to think of one. What's the most popular one?
I don't know.
Shake It Off.
Yeah,
Shake
there's
it,
a lot.
shake it there. Just shake it
My
off.
niece loves Taylor Swift.
Eh?
She went to Germany with my sister to watch her there, and she went to SoFi to watch her. So,
Jeez.
yeah, I know my sister, my poor
Taylor.
sister. All right, guys, it is that time of the day.
Joey says
12:01. That means you're going up to the big desk happening now with the Dara, and then Neil, he's going to pontificate like he typically does at noon. And I put my listening ears on, baby, because he's
Zachary,
wisdom embodied.
Yeah, all right. What time is it? 12:01. We're going to go to there. Zachary, I've seen you put the same thing in the chat about 30 times. I will get to you, I promise.
MB is open, apparently.
What's happening now is a lot of chop on the S&P 500. As you can see, 15-minute chart, we've been trading within this 693 halves range to a low of around 961, 60. Sorry, so this is going to be 691. So 693 halves, 691 halves is about a 2-point range on the SPY. We've been like this for most of the morning. It looks like, at least later in the morning. Let's talk about the economic data we got before the market that really moved the market to the upside, at least in the pre-market. We had NFPs coming out 130,000, well above forecast of 65,000. Unemployment rate 4.3%, below the forecast here of 4.4%. The market liked this, but it does mean that the chances of a rate cut are continuing to dwindle, especially for March and April. Fed Schmidt also commenting he's been hawkish and he remained hawkish with the comments that he made today starting at around 10 a.m. saying that he does not see the need for a rate cut right now. He thinks that rates should remain in place with inflation at roughly 3%. 4 p.m. Keep an eye here on President Donald Trump and his Champion of Coal event. We know that yesterday, U.S. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said they're going to be having a event for coal. BTU actually moved a little bit on that story, so keep an eye on that 4 p.m. coal event. Currently, he's set to be speaking with Netanyahu of Israel. I haven't heard any comments from that. I believe it was a closed press event, and I haven't seen any evidence that it wasn't. Tons of earnings tonight yesterday after the bell and this morning. Tons of earnings content on Robinhood coming out throughout the day on X at TTV Research, so definitely stay tuned for that. I have at least 3 infographics on Robinhood being released over the next 2 hours. But in the meantime, let's talk about Lyft, LYFT, one of the many earnings names I'd watch. Gross bookings continuing to grow nicely year over year and obviously sequentially, but revenue struggling a little bit to maintain that strong growth. Now we'll talk here about AppLovin, which is reporting after the bell alongside Cisco. AppLovin, of course, we just had that short seller Capital Watch retract parts of their short report, which led to a big move for the stock on Monday. We're going to have to wait and see, though, if the fundamentals back up that move. $1.6 billion in revenue for the relatively new S&P 500 edition. That's what analysts are looking for. They're also looking for earnings of $2.89 per share. So lots of course, on watch, whether it's coal, Robinhood, Lyft, Shopify, or any number of other stocks. But you know what's on watch right now? It's Neil, who will be giving us a lesson of the day. So Neil, take it away.
Thank you very much, Adara. And before I do this, I'm going to get to the lesson in a second. I cleared with Sharif what I'm about to tell you, because what's interesting is I use the word pontificate myself a lot. I know we all do around here. I had no idea what it exactly meant. I was like, first, I just decided to look it up. And like, lo and behold, to express one's opinions in a way considered annoyingly pompous and dogmatic. Anybody, like, I use it in not a negative connotation at all. Like, who knew that? That's actually quite a negative word. Like, it means someone's being all preachy and stuff. Really? But you know what? Sometimes that's what it's all about. Here we preach discipline. Here we preach patience. It all comes down to a concept called risk management. You'll hear that gets said oftentimes on the show. Traders should consider themselves a risk manager. And the tried and true, and what usually people mean when they say risk manager, because we're talking about definitions, right? What do we usually think of when you're a risk manager? Control your losses. Where are you getting out of a trade? Where are you covering? Where are you admitting that you're wrong in a trade? But you know what? Risk management isn't just that. Risk management can also mean controlling where you get into a trade. Because oftentimes, like, a thesis will start because maybe you got a big support level you want to buy in front of, you want to fade, you want to short something in front of a big resistance level. So you have this target area where, okay, past this, I think I am wrong because I'm trying to buy the bid. And the other side is, I'm controlling the offer, so I'm going to short in front of it. Where you actually get in and then how you do so, that's also part of risk management. And I'll just sort of give you an example. Like, the example would be here on Intel. Like, I had on my note this morning, okay, I like 47 to 48 and a half. Past 48, I like the fail 50 short, right? So I'm coming in, I'm thinking 47 is a key price level, whatever. We just ramp to the upside immediately. But then I'm thinking the 48 and a half, this pivot area here, kind of the morning low, yet the prior day, and then the late morning resistance. So obviously, it's way past along, so I'm looking for short entries. I think I'm pretty tight to the top. I get wicked out, keep it pretty tight to the top again. So I don't do anything out of bounds. I wait till the price where I'm executing. But here's where it gets tricky, because obviously it was a gigantic short, but if my thought was a fail 50 short, look at what's happening when it's failing 50. Like, look at this fail of 50. Goes all the way almost into 51. At the open the next day, go almost all the way past 51 before pulling back into 49. If you look at it this day, it actually presses into 51 and then holds 50. This day, it just doesn't even give you a test, but even still, this top is still 50 and a half. So really, if I'm thinking this is just a short in front of the 50 level, well, I could have been short anywhere, and it would have worked out. Anywhere. I could have been like, I'm short in front of 50. That's my conviction. I could have been short the second it started getting in front of 49. And ultimately, it would have worked out, and it would have even followed through risk to reward. Because even if I short it, somehow get myself an average price of 49.5, and then say it holds on to some area up here, maybe a risk like less than $1, it does eventually go $2. But I don't know that that's going to be the case. That's sort of the idea, is if my plan of action is to wait for my level where I know I'm wrong, I really need to let it get down or get up there, or find a different execution strategy which allows me a good risk reward. And I admitted that I completely missed this one for the trend break. But then that applies to the long as well. If my idea is that I'm wrong if it loses the prior day low, that's why I liked 47 in the first place, well, it's like, let it drift down there and then show a reason to buy in front of that price. Because the alternative would be just saying, okay, well, it's going to hold on to this level. Like, it's going to hold on to 40. It's going to hold on to the prior day low. I can start getting long when it breaks underneath here, right? If I like, you could like it, 47.8. That was a key price level. And if you take this all the way through, it's about $1 worth of range. You could end up with a 47.3 average price, let's just say, and then VWAP gets 70 cents there, you're risking 50 cents to the downside. So you're actually better than 1-to-1 if you just start getting in all the way through. The problem with that for myself, why I don't like it as a risk management strategy, is you then end up with a situation where when you start getting into it in here, it works the best when it doesn't even, when it's so strong that it doesn't challenge the low. You're gonna end up with like your best situation when you don't have the full boat. But if it gets to the bottom, you're gonna be all in with the widest possible stop. That's where I never like it as a risk to reward strategy. And you'll see me oftentimes ideally get into a position where I'm not freaking out, Because risk management isn't just about where you're getting out, it's where you're getting in as well. And if you get into a position in a comfortable area where it's like, okay, well, I'm in at 47, this is Intel. Intel just traveled $2.50, and my risk is 25 cents on the trade, and I'm at a level where there's some conviction, and I have a nice clear area where I want to get it out. Like, that is so binary and structured. Like, to me, it's like calling on the button when I'm sitting there with a strong enough hand in poker. Like, I don't care about at that point, it's like, whatever. You'll get all your chips in when you're 2-1, like that kind of a thing. Like, you don't see people get freaked out about that because of the level of preparation and patience that you have around that level. So I want to get people past, and the idea of this really, is we're all trying to learn and grow, is to get past that notion that it's really just about where you're stopping out, that risk management ends there. Where's my stop out? As long as I get out where my stop out is, then I'm a good risk manager. That's not all of it. Part of it is also making sure you have an entry that makes sense relative to where your stop out is going to be. And then take that action. Like I say it all the time. I hope that my executions at the end of the day look boring, right? Like 3 out of the last 4 days, I've been trading EA Sports. I didn't trade it yesterday. Just mean reversions on this thing. Sometimes mean reversion short, sometimes mean reversion long. Today it trends down, it double bottoms, I take a shot and I play it back into VWAP. I'm literally turned green on this, on the day. It's just like one trade. And the thing about it, where you can be like really, really patient with it, is you know what you're looking for. I'm looking for a trend break, and it helps that it double bottomed here. Right, like a double bottom allows me to get in right closer to the low as opposed to taking a breakout, right? Like save myself that 10 cents. That's gonna add up over time. And so think of risk management also too about being precise about your entries. If there's one thing that I hope anybody takes away from myself, I appreciate when people say you're calm and this and that. It really just comes down to being precise with entries. Because I get angry with myself when I am imprecise with entries. One of my best trades this morning was BM&R. And I wasn't happy with my execution on BM&R because one thing I didn't like is my short was to look for it underneath the 20 level if I couldn't see that high. Well, what happens? I couldn't get filled in here, so I end up taking half at a bad price and then actually get the better position up here. But see where the problem lies by doing that? I still end up with kind of the price that I want, but when I'm taking this fill up here and then remembering the chop there, that leads me to taking an exit that I don't like. Why? Because instead of just having a patented one entry like I usually do, I take two. I effectively get the price I want, but that still makes me scalp out some that I wouldn't normally do. So instead, I could be holding this out for somewhere in this range, get yourself an extra 25, 30 cents, whatever it might be. It's about precision sometimes. Just finding that one entry place, if you can, is another good way to refine your trading, another good way to be a better risk manager so that you're not all over the place. Good luck with your trades. I think that IPO is not open yet, that NWH, but it is actually ticking higher. The indicative open is now $30. It was $28 for a while. The issue was $25. Indicative open saying $30.10. So this one actually looks like it wants to open up a little bit higher. And thank you for, can someone ask Neil where he got his glasses? Off Amazon. So look, my eye doctor was like, I was getting headaches and we stare at screens all day long and we have these lights in front of us. And I sort of complained about it. I see my eye doctor once a year, got to make sure you keep the eyesight in check. And the suggestion was, well, do you ever wear blue light glasses? I said, yeah, I do. I wear them in the evenings before I go to sleep. And does it help with your sleep? I'm like, yes, it does. We're like, why don't you wear them sometimes at work and it'll make it less harsh? So I just bought the cheapest pair I could find on Amazon because it really doesn't matter. They're all pretty effective. It's all the same thing. If you pay a bunch for them, to me, you're just throwing away money. And I hate throwing away money. That's not how I roll. I'm that kind of guy. Like, I'm not paying for name brand crap if I don't have to. Does it get the job done? It gets the job done. I can put that money in the market. I could spend it on my daughter. I'll spoil my daughter, and I'll buy Lego. And don't get me wrong, I'll spend money on things. Like, I have season tickets to the Jays, man. I was going to World Series games and not selling them. So you spend money where you really enjoy it. But I do believe for something functional and utility, just find a good sturdy pair. And it really does help. I get less headaches. I wear it during the middle of the day. And when I'm doing my pre-market prep, I don't wear it during the show. I actually find that some of the stuff on the level 2 gets blurred a little bit. So when things are moving, I like to take them off. But yeah, they're effective, and I think you just find whatever works for you, and they've become part of my plan. So hopefully that answers your question. I actually don't remember the name of the brand. I can just tell you they were on Amazon. I can dig for it, and if I find it, I'll throw it into the chat. I haven't had the tilapia yet, but it's whatever. We get some noodles with it as well. But it is a teriyaki, which is pretty good. I'll let you guys know how that went and send you on back to Sharif and Joe. And also, in about 45 minutes, you guys will be joined by Luis, so that should be fun.
Can't wait for that, because there's a whole lot, Neil, in the world of small cap gappers that are setting up short that I'm sure Luis is going to have his eyes on. QV, CGP, chief among them, looking like absolute hottest of garbage. And it did flat bottom break. It did lose 5 in the exact way that we were talking about. Look at that shelf. And it was using VWAP as resistance as opposed to support. And it was using 5-ish as support, which completely makes sense to me, right? Whole dollar level. And then this candle brought hell for the longs, losing $5 all the way down to 429. It's right back down now, right back into 445. So QV, CGP, definitely one of those ones you should be looking at if you're a small cap gapper inclined to the short side. I aspire to be like that one day, and hopefully, the sessions with Luis as well as some other changes around here, we'll be able to do it hopefully sooner rather than later. Now, I wanna get to something I just did. I'm not proud of it, but I did trade SanDisk. And the only reason I traded SNDK is because I tried to trade SNXX, which is an ETF, a leveraged ETF, and it wasn't letting me in, so it means that it doesn't do enough volume on our system, so we have to obviously exercise risk management, the back-end office does. And so I got into SNDK, and it ended up being one of my better trades in a while. So kind of happy about that. We took like several dollars with some good moves there. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. But we're involved in here in QNCX. There's a whole lot of buying in and around 85 to 84. I've wet the beak multiple times, but we haven't got continuation back into the 90s quite yet. So I'm trying to pack my patience here in the same way that I'm trying to pack my patience with STIM. STIM seems to have buyers at 2. However, it's suffering from the affliction that many of these stocks suffer from. And, it seems to be a bit of a damper for the longs, which is the lower high setup. So really can't shake 205, let alone the prior area high, which is 207.5, high day 210. But there is buying at 2, right? I mean, don't put your stop right below 2. Never financial advice, by the way. But don't put your stop right below 2 because you get more prone to stop hunts. And especially if this one's pretty liquid, and for the most part it is, there's going to be breaches of these key levels, and then it retraces right back above. So be strategic about where you place your stop. I put it below this bar low, 1140, the low of which is 196.5. So I put it right around there. Let's see what comes of this. I'm trying to pack the patience here on STIM. But the OG, what's his name? Jaguar or something or another. Let me just call him out. Yeah, Jag Guzman, 2656. Thank you, Jag. I think you're the one that actually talked to me about, what's that other one called? QNCX, the one that we were just talking about yesterday. So I think it was you who called it out. He called out DXST. Nice move, up 40 some odd %, again, south of $1. It's zigging and zagging a little above VWAP, a little bit below. Looks like the bottoming tail candle there found support right at the 10 EMA on the 5. However, it is also putting in lower highs. So let's see what DXST has to offer. It's a trade de novo. It really only started doing volume at 12 o'clock. That 12 o'clock candle, by the way, has a little bit less than 2 million shares. This big boy candle at 12:05 has got 5.8 million shares. So there is ample liquidity on DXST, and that means typically the spreads will be tight and you will be able to get filled, hopefully, without problem. NCI is... This is undecided. I'm not taking it off on the side chart at the moment, despite the fact that it's been below VWAP since losing at 1135. But as you can see, it's doing its darndest here to try to reclaim the volume-weighted average price, which is at 166 exactly. I'm trying to see, who knows? there is an inkling here of some higher lows. So if that is the case, if buyers are picking this up at higher and higher levels on every incremental downturn, then we could see a reclaiming of VWAP and a move past that 175 area, which is the local area high, having been printed at 1155. So NCI, I'm reluctant to take this off the side chart because I feel it may have more to offer in terms of a long, that is, but I'm going to pack the patience here. I'm not going to jump into this one too quickly. Other than that, Joey, we're going to keep, we're going to stay in the positions that we got on right now, QNCX and STIM.
All right, man. Yeah, so where's this guy?
We got supers.
Yeah, we got supers. We're going to go over that momentarily. Zachary Delia. Yeah, man, you might just have, I think, at this point, you're not going to gain any value, right? They expire next week. I don't know when you bought them. You probably lost the majority. If you're down 80%, the extrinsic value is gone from those things there. So, I mean, your best bet would be writing a little bit and see if you can collect some premium or something along those lines. Unity, we got that move down to 2020, right? And then it just bounced right back up. And I'm like, what the hell? As we were gone, I'm like, I should have took a little bit off here, shoulda, coulda, woulda. And then I just got out, and then it got that strong pop past that 2080 mark where we said we were going to get out. So, small loss there on Unity. Ain't nothing but a thing, man. Ain't nothing but a chicken wing. All right, let's go over some of these super chats here. Zen Zombie. 5 smackers from our guy over here. We're going to hit this one right there. I was skeptical about you guys at the beginning of last year, but I've grown to enjoy you guys, so I try to and watch almost every day.
My man.
I appreciate it, my man.
We appreciate you, and the honesty is even more
exactly.
refreshing.
You could say, what should we hit there on that one for him?
I don't know,
We'll hit the siren, man, just because we don't got anything else really nice. Thank you, Zen Zombie, very much for that. I hope you can enjoy the show. Hey, listen, it's just Sharif, all of us here across the board. Not everyone's journey is the same, but what we can do is come together as a group and just kind of work together and try to navigate these markets. It's not easy at times, and we know that it can be lonely, especially when you're sitting at home all by yourself. Come join us. That's how I found this channel. That's how the majority of us found this channel. Sharif, other traders on the floor as well too, just started watching Trader TV, and that's the rest is history from that point.
I remember exactly the moment. I was watching, Neil was on, and then he threw it to Sean. The lighting was entirely different, and Sean was trading Neil at $30-something.
That's crazy.
Okay, where is it? It's like $5.
Yeah.
So I remember, and then Sean was losing it, bro. He's like just backing the Neil. He was spinning the money, and I was hooked immediately. I'm like, who is this guy?
That's what I said. I'm like, who is this guy? I'm like, all right, but yeah. So we started watching. So thank you very much for that, Zen Zombie. And then we have one more as well too, Sharif. Amazon, Gorev, I know you're in on Amazon once again. We got another super chat here. What just happened to it? How do we feel about Wrecker Sync? No, we're gonna go over something first here. We'll go over here. Joe, it's feeling 22. Is that a Taylor Swift song? There's your Taylor Swift song. Hope you guys are having a great day. Joe, go get your wife in Las Vegas, man. I'm good,
Taylor
man.
Swift in Vegas?
I don't know, but I'm good. I'm good. I don't necessarily need to find a wife in Vegas or anything. Probably be one of the last places I go looking for.
Agree.
That in Miami, I would probably suggest, and I was going to say something else, but that would be an absolute blow to, you know what, should I just say it?
You're going to say it, Joey.
I'm not going to say it.
He's not going to say it?
I'm not going to say it. No, I'm not going to say it.
Bro.
It's crazy. I'll put it this way. Any major metropolitan might find yourself a little bit of trouble. That's me, man.
I believe that. Trust me, bro.
You know
I believe that.
We'll leave it at that. Live, we'll go back to live chat. We have one more there. Oh, Jody throwing out some hearts. All right, Jody, thank you very much for the. Would you hit one there? Some money
the money.
Good one there. Fan funding. How do we feel about REKR? Wrecker says Inc. We can take a look at it and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. I do not hold on to REKR or anything along those lines. Systems, this is Sharif's World, 85 cents on this bad boy for sure. What's the daily looking like?
This is actually getting wrecked.
Yeah, it's actually getting destroyed. Yeah, Wrecker is getting wrecked down 75% there. We're not about catching falling knives. We're about breaking trends and waiting for participants to step on the other side of things. When things turn around, price action will display itself, and you'll be able to find an opportunity in that way. All right, so there goes Unity slowly starting to curl back over, but we're not going to engage in this again. I mean, we've had a solid down, and we don't want to give back too much. We're still sitting in this lift, only a couple of pennies in the money at this point, 10 cents. But we've been sitting in this trade all day, essentially, waiting for a break of that $14 mark. And if it really starts to head in that direction, then I think there's going to be an add opportunity. But right now, we have to be prepared to sit in some sideways chop, right? Like, this is what's been going on. It's kind of the narrative of some of these names. Is this thing on the NASDAQ? Like, I don't even know what I'm trading here. So, yeah, there it is, guys. We're short from this mark. We added up onto this position, and then now we've just been sitting in this steady, slow grind sideways. We were fortunate enough to get part of that downtrend here, but now we're just moving sideways, looking for a break of these key support levels around 1420. That's my big, what's up, say man, woman. So there it is, 1420, and then if we can start to head a little bit lower and get past the supply zone, I think we can head into that $14 mark. But first things first, we need to break down.
Break it down. All right, watching DXST. There it goes through 28, looking for continuation. It's about half a penny off the day high, 63% in the Ville of Green. Let's see if it can take out that level. I'm waiting at 29s and then 30s. So we're packing the patience, and there goes STIM into the day's high. I'm very happy I packed the patience there. Into 12 it goes. We got 2 on. Just wet the beak at 212, 213 high. We go up to 15s now. And then we're going to go up to 19 for a possible resistance at 20 pennies. Keep your eye on this one. And there goes DXST again. I don't know how I didn't get that print. That's crazy. It went up to 3105. I had a beak wetter at 30. That bothers me. Anyway, looking for continuation on this. Let's wet the beak here because we didn't get the print there. So DXST right back into the 29.25. Looking for that 30 penny break. 29.5 now showing up. Packing the patience over here. Up 70%. Good good velocity into the area high. But we know there's a 30 penny seller of note. And there was also an area of illiquidity. I had it posted there. Probably not first in priority, obviously, because I just put up the order a few minutes ago. But there shows you a huge area of illiquidity. Now, this is turning into a topping tail candle. This could be trouble. All right, so what is prior bar low? Well, it's very south of here. It's at 25.25, a little bit higher than 25.25. Current bar low is essentially 28. In fact, it is 28 on the dot. Let's see if the buyers are stepping in at 28. They're not. Okay, right back up above 28 it goes. Bled into the mid-27s there. Here comes 29 again. I'm just trying to figure out where I should be moving up my stop. I think 27. I'm going to go 26.5. I'm going to move up my stop to 26.5 because this one is showing a whole bunch of resistance here at that 30 penny level. Moreover, I see 27 as a possible previous area of support. So if it's a previous area of support, I'm looking at it to be previous area of resistance. I'm looking for it to be an area of support now. Also watching QNCX. This has a 98 penny high, and we have 86s on. Here comes 89. It's had a lot of trouble at 88, let alone 90. But it's doing that curl up, right? Where it starts to kind of round the shape, and it shows you higher lows, not necessarily, big difference in higher highs, but a very noticeable higher low pattern. So I want to take that rounding shape, possibly squeeze up into the mid-90s. If I'm really lucky, then $1, especially if a big buyer comes in over here. So QNCX, very much focused on this one. So we got a couple of trades on right now. They're all looking good, but we're looking for continuation, especially on DXST. I'm not going to allow it to go below that 26.5. I will stop out, but I did wet the beak there, so pleased. Also, I want to bring to your attention a new IPO on the day. Thank you, Neil, for pointing this one out. I did not know about this. Let's take a look at this one and see what to expect. This is on the NYSE. It's on the NYSE? No, it's not. It's on the NASDAQ, pardon me. So MWH, currently showing a tap of $30. We're going to load up the details on this one, MWH, in a second. But first and foremost, we want to get to the imbalance locator and change from New York to NASDAQ, apply, okay. And then we want to sort by, you can sort by, let's see paired volume. We'll try that one first. MWH, right there, it's a buy side imbalance of 380,000 shares with a paired volume of 1.52 million. So keeping in, this is not bad. This is not bad. Now we need to see some more details. What was the IPO price? I need more information, please. Let's see. Okay, San Diego provider of infrastructure to power utility late Tuesday said it's selling 20.5 million shares at $25 a pop in the IPO, compared with an expected price of 22 to 25. Okay, so number one, it sells towards the higher end of the range. It was 22 to 25. That was the range. Moreover, it's showing you 30 already on the top. So now that we have that baseline established, we can kind of see whether or not we want to jump into this trade. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. It's M as in Mary, WH on the NQ, and there it is with a buy-side imbalance of about 354,000 shares, with the exchange already having paired 1.54 million shares. All right. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Haven't got stopped out of DXST quite yet. Despite the ugly topping tail candle, that means there's a buyer here at 27 of note. The QNCX trade, I expected this one to have resistance at 90, but it's still putting in the shape that I like, so I'm going to pack the patience. And STIMI, STIM, coming right back down into that 205 breakout area, but we did wet the beak. I'm going to pack my patience, see if this one finds support at 204. That's where the 10 EM on the 5 is. So that's what I'm looking at there, Joey.
Good stuff. All right, yeah, guys, I mean, it's been relatively cool here for us, guys. You know that we try to sit in these positions as long as we possibly can. Nice move down on LYFT. Hate going over the same name. Some people are saying, like, silver. So who said, do Jason do? He's like, hey, or Jason do, or whatever your name may be. Obviously, don't mean to butcher it or anything along those lines. He's like, yeah, the price action is clean. To me, this is everything but clean, if you ask me. Up, down, up, down, up, down, and around here in silver, and that's why I haven't been paying attention to it. Like, if we go back into my notes, I was trading silver for quite some time when it was in play. I just don't feel that's necessarily the case right now, and LIFT looks like it wants to continue. It's a little bit of a move higher. LYFT, you can see this trend line holding up, guys. We didn't get the breach of that or anything along those lines. I do feel that there's one more opportunity to engage here in Unity, but I don't want to just continuously try to milk a stone or beat a dead horse, as they say. It is relatively weak, but I'm just trying to correlate everything with a call put. Okay. I'm just trying to correlate it with the daily, and what I was talking about earlier is just in the fact that it wants to close as somewhat of a hammer candle here. So that means buyers are going to be stepping in at some point and may not push price back down. So keep an eye out on those specific levels. But Unity, right back to my previous entry price, and then now slowly starting to curl over. So, I mean, a third time may be a charm. Anyone that had been here knows Joe trades BTC and silver like he skates in the rink. Oh. Bad. No, it was bad, because he said bad at the end. That's it, Lemon's family. A lot of digs these days, man. I don't know about this individual.
Who was that?
Lemon's family.
Lemon's family.
I think he's
a prickly one.
He's
like Adam.
Adam,
he's good
Adam's
vibes,
my
but he's
boy,
a prickly
though.
one.
Yeah, but this one here, he just keeps like, it's just like the little pokes, and then sure enough, it's just like, hey, man, are you sure about that? Yeah, don't poke the bear, man. I haven't traded Bitcoin in a long time. Silver, I don't know about that. We can go back. I don't want to have to pull up receipts now, Lemon family, and prove you wrong there, my friend. No, and aside from that, let's get back into these markets. LYFT, what is the SPY and the TQQs doing? Slowly starting to grind back higher. Like, this is the neckline that I was thinking about as a potential short, and now we're starting to head into that area. If we reject 52 once again, and we were talking about that yesterday, if we reject it and slowly start to curl over, maybe you'll find somewhat of a continuation to the downside on the short. So keep an eye on this zone, and if it breaches, maybe you go and test the high of the day as well. So keep an eye on multiple opportunities, plenty of time left within the day, and there goes Unity slowly starting to curl over, Sharif. I might have to engage in this one more time.
Engage. All right. What was that StarCraft character that said something engaged? Was it Battleship, guys? I'm pretty sure. Battle Cruiser. I'm pretty sure it was Battle Cruiser, right? Fact check me, please. Battle Cruiser operational. Good day, Commander. If you know, you know, man. I used to play that all the time. Yeah, Katina Man. You never played StarCraft, Katina Man? Yeah. All right. 4 Alt J. It is StarCraft, right? Yes, 4 Alt J. Great question, brother. I really want to point this out. What do you guys think about hourly order block bounces? So I'm assuming you're talking about institutional buying, right, on the hourly, and you're looking for reversions or bounces off that level. That's kind of what my understanding of what order blocks are. But I got to tell you, I don't usually use that because I don't trade these large caps or anything other than small caps intraday. So I personally have no opinion on it. What are you doing over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is long Tesla and NVIDIA at the moment. Can we go to the Katina Man screen real quick, Assassino, if possible? There he is. He's in at the lows there, and he's moving back up. Katina Man, can we see the NVIDIA one as well? Just for there it is, guys, off the low and looking to take out that flat top there where there's been a whole bunch of resistance. Shout out to the Katina Man. He's doing it live. So that's my understanding, brother. Do you have anything to say about order blocks? My understanding is it's institutional buying on the hourly chart at key levels.
Yeah, no,
right?
I don't
Like key price zones where they often place large orders. That's my understanding. If I've got it wrong, chat, let me know. But that's basically my understanding of that. And I have nothing to really say about that because I don't use it. So thank you for the super chat, but I don't have much to add in the way of that. But I do have this to add, Assassino. There goes QNCX into that 95 penny area. We have 86s on. We took out 95. Keep it down, Ram. And then we're looking for 98 penny high. It is a 98.01 high. Let's see if this one gets up into the dollar. It certainly couldn't take out that dollar earlier on at 11.50, but this is a new time, a new candle, and a new price move up on QNCX. Let's see if we can take out that seller there. Now, Stimmy is displeasing me. STIM, we're flattening out here, break even on the remaining amount. It lost 2. It has a whole bunch of support at 2. I realize that. But if it wants to start printing new candles to make new highs, especially on the 5, we'll get back in. We don't need to get it back in now. And then last but not least, DXST. We took this one and we took this one into 29 with the beak at 29. It came back into 27s. I didn't like what I saw. A whole bunch of lower highs, especially with that topping tail candle at 12.25. I flattened out and got the hell out of there. So we're profitable on that one, and we're profitable on every single name we have traded today, and they're 5 for 5. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. For Alt J. LOL, they always pronounce my username wrong. My bad, bro. It's for real TJ. TJ, appreciate the input though. Hopefully Neil has some insight about it, but not sure if he'll see it. I can ask Neil to, give me his opinion, and then he can message me in the chat. I can communicate what he says. Neil, his question was about these 1 hour blocks. I'm going to read it. If it's that. What do you think about hourly order block bounces? If you have any opinion, Neil, on that, just message me in the chat, and then I'll throw it, or I'll read it out loud to the viewers. But for the moment, guys, we're packing the patience here on QNCX, and we're looking for that move up into $1, my man. What do you got?
All right, good stuff. Nakul, when did you buy it? Because I'm curious, I want to talk about this a little bit, guys. I got all out of lift there. It just came back. I'm like, we're chopping around. We're not doing too much. So we'll lock that in here. A nice little move there on LYFT, and then now it's starting to come back in. But that's fine. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Now, I want to talk about this a little bit, just kind of, and it's not necessarily directed, but there's an interesting way where you can approach these options trades, right? And we're going to use this example right now is that, okay, so we're trading at approximately 50% down from where we were on the previous highs. And Nakul's like, hey, I bought this contract. It's a leap. It expires January 2027. Do you think we can head back to the all-time highs? Now, my objective with that specific contract is considering you're buying it so far out of the money, and essentially what is going to happen is day by day, this is typical with options contract, is that you're going to just lose a little bit, right? Like it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts almost. So what's going to happen is day by day, you're going to lose value of this every day that it's not appreciating in price, okay? So what the objective is when you're buying something so far out of the money, and this is what I was kind of touching on this morning as well too, is just understanding where the price of that specific contract is derived from. And essentially what I'm getting at here is when you're buying something so far out of the money, there's no intrinsic value to it. There's only one thing that price of that contract is derived from, and that is time. Right? So what you're essentially trying to do is not necessarily have that contract trade in the money, right? Because it would have to go north of $150 before January 27th, minus the theta that you've lost within that contract. So you would need it to go drastically higher than that. But what you want to kind of achieve here is a substantial move. I'm not saying relatively quick, just due to the amount of time that you have, but in a span where you're not going to lose too much to theta, but you're also not going to trade in the money. So what happens with that contract when it's so, one second, Adair, when you're so far out of the money, and say you get a pop up to $110 from now, you're still only derived from that extrinsic value, time value, but the increase of that contract the contract will increase, but not necessarily in a moneyness way. You just want to capture that time value, get out of the market, and then reassess your situation and re-engage at a different time. So lock in that time value, all right? It's time. That's what one thing it took me a while to really understand in options market is like, why is this contract worth this, and why is this contract worth that? Adair, what do you have?
Excuse me, what I have here, Joe, is something on Meta. So it's interesting. I saw this headline on social media. I looked it up. Looks like this article is a couple hours old, though when I went to refresh it, it said it was updated as of 5 minutes ago. Nonetheless, to contextualize this, because META is on watch after the Wall Street Journal reported that Meta's auditor, Ernst & Young, or EY, of course also formerly associated with SMCI, reportedly raised concerns over a $27 billion data center deal that was moved off of Meta's balance sheet into a JV or joint venture with Blue Owl. So EY did actually approve this treatment, but it did label the situation a critical audit matter. So again, seeing these reports just circulate now, though they could be a couple hours older, that Meta's auditor had or flagged some issues with Meta's data center accounting, saying it is high risk. Back to you.
You know what they're doing, Joey? They let Blue Owl Capital own that about 80%, I think, of the Louisiana, pretty sure, the Louisiana data center there. And they're leasing the remaining, they're leasing it from Blue Owl Capital. So they shift the balance sheet, the debts, onto Blue Owl's balance sheet, and then they're just a lessor or a lessee, excuse me. You know what I mean?
It's like what Carvana did, kind of almost.
A little bit.
Kind of like
funny accounting,
right? Like funny accounting. Like, hey, we're losing something, but I think the company was Drive Time or something along those lines.
Yes, it was.
So.
But we're seeing this a lot with these AI companies, guys. They're using SPV, special purpose vehicles, to offload debt from their balance sheet onto these, let's call them what they are, essentially shell companies that carry the debt all the while. The main company, the Metas, whatever, it's not reflected there. So if that's not your cup of tea, right, steer clear of it. But they're obviously getting creative with how they're doing things. I don't think that's new for Wall Street, quite frankly. So.
Look at CVNA here. Damn, I mean, what was the company that wrote the short report on this name? I can't remember. It was something cool or something along.
Carvana?
Yeah. Boom.
Not the bear
nice
cave,
move. 30%. Yeah, I can't remember what it is. It's like a name Starship or something along those lines. But yeah, CVNA to the downside, guys, off of that high level, and kind of just correlating. We're not going to compare Meta and CVNA to each other, but kind of just funny accounting practices, and it's been going on for time. Like. This is so weird for a used car dealership to make that kind of move. Like going from, oh yeah, you're almost going to get delisted, trading to around like $3 or so. I remember when it was trading like $10 to climbing all the way up to like $490, $500 pretty much. Very rarely do you see that stuff. Can you take a look at the options chain on CoreWeave? For sure. Let's see if we can find anything interesting over there and see what we got going on CoreWeave. We're going to go over to OPEX here, 9 days away, and see where the majority of this open interest lays. Let's get the strategy builder off so we can see a little bit more detail. Increase in IV, guys. Increase in IV. So you're going to be paying an extended premium. Just keep that in mind, right? I think this is Writers Nation right now. So get those strategies out there. $100, seeing a little bit of a supply zone. As Brent would like to say, some positive gamma up in here. 14,800 contracts with 889 only traded on the session. What is CoreWeave actually doing? Let's pull it up. CRWB, how have you been performing as of late? $92. Ooh, steady downtrend, right? You want to wait for these levels to be broken down 50% off of that previous pivot high, and this downtrend still fully intact, Sharif.
I was looking at one of these car dealerships that like sell high-end cars. I'm not interested, obviously. Just
in the city.
Yeah, isn't it? Anyway, whatever the name is. So you should see what this guy was selling in 21, 22, 23. Even some parts of 24, this guy's, I would say 50% of his inventory were Lambos and Ferraris. There was just insane demand for those cars, and so he was meeting the demand. Go look at the inventory now. He's got a few. But I was literally telling you, half his inventory were those cars, like supercars. Right?
Yeah.
And now maybe he's got a few, and then it's just like everything under 100,000.
No one's really buying.
No one's really buying them.
Well, when you have a
It
flat
speaks to the Canadian economy.
Yeah, when you have a flat GDP, then I don't know.
You got me thinking when you mentioned Vana, right? So
Yeah,
I was thinking about that. I was actually mentioning that to my old man. I was like, well, maybe right now is the time for deals on cars. It certainly is on real estate. See the Canadian, see the average price of a home in Toronto?
Slowly dropping.
Below $1 million for the first time in like 6-7 years.
Yeah, exactly. What was I going to say here? I mean, but like, what kind of decline are we really expecting? Like, what are we sitting on right now? Around like 15, like the average price home has gone down about 15-20% or so?
Something like that. I think
right?
they were saying year over year was 6.5, but like not from the peak though. That's just year over year.
And I remember, what was it? How many total condo sales was it in December or November?
It was ridiculous.
Or something?
It was 25-year low, bro.
Yeah.
25-year low.
There's just no demand for it right now. But I mean, how much more of a decline can we expect in the housing market and the boomers who are unfortunate enough to
Here's my
a little bit
analysis.
more equity in their house?
There's no new supply coming online. There isn't, because the condo starts are not happening. Prices are too high, municipal fees, all that stuff. So there's no new supply coming online, even though prices are continuing down. So what happens? Aggregate supply, aggregate demand meet the equilibrium, and then you get a price bottom. I don't think we continue to make new lows in the real estate market.
then that's what I'm getting at. Like,
even
how low
we
is it
do,
going to
like
go?
tiny bit, Joey, because
Very,
there's just
very
not
minuscule.
Exactly. There's not any new supply coming online. That's my analysis.
Yeah, it's like $700K for like the average price home in Toronto for a house that is like $700K USD.
Yeah?
Well, I mean, where the average price home is $1 million, we said here.
It was,
right?
and now it's a little bit below.
A little bit lower,
Yeah,
sorry,
a little bit
but
below.
$650K USD.
Exactly. Yeah, give or take. Yeah. All right, guys. DXST, it's moving back up. It's on the way to 29. It held VWAP very cleanly. It's a 3-candle setup. I'm getting in here, and I'm just going to give it to below the volume weighted average price, a skosh below VWAP. Let's give this one another opportunity. So prior bar low, that's where we're going to keep it. 25.64, that's prior bar low. Let's go ahead and set that up, 25.50, and then we're going to give it, there you go. And we'll do just that. So it wants to go. We got 28s on right now. Let's go 29.5 for the first profit taker there. And then we're going to set up at 0.31.5. Let's see if we can get a breakout here. It's into the high. It's showing 29. There's 29. There's the move up. No prints. No new prints. No new prints. We need to cross the half penny area. So it's above 29 1/3. Can't clear the half penny area at 29. So we're going to need that to clear to get the print. And then let's see if this one can squeeze above 30. 31.05 is the high of the day. But there's a seller here at 29. We just can't shake them, especially at the third of a dollar. Zigging and zagging between the third of a penny. Wow. There it is into the half penny area, showing 49s. There was a huge seller at 49s there, so couldn't take out that level, so we'll pack the patience. Separately, I'm still holding QNCX because QNCX has a crazy area of support at 84. If 84 comes back in and it holds, I'm getting back into that one. But I'm focusing now on DXST. There is that 49 penny area. Again, there is the print finally. Now can we get a little bit higher? Here comes 30. All right, good strength here on DXST. Nice breakout. Could have had better price if I stayed into this one. There we go. Moving up into that 30 penny area. Let's see if we can get the wet the beak. There we go. We're going to wet the beak there. No, couldn't get that because we put too much of an offset there. All right, so that wasn't good. Well, we'll just let it go then. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher on that one.
Dude, that video I sent you last night?
Yeah. Oh, that was ridiculous.
Man,
so your boys, what was the name of it? Not Dong?
Da Nang.
Yeah. So it's a city in Vietnam that Joey sent me yesterday, and the cost of living was below $1,000 a month, and we were living opulent.
It makes me sick. It makes me literally want to throw up.
Opulent.
It makes me want to throw up.
There we go. Here we go. So let's get to that in a second because this one is taking out highs. But I did really like the fact that everything is cheap other than anything American. So like the biggest thing he paid for was the Airbnb. Yeah. Everything else was like $1, $2.
Yeah, a couple dollars.
It was ridiculous.
I don't know if it's Yeah, but hey, that's
What's the name of the city again?
Da Nang.
Yeah, that's how you say it.
Yeah,
Da Nang.
well,
that's it.
I don't
Okay.
speak, but
Yeah,
something
neither
like
do
I'm
I,
saying
brother.
like the Canadian version of it, like
Sure.
the English version of how a typical
I
individual
understand.
who does
I
it. But yeah.
All right,
Da
we're
Nang,
knocking on the
yeah.
door of 30 pennies here on DXST. There it goes. We're really on the way now. 31.05. There it goes above. Again, man, it gets into 32. It's an area of illiquidity. I don't get the print. We're going to take the print here. Let's see if it can move up a little bit more. 32 penny high right now on DXST. Let's see if it can take out 31 decisively. It's showing 30.5. Right now, good look. Limit up, not like this is going to halt, but limit up is 44 pennies. It just flashed that to me super, super quick. How we doing here on the other one? QNCX. Looks like we're getting a hold here at 85 pennies. Packing the patience. There goes DXST into 32 pennies. We'll take the print there. Now we're setting up higher. We're setting up at 35. Let's see if we can get above 35. Here comes 31.5. Let's see if we can clear 32. 31.75 showing up. 32's, we got the sellers on the ropes, baby. They're running scared. 32.25. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. 33 in the cards. Let's see. All right, packing the patience. Calm down over here. Rivian long, says Tony. Get it, Rivian. Get it, Tony. I think Rivian reports tomorrow, boys, or it's tomorrow. Yes, thank you. So Rivian does report tomorrow, Tony, so be on the lookout there. And yeah, that's all I've got, Joey. I've got QNCX and DXST looking for a little bit more. They're both sub $1, so I do apologize to those traders who do not like these, but you know, the other ones aren't really setting up.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So Jonathan says, I just got back from the Philippines and I met some older Americans living off of Social Security in beach houses with live-in staff and living like rock stars. Very tempting to, dude, this guy's spending like a couple dollars a day on food and everything looks phenomenal.
Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's ups and downs, but yeah, beach life, everything along. Yeah. It's insane. I don't like talking about it because it just gets me frustrated. Yeah, moving forward,
Toronto's
guys.
expensive, yeah.
What's that?
Toronto's super expensive.
Dude, and it's like the roads are garbage. Like, yeah,
See that move Olivia Chow's trying to pull?
Yeah.
She's trying to keep real estate taxes at a 2.2% clip to lure us into re-electing her. And then the word on the street is, word around City Hall, is that she's going to bump it up 5-6% once she's back in office for another 4 years.
Didn't she do that? It was like the first thing she did in office was raise property taxes.
The property taxes have gone up 25% in 3 years. 3 years.
Bathurst and Dufferin, some of the busiest streets in the city, are reduced to 1 lane. Parking tickets have now been doubled, literally, to $120. I'm like,
know, bro. They don't know where to get the money.
I tried to fight my ticket.
They don't know where to get the money.
I tried to fight the ticket. I'm like, yo, you guys can't just be ticketing me everywhere, essentially, where I go. Like, oh, too bad. City's broke. We need the $120. $120. And I'm like, you know what, man? Yeah, that's it.
But Joey T.
What?
Joey T in the chat. Toronto has the lowest taxes out of all the GTA, by the way. You are accurate. If we're comparing it to Markham or York region, Peel region, Durham region, you're accurate on that. So I'm not going to disagree with that. It's just because in Toronto, you're also getting rinsed for other things as well. So that's kind of my
land transfer tax is probably the most. Yeah, we know what Adam James has to say.
Oh my days!
Land transfer taxes is
Look
just
at that
like
super.
What do you say?
Look at the super.
Who sent that? Is our boy?
$100 super chat by David.
Canadian parking ticket, man.
That is big. There you go. You got your Canadian parking ticket paid for.
I got a couple of those, man. I'm just saying, those got to be paid. Otherwise, they won't renew your license. So yeah, they'll just take it away from you, man.
Oh,
you can't renew the old license.
Yeah, you can't. If you have tickets, they don't let you.
Jokes on them. My license doesn't expire for 4 more years. So but no, thank you very much, David. It means a lot.
Very nice
going straight towards the show, but Zen's on. But yeah, all right, guys, right back in here, and this is the levels that I was talking about on the TQQs and on the SPY. Are we slowly starting to curl over? It kind of looks like it. So be patient as the volume starts to cool down. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple clean more flushes here on today's intraday price action. Let's head over to the higher time frames and see what we got going on. I hope my grandma didn't hear what I just said, because I'll be getting a text about that momentarily saying, Joe, you better be paying those. Yeah, it doesn't matter how old you get. They're still in your ear at all times.
100%.
So $51.48. Let's see if we can get that curl over here. And the same thing with the SPY, guys. Things slowly starting to turtle shell as we head into key support levels. Now that can act as possible resistance. So that's what I got going on. I'm not in anything right now, so we'll be patient and wait for a high quality opportunity. Again, once again, we had some pretty good trades on LYFT, on Lyft, and on Unity, so we don't want to give too much of this. We want to keep the ball rolling and stay in that flow state and wait for those high quality opportunities. I haven't been going gung-ho on the trades. Nice, a couple opportunities earlier in the day. We try to hold them throughout the session to see if we can get the ball moving here, guys.
And thanks again, David, by the way. That's very generous of you. Obviously, you didn't have to do that, but thank you very much. And it's funny, too. It's always nice when it's money and funny. All right, guys, about 5 minutes or so. I don't see us. So we got Louise coming up, man.
Yeah.
We're going to be very excited for that. Oh, another one. Frederick dropping 10 in the chat. Thank you very much, Frederick. I live in Brockton, Massachusetts. Roaring Kitty's family home is 10 houses down the street. We have potholes so deep. Oh, my days. I don't want to say that last part, but yeah, anyway, thank you, Frederick.
This guy is the Boston humor, right?
Oh, man, that is funny, but yeah, look, I think it's a northern thing, obviously, because when I go to Buffalo, I go to Detroit, anywhere Rust Belt area where the climate is very similar to ours. I see busted roads everywhere. But, Joey, we know, man, the hot, the cold, it messes with the pavement.
Yeah, but Sharif, how much taxpayer dollars does it cost essentially to send a couple of city workers down each road? You go down Yonge Street, you go down University, you go down Jarvis, you go down Bathurst and Dufferin, and just literally drive north and south. They're not that long, and fill the potholes.
Evidently too much.
Too much. Well, yeah,
evidently too much.
On other things,
yeah,
right?
Clearly.
We got to spend on other brilliant things like painting Bathurst and Dufferin half the lanes red for whatever reason.
They made bus lanes, but your boy Joey Options is driving in the bus lane, man.
Don't incriminate me, man. First of all, like, we can spend money on painting lanes red, but meanwhile, we're not going to fill the potholes. We got to drive there to paint it red, but we're going to bypass all the potholes and not fill them.
Drop systems, don't even try with me. Habibi, come to SoCal for potholes. My sister lives in SoCal. You guys have it way better when it comes to roads. I'm not saying you have it better for everything.
Oh, you know what?
I've been to LA County, especially
and you know
downtown.
What I heard?
Yeah.
Da Nang, no potholes.
No potholes?
No potholes.
How's that even
You're living
possible?
cheap and no potholes.
All right. We're having a great time, guys. There goes QNCX, Katina Man. We're going to have to go to Adara, but I want to find out what Katina Man had to say. Go ahead.
A quick update here. DOCU and watch NVIDIA's AI account. NVIDIA AI just posted that looks like DocuSign is using NVIDIA's Nemotron parse model to help, quote, redefine what's possible in document workflow. So NVIDIA's AI account shouting out DocuSign for the use of one of its Nemotron family of open source models. Nice look here for DOCU's bouncing a little bit. Just something to be aware of here, guys. Back to you.
Very much. Lemon Family is making me chuckle. 215 sugar-free. Bro, our potholes have fish in them down here in Philly. But yeah, Philly is more north, right? Like you can say it's similar to Toronto climate. It's more like New York, right? So New York and Toronto aren't that dissimilar. I know New York's a little warmer. Looking for QNCX to continue here. We added back into this one like a psycho. And there it is, taking out 93. We're looking for this one to retest 98, guys. It's got higher lows. That's what's keeping me optimistic. Moreover, it has that buyer at 84. Now looks like that buyer has gotten more aggressive. He's buying at 85 because we defended 85 quite well. It was an 84 buyer, then it's an 85 buyer, but we still have all the selling coming in south of $1. So I'm keeping my eye on that. Separately, I'm closing out my trade here on DXST as it's dropping back down into break even. If it sets up a little bit better at the volume weighted average price, I jump back into that. But now my focus goes on QNCX, and now we're going to wait for 98s, okay? that will be the high of the day. Technically, it's a 98.01 high of the day, but I want to wet the beak south of that dollar if we do make it back up there. So we're going to pack the patience on this one. Guys, we're going to have Luis coming on in about a couple of minutes. If you have specific questions about shorting these small cap gappers, tag myself or Joseph right now so we can accumulate them and then bring them to Luis's attention and see what kind of answers he's got. He's here, so we'll get him in a second. But throw in the chat right now if you have a specific question about shorting small cap gapper stocks for Luis Barbado. Throw them, tag myself or Joe in the chat so we see them. If you don't tag us, we're not going to read every line, right? Because we're trying to do multiple things at the same time. Let us see them, and then we'll pass them on to Luis. So I only got one position right now, QNCX. We're looking for the move into 98s. We got 88s, Joey. I'll send it to you as we.
We gotta ask Luis when he comes in with the potholes in Barcelona are like. I think that's gonna be really important. Aside from that, guys, this is what I was talking about, the slow curl over here in the SPY. Is that gonna happen here in the TQQs? Maybe we get a roll over here. As I mentioned before, that $52 mark acting as somewhat of a resistance zone, and the same thing with the SPY, slowly starting to curl over here, guys. And I'm thinking I really would love to re-engage in this Unity short, but I just don't know if it's setting up, and I don't want to go against the grain right now. It's just more or less going with the flow, right? We had that move back down into this trend line here on LYFT, and it's still holding up relatively well. So we'll keep an eye on some of these names. We might have to play a little bit of the market. We'll go small size to see if we can add a little bit, but if we end up losing some, that's fine. But we're going to go in with a positive mindset and just saying, hey, let's be patient, let's wait. With that being said, if I'm looking at the SPY or the TQQs, what do we have to do? We have to typically keep our eyes on the Mag 7 and the big boys, right? So with that, let's take a look at Apple. See how it's been recovering on. It's still holding up around those highs. So a big time move here in AAPL when the market is just essentially moving sideways. It's still holding up its own. So AAPL looking pretty good. Microsoft, taking a leg down. Is that going to help drag the T's down? No, it doesn't look like it. NVDA, what are you up to? Still hovering just above the volume weighted average price. Amazon. Yeah, this is a trickier one, Gorvin. I told you, like, we can go back into all my documentation. Like, these big boy names, I've just been swaying away from right now. I think there's been some quality opportunity outside of them, and with earnings season, you'll be able to find those mid-cap names that have good, nice, clean price action, like we found in Unity Short today and in LYFT. Meta, down to $660. You're $100 off of that earnings report pop. Excuse me, that espresso. So I mean, you pop up to 742, and then it's just 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive red days. You get a little bit of a breath, and then now you're continuing that downwards trajectory, with this gap being completely filled. Moving on to Broadcom, what are you up to from the daily? You're still off of those previous highs, $413 to $340 there on Qualcomm. Taiwan Semi, new all-time high today, Sharif, on Taiwan Semi with a high of $379. Applied Material putting in a solid one as well, too. We were talking about that.
1.6 trillion. 1.6 trillion. We're headed to 2 trillion.
I think at this point you're gonna run into that $2 trillion club. But yeah, it's that time, guys. Luis is about to hop on the show. We're gonna figure about the potholes in Barcelona, and we're gonna also talk about some small cap price action.
There he is. Luis, thank you for being on again. Great to see you. I hope you had a good trading day. Couple of questions. I want to show you this chart where I'm looking at right now, Luis. NCI is the ticker. It's still up nice on the day. I'm sure you have eyes on it, about 75% green. So this one I was looking at, Luis, as a possible short setup. But before I tell you kind of what I think about it, what's your opinion on this? Is it a good short setup? And if it is, what would your methodology be entering on this one?
Yeah, it's a good short setup for a couple of things. First, because it's a history of pump and dump stock. It often goes up and down. And also because we have some short, what we call short into resistance. So you short these levels just in front of the 2 because you have some resistance here from previous days. And after, I can show you my execution chart as well, as you can see it here. Okay, as you can see, I do a lot of scalps, but this is all short against these 2. And then we took a couple of longs here and then short against against this VWAP, as you can see. Okay, so it's a good short because we have previous days resistance and we have a history of pump and dump on this ticker.
So I see you literally have the top there, Luis, right around $2. The high is 209. So I got to ask you, was that $2, 209-ish area, is that the previous area of resistance that you were speaking about on the prior day? Is that why you got in around 2?
Yeah, because of that, and also because of price action level 2 reactions to those round numbers, a lot of offers coming in, big sellers, hidden sellers, and all these kind of tape reading skills that you develop with the time.
Okay, I want to ask you one more, Luis, and then we have a lot of questions from the audience that want to ask you as well. I want to get your take on QVCGP. So I was looking for an actual long on this, Luis. It did a bit of a, what we call a Christmas tree retracement, green on one side and then red on the other on an upside down kind of V. It lost VWAP. And then it started using VWAP as resistance as opposed to support, but it had a bit of a $5 base. Is this one you would have set up on? Were you looking for, that topping tail candle? Because this was the indicator to me. That 1055 candle on the 5 ended up being a topping tail candle, and it's the largest volume bar on the day that ended up being a reversal candle. What was your look on this one?
You're absolutely right. We haven't traded that ticker, I have to say, so I cannot help you a lot, but you're right. That candle with the highest volume of the day and the rejection of a kind of a round number, probably if you could see in the level 2 some sellers, hidden sellers there, adding position into the short side. So it's a good call. If you don't want to go front side there with higher risk, you can wait for the VWAP to break and go short against this VWAP as a resistance, you said.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay. Do you have any questions for Luis? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Luis, good to talk to you once again. So just going back to our previous conversation that we had last week between you and I, just the criteria, I know what I want to do here is just get in a little bit more in depth with the actual setup and leading into and after the setup. So we're looking at specific amount of shares, anything over $1, you don't trade anything less. But I'm curious to know, like, when you see a high quality setup, say you're running into resistance zones and you're in an intraday standpoint, you're starting to see the stock rejecting it, how do you size from an exponential standpoint? Do you have a grade of quality within your setups, like A quality, B quality, and C quality? And if so, how are you sizing into something that may be of higher quality?
Well, first of all, as you say, you have to categorize the setups for the quality, A+, A, or even V. Also, you have to understand what kind of trader you are. If you are a very active trader, as I am, so I have a wide options of sizing. So I take even V or C setups, let's say, very low quality of setup, but I manage the risk with the size, as you say. So I take very low size on those ones because I like to take a lot of trades. It's my experience, my background, so it's difficult to change that for me. But when I have A+ setups, I go bigger, of course. And also you have to measure always what is, most of the day traders, we work with a daily loss. So you have to measure your size with your daily loss as well. It's not the same if you have $100 daily loss or $1,000 or $10,000 daily loss. You have to measure this and also measure the volatility of the stock. So what is the worst scenario? What is the best scenario? And what are the zones that you are going to recycle shares because you still like the trade, but you want to take some profits, add into the winning positions, and also what parts of the trade, what prices you are going to stop out of the trade. And all those together, and of course, again, level 2, how are the bids and the offers, how big are the bids and the offers so you don't have slippage is also important.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic stuff. And with that being said, I like the fact that you mentioned recycling shares. So if you were to have a higher quality setup, you're sized in fully, and it really starts to work for you, you add more shares, you take some off, and you continuously add to that P&L, which also widens your daily stop. You work along those lines as well, too?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can check one trade of yesterday because I think it's a very nice setup. And we will see some examples of these recycling shares. Absolutely. Yesterday, we have a stock that was AVP. Okay, this is what we call a VWAP rejection. We have a very active overnight popping up from 150 to 280. and a very active also opening at 4 New York City time. We have another run here to 3:30, but then the stock is totally destroyed, going down. So at that point, we are waiting for the stock to pop to the VWAP. We short the stock, and this VWAP take profit. We short it again here. We can see a couple of examples of traders who did this in the office. There you go, ABP. Hold on, it's loading. It's a little bit too slow now, but the idea is this: to go short here in the VWAP, take some profits out of the table, and again go in the VWAP when you try again to break it. Okay. There you go. Here we have one trader. Okay, he missed this chance of shorting here in the VWAP, but when the market opens, short there, out, in again, and out. And look at this guy, even better. He short the stock here, adding more out, adding against the VWAP and holding all the way down. So this is one of the tickers, one of the setups we really like.
Luis, thank you for that. We have some audience questions, some good ones. The first one, Luis, what time frame and indicators do you think are best for identifying tops for short entry?
I always trade in 1 minute candles. Okay, that's the time frame. But sometimes I go back to 3 minutes. But it doesn't matter so much what is the time frame, the candle you use, as long as you always look to the left side. We can have an example of yesterday. You have 1 minute candle, right? You have 1 minute candle on this ticker, was amazing yesterday, popping up from 170 to 238. You trading in 1 minute, okay, yes, but then look, 15 minutes, and you will see, okay, look, this stock is going up and down a few days ago. We go back this day, up and down again. This day, up and down again. So when you check the chart history in minutes and hours and day, you see how it usually behaves, this stock. So this stock is, even if you're looking in 1 minute, you know it has a lot of potential of pump and dump stock. So we go short on that and hold for the fade, all day fade. So 1 minute, and indicators, I only use VWAP for stocks.
So VWAP, that's the indicator. But what you're looking for, Luis, you go on the daily, look for those topping tail candles, the reversals back down. You say to yourself, that's a repeat offender. It has a history of making big moves in intraday and then dropping back down. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, okay. Exactly. Look at this trader in the room, for example. First of all, he tried the long here to try to break out of the highs. It's a kind of a trade that you usually do, Sharif. But then once we have a lower highs and a history of pump and dump, okay, then he goes short in the VWAP, more short, adding all the way down. Unbelievable trade. But the stock went down from 240 to 0.6. Amazing, 80%, 70% fade.
Fantastic, Luis. One more question for you. It's about locates.
Sorry. I forgot one thing about this.
No,
Very
go ahead.
important. Check the data, okay? If you check the data and you have tools, as we have, you check ASI the data, and from the 9 gaps since 2020, 80%, almost 80% of them closed red. So it gives you a lot of confidence to go short if the stock is popping up over 20, 30%.
So you have that. I know that's your proprietary platform for your office, Luis. If people wanted to get data similar to that, any sources you could send them to? I'm talking about the data about going red on the day.
We create all these tools. We create all these charts, all this data, the scanners and everything. So if someone is interested, of course, they can contact me on Twitter or email or whatever. But in order to do that, you have to hire, for example, we hire Polygon, which is a database. We hire Polygon, download everything every night and check all the stats.
Fantastic. That's good information to know. I just got one more question.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's about locate fees, Luis. This comes from a viewer as well. Did the locate fees increase over the past few years, in your opinion? Do you see the edge in shorting these small caps eroding?
Yes, it is true that the locates have been raising. At some point, we have to understand that this is a business and it has to be a win-win for everything. And with the shorting trend that a lot of day traders, small caps mainly, are shorting stocks, of course, the broker needs to make some money somehow. And with the small cap that we have very low float, there are not a lot of shares available. So yes, you have to pay for it. Still, we have an edge. I think around, if you're paying around
IPO's
10 or
open.
20% of your profit, monthly profit, still a nice way to make money.
Perfect. Fantastic stuff, Luis. All right, we like to end things off with a little bit of fun. You know what we want. We understand that it's dark. It's nighttime over there in Barcelona. Number one, what's the temperature like? And number two, what's the potholes like in Barcelona?
The parking.
No, potholes. The potholes.
The holes in the road.
The holes in the road. Is there a lot of holes in the road?
No. We don't have holes in the road. Sorry.
And the temperature.
The temperature, I think today is like 18, 20.
Oh, my
Just a modest
God.
thing. All right. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much.
Always leave us feeling bad about ourselves, Luis.
Yeah.
One last thing, according to the locate fees, we have also statistics that measure how the trader behaves when they locate, how much they pay, how much the money they make. So let's see some stats of the group, and you will see how we measure this. For example, I put the whole month, and I get the data from the traders for the whole month, how much money they paid and how much money we made on this. So, for example, this trader paid 70% of daily loss. So let's say if he has $1,000 daily loss, this month has already paid $700 on locates. You would say, wow, that's amazing. But with that 70%, he multiplied that for 12 times. So if it's $700, he made over $8,000 with those locates going short. It's very important that you measure how much you pay and how much money you make with these specific locates. And also we measure how much of them we use, okay? Because maybe you're paying a lot, but then you don't get the whole position, or you don't even use it. This guy, for example, used 60% of the locates he paid. So no matter what, it's important that you measure all these in order to see if you are being efficient, buying the locates and trading them.
One more, Luis. We want, the chat is asking for your Twitter handle so that they can contact you directly. Can you give?
Yeah, at A-Day Trading.
At A-Day Trading. So just like the name on the A-Day Trading. So at A-Day Trading, guys. Perfect. All right, Joey, any questions?
No, that
for
was
Luis?
it. Yeah, I was going to ask the exact same thing. Where can everyone find you on Twitter, Instagram, whatever it may be? But you answered our question, so fantastic stuff, Luis.
Thank you so
Twitter,
much, Luis.
at A-Day Trading, and the email is info@adaytrading.com.
Great information. You're getting a lot of love from the chat. As always, Luis, thank you for being on so much and giving us insights into shorting these small cap gappers. If you guys like what you saw and what you heard, join us every Wednesday. Luis is on with us at 1 o'clock. Thanks, Luis.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that was good there. Now, I think we're quarter after 1. Sia's back in the house. She's locked, she's loaded. We're gonna start the new segment shortly. Sia, give me the thumbs up when you're ready to go, and we'll jump right into that. Of course, Sergio, absolutely, brother. You're gonna have great information coming from Luis. And by the way, guys, he does join us on the morning show as well. I think he came in, was it yesterday, Katina Manny? It was Tuesdays, thank you. Tuesday mornings and Wednesday afternoons. So if you guys want to jump onto that, he's always around. Shout out to Luis Barbado, who's been on the show since before I was here. When I was a viewer, I've been watching Luis. Come on. So Luis has been around for a long time, and we thank him for coming on, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm just looking at some of this poly market stuff. Bitcoin above blank on February 13th, 60,000 or 62,000. A lot of people saying yes by February 13th, all right, 60,000. So I'm just having fun with that. Mike Peter Ryder's on it as well, too. Up or down February 11th. The majority are saying 1% up. So it's down today. So the winner's on the downside. Right, so interesting stuff there, guys. And this is what I was talking about not too long ago, right? You get that slow curl over. I'm waiting for this to happen in Unity, but it just doesn't seem to want to happen. Again, it's down 30%, right? And we're getting that breakdown here in Lyft. The downtrend now broke, or uptrend now broken, heading towards the lower end of this range here, guys. So watch out for that $14 handle to come into play. Robinhood still hovering around that $75 mark. We had a low of around $74.83. We talked about the supply zone at $73. We didn't quite get there, but the week is not done yet. a small bounce in the SPY and in the TQQQs. We're curling over on those neckline resistance zones that we were pointing out not too long ago. So the big boys look like they continue to be selling, but surprisingly so, NVDA is still up around $190, I believe, which as long as we're holding up in that, 191 and a half. Yeah, so as long as this name is holding up, I'm not overly scared that the market is going to continuously sell. Google's having a weak day. We'll see it up in the span of a couple of days, even though the downtrend, it has snapped, maybe a little bit of prolonged, but at some point it will reach to a new all-time high.
It's been trending down, Joey. We've touched
the trend line is broke, it broke, right? Like it's broken now.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like I use the exact same, if we're gonna, I think we can compare the two. Microsoft, right? Like we go back, we'll zoom out here. This thing has been absolutely destroyed. But look at this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. This is what is it? Second or third in market capitalization now.
Yeah.
Microsoft?
3.77.
So would that put it in third place or third or fourth place or something?
So 3.77. So Apple right now is at 4.1. NVIDIA is at 4.65.
And Google's at?
Google's 3.77. So it lost. Softy is at, this is like right with the price action. Softy's lost 3. Softy's down at 2.9.
Okay, so now it's fifth. So it's fifth, right? So you're the fifth largest. At one point, you were the largest, like spans of a couple months ago, and then sure enough, bang, you crack it to the downside. We understand CapEx. They don't like it. Boo-hoo, Crimea River. It's the same thing. Like you're spending a lot of money. You're doubling CapEx here in Google in 26. So like this is gonna pull back. Expect that, but these guys are going to have the ability to monetize it, and they'll continue to do so via Gemini, via Google Cloud, and they're going to get their cash back without any form of question there. Eventually, it will continue to climb, but be patient on the buying, in my opinion, right now.
All right, guys, the IPO is open. MWH, it's open. It's been open for a minute. It opened up at 109. It is 119, so it's been open for 10 minutes. 3.84 million shares of volume. The opening price, let me just take a quick look here. It opened a little bit higher than 30. It looks like it opened at 30.20, 30.19, something like that. The top was showing 30. It is dropping down now. It is putting lower highs here on the 1 minute, sequentially lower highs. Looks like there is a buyer at $29. In fact, that is the low of the day, 29. This could be flat bottom break through 29. Katina is lit today, by the way. He's chirping in the back and he's making me laugh. $29 area low. See ya. Are we ready to go?
So we're going to start with Amazon getting the FCC approval to deploy additional 4,500 satellites, which now brings its planned low Earth orbit constellation to roughly 7,700 satellites. As you can see on my screen, the condition for this is that the FCC has said that Amazon must launch at least 50% of the approved satellites by 10th of February 2032 and the remaining half by Feb 10th, 2035. And Amazon has launched 150 plus satellites since April. The FCC, as I said, requires it to deploy 50% by certain set dates. And Amazon has already invested $10 billion into Project Leo, but the company has also said that it expects to invest another $1 billion in 2026 due to increase in deployment.
All right, so look, as we talked about, I think a few days ago, we talked about the launch cadence for SpaceX, ASTS, RKLB. The launch cadence is picking up, and we've seen, obviously, the umpteen amount of low Earth orbit satellites for SpaceX. But Joseph, the discussion between you and I centered around the disruption to the telecom companies that this could cause. We're talking about phones that don't need any new hardware, that are going to be able to connect to these low Earth orbit satellites for direct-to-cell signal. We're talking data, we're talking voice, we're talking everything. Is this time? And I was talking to my buddy Alfred about this. Katina Man knows Alfred. I was talking to my buddy Alfred about this. Should we be looking to set up aggressive short positions in some of these telecom companies?
And that's a tough question, man. That's a really tough question. Why? Because you already have the consumer base, so it'd be in their best interest to kind of start to collab with some of these names. Will Amazon want to? Will SpaceX want to, or not SpaceX, whatever Elon's got going on. What's the name? Starlink.
Yep.
Right. Again, we know that Rogers is doing it, I believe, already. So they're going to have to adapt. It's going to be a major disruptance into the business. But I think just considering they have the consumer base already, it'd be in their best interest to start finding some form of partnerships.
That's what I was going to say. Okay, we'll get back to this discussion. We got to go to Adair.
Over some stories with META. One of them came out during this talk with Luis, so I did put it in the chat and just so that people could get some kind of view of it. It was also briefly on the screen. Meta breaking ground on a new data center in Lebanon, Indiana, that'll be representing over $10 billion worth of investment. They apparently launched, quote, Dear Algo in the US, UK, and Australia, which allows Threads users to signal which topics they need to see more of or less of in their feed. Now, the other stories with Meta that came out earlier today, looks like we actually had Bill Ackman's Pershing Square take a stake in META as disclosed at their end-of-year filing. So that's why META, a little bit of a pop here. Then we had this drop coming through around 12:30 when we had the Wall Street Journal reporting that their auditor flagged them for certain accounting practices related to $27 billion in data center fees. Back to you.
Great comments here. Party P. I used to work for a telecom company for 9 years. They have rapidly decreasing margins, and the old model doesn't work anymore. I get the same feeling. Chaz, less, something like that.
Read what the others had to say.
I'm going to get to them. Okay, I'll read this one.
No, I mean literally the others.
The others? Okay, I'll look at that one in a sec. All right, Chaz, telecom needs a complete overhaul. I've seen it overdue, but how do we do maintenance on these satellites? Very, very well said. But the same argument, Chaz, can be made for the Starlink satellites that are being used for internet at the moment. I don't know what he's doing for maintenance. I'm assuming that there won't be any maintenance and they'll just recycle them and they'll put new ones up there. That's my assumption, but I'm not sure. Let's read the other's comment.
At first,
City got too much.
I have what he said here first, Sharif.
Satellite connections. Go ahead.
Yeah, satellite connections work best in rural area with where the sky is more open, and he's saying it doesn't work as well in the cities just due to all the interference.
I can completely agree
which makes
with
a lot of sense.
For now.
Right? Exactly.
Let's see how it ends up.
I mean, hey, listen, if we're going to talk telecom here, we have a corporation named Bell Canada that spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in changing the infrastructure, right? Going from copper to fiber optic, and you still can't have that 100% rollover.
No,
right? Like it doesn't matter what
they use copper
because
still, right?
some of the old infrastructure is still on copper. And I don't know if anytime soon you can get that full rollover. Will you get market share obviously decreasing from some of these names? Absolutely.
For sure.
But by that time, I think they have to find a way to adapt.
But before we went to Adara, you were bringing up a really good point.
Yeah.
Do we see partnerships with these companies?
They have no choice.
It's an existential threat to their existence,
They'll have no choice.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
They'll have no choice. It's either that or lose market share, and the more advanced the technology gets, you're going to just slowly dwindle your market share. And one thing that I think is most important, if some of these satellite connection plans are cheaper, then people are going to start to switch over immediately.
They're
right
not going to
away.
care.
Yeah, they're
as
not
long
gonna
as the
care.
technology is the same,
exactly.
They're
not going to care.
All right, I think we've killed that. Sia, what do we got next?
We have another Amazon story next. Amazon has announced that it will expand its same-day prescription delivery service to 4,500 U.S. cities and towns by the end of 2026. This includes additional states such as Idaho and Massachusetts, and this will add nearly 2,000 new communities. So Amazon, as we know it, entered the pharmacy via its 2018 PillPack acquisition, and the company also began filing certain prescriptions at electronic kiosks, as we know it, inside One Medical clinics, which it also acquired in 2023. And as you can see on my screen, one of the statements from the vice president of Amazon Pharmacy was that patients shouldn't have to choose between speed, cost, and convenience when it comes to their medication, regardless of where they live. This seems like one of their goals.
This is really interesting, Sia, because Amazon's kind of known to be that company, much like Google, to have their hand in so many different cookie jars. And this is yet another cookie jar that they're willing to put their hand in and absolutely disrupt the competition. But as we saw yesterday when CVS reported earnings, CVS is on the move up. They are really changing their business model around for the better. It's never a good thing, though, for even a big company like CVS to take on a monster, a gargantuan company like Amazon, because they can outcompete you, because they can continue to absorb losses in that division, which are buoyed by the other divisions, AWS, and keep the boat afloat, keep the, the profitability there. I do like how they're partnering. Now, just to go back to Amazon, they're partnering with Weight Watchers. I wonder why, so they can ship GLP-1s. And they also acquired One Medical in 2023. They're offering subscription-based primary and urgent care for $200 a month. I know that's south of the border. I'm not sure if you guys have issues finding family doctors south of the border. We certainly have that issue here. I think something like 30 or 40% of Ontarians don't have a family doctor, something ridiculous like that. So having a primary care, albeit for a cost, a reasonable cost, I would say at $200 a month, Joey, I'd get behind that.
And I like that you brought up the point here, Sharif. It's like you have to be cautious of, like, CVS obviously being a massive company. But with Amazon's buying power, the last thing that you want them to do is kind of have that perfect customer, like we mentioned with CVS yesterday. So they're going to start in pharmacies. What is the next step with that? Do you open up the doctor's offices where you can subscribe that? Do you head into the insurance game as well too? So once you've kind of cracked that open, I think there's only one way that this can go. They're going to continuously expand, right? They're literally like Google, but they're a little bit more expansive. Like, they're getting into the pharmaceuticals. We talked about that a while ago. I remember reading up on it. Not only do they have Zoox, you have AWS, and now you're starting to get into this stuff. Watch out for this to continue to expand, and there's nothing really stopping them.
And I want to read a comment. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joey. Carl Gruen, CVS, LOL. Have you ever been, let alone work at one? I'm assuming you think it's bad. And I gotta echo your sentiment. So when I visit my sister in the States, it's Walgreens and CVS that obviously I go to if I need to re-up on anything. And walking into those stores is like walking into our equivalent here at Shoppers Drug Mart in the 1990s or the early 2000s. It is not an updated format. It looks super dated, but the companies are making money and people continue to go.
I'll tell you this right now. I walked past the CVS in Dallas. It looked like a bomb went off. The complete dump.
Yeah, it's nothing like Shoppers Drug Mart.
Yeah, everything's locked up as well too.
We know. Exactly. Well, we saw what the videos online.
We're like sellers. Somebody said sellers.
Remember those videos, bro?
Of the CVS?
Well, I know you're not on social media a lot, but they'd go in, five-finger discount,
boom, everywhere, left, right, and center.
Walk straight out.
Yeah, it's horrible, man. It's horrible.
Thea, what do we got next?
Up, we're talking about Tesla and its partnership with Tencent Cloud to integrate WeChat-based navigation features into vehicles in China. So now drivers can send location data directly from WeChat to Tesla's navigation system with one tap. So also, if you can see on my screen right here, additional information that the collaboration extends Tencent's intelligent automobile cloud strategy, which was first articulated in 2022, which already supplies technology to nearly 40 automotive brands in China. One of them is the big brand, we know it, BMW. And suggestions coming back to Tesla may include restaurants, parking facilities, and nearby services, which will create a more of an ecosystem driven in-car experience. And the partnership is reinforcing Tesla's local adaptation strategy, which is one of its most important strategies in critical global markets.
Fantastic for Tesla, because if you've been to China, you know WeChat is the end-all and be-all. You pay with it, you message with it, you ride hail with it. I don't know what else, man. Tell me, guys, what else do they do with it? But I know that it is probably one of the most important apps there, and if Tesla is not functional with it, I think they're at a competitive disadvantage. And I even like this more because it's an over-the-software update, so you don't have to schlep over to a dealership, or in Tesla's case, usually they bring the Model X to you and do the more thorough updates or the repairs in certain cases. So I like this. I think that Tesla, if they want to have a footprint in the second biggest economy in the world, they're going to have to mesh with what they're using down there. But Tesla's had a history of not wanting to do that. You want to know the biggest example? CarPlay. Android Auto. Tesla refuses to put it in their models because they, in their opinion, they already have a sick system. Everybody likes their system. It's snappy, it's fast, it looks like an iPhone in a car. You know what I mean? So the fact that they actually integrated to this is a bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, it is a surprise.
A good move.
No, I mean, like you mentioned, you hit WeChat obviously on the head, and that's what Zuck's trying to get Instagram to be. And I think a lot of the apps, including X, that's what Elon's vision is, to have like the WeChat, the all-in-one app here. I think that's a good move. But does that mean in the future, do you think that would, like, and I want to ask you this, do you think that would, putting in the Android features and Apple CarPlay, do you think that would have any form of a dent in Tesla's already declining sales? It's like, oh, bam, your models, you can now have Apple CarPlay.
Question, man.
I don't think it does. I don't think it's definitely not a needle mover, but could that intrigue individuals to be like, hey, now we have these features, we can now link our phones into the car a little bit better here?
I would say it would be, Joe, if the onboard system was garbage.
Yeah,
and
but
then
it's not.
It's not.
Yeah,
That's the thing. It's really good, right? Despite the fact you don't get to use your iPhone apps.
But could that be a way to monetize as well too? It's like, hey, you have this over-the-air software update.
It's a good
you can have the Android system and you can have the Apple iOS on your dashboard.
I think it's
for a small fee. Everything costs something.
Tell BMW in the heated seats.
Well, yeah, speaking of BMW,
Aziz dropped 10 Trader TV Live gifted memberships in the chat. Fanfare Planes, you got one. Farm Trader, you got one. Jay Nellis, how about Red Candles? King of Fring got one. T-Gun, The Hitman, Bret Hart, is that you? Andrew, Chill Music, Victoria, Palantir, y'all got one, and now you guys can get my morning note every day, so head on over to the YouTube homepage, hit posts, and then you'll see it right there. Thank you, Aziz, very, very much for the gifting the 10 premium memberships. And Sia, what do we have next?
Next up, we're talking about Meta and Instagram executives are facing the youth addiction trial. Instagram head Adam Mosseri is set to testify in Los Angeles, and Mark Zuckerberg is also set to be there, who will testify in the coming weeks. The American Academy of Pediatrics has warned that such design elements may exacerbate compulsive usage among children. And as you can see on my screen here, one of the jury members said that these companies built machines designed to addict the brains of children, and they did it on purpose.
I got out of Meta. I got out of Meta for exactly this reason. I am really worried that this is going to be headline risk central, okay? I don't see too many people who are going to be sympathetic with the social media companies. This is a jury trial. I'm worried, okay? I think it's also going to bring a slew of new suits. There are apparently hundreds of different cases that are pending at the moment that talk about this exact problem. The plaintiffs are highlighting, Joey, the endless scroll feature, and they're arguing it encourages prolonged engagement and makes it harder for users, especially teens, to disengage. The American Pediatric Association's come out against it. There's lots of, we've seen Australia take an aggressive stance. We've seen European jurisdictions discussing it. I believe England is among them. We've also heard Prime Minister Carney here discuss it. Nothing was done so far. I don't feel that the social media companies are going to get cut any slack by anybody.
Not anytime soon. And we're not going to beat around the bush on the fact that this stuff isn't addictive. But that means if it's going to happen for Meta, what's going to happen to YouTube? What's going to happen to TikTok, right? Like if you're going to hit one of them with it, you have to go after all of the big boys. Snapchat as well too. So I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to pay a fine at the end of the day. They're going to have to change a little bit of their rules, but I don't think it's going anywhere. Too much money is made off of Instagram, digital ad revenue. They're paying too much tax. They're going to pay the fine, but let's not forget that this stuff is highly addictive, right? Like every day, it doesn't matter. The majority of the population is looking at their phone every day. I don't think. Listen, it's funny. I made a joke between me and my friends the other day. I said, if you threw all 5 of us in a room, some of them are addicted to nicotine and so on. I said, who would be the first to be eliminated, right? Ooh. I bet you if you were to throw in, hey, who is the first to have to look at their phone? Everybody is immediately out right away. And I don't know if you guys have ever done this with a group of friends. I do this to Selena all the time because I know I'm going to win. I say, put your phone in the middle when we're eating dinner. The first one to pick up pays the bill. Oh. And yeah, exactly, right? So
So you've been eating free this entire time?
Sometimes, brother.
Crazy.
Sometimes he's eating free.
Thank you for that suggestion, though,
but in
my
all
man.
seriousness,
Good
that's how
move.
addictive some of this thing is, right? Like, I used to take the GO train in. 99.9% of people, you'd see the one individual who's reading the newspaper, older man. But everybody's either on their laptop or on their phone.
Fair. I believe that.
It's addictive. It doesn't matter if you're scrolling. It's just picking up this thing, getting those shots of dopamine, putting it back down. I bet you the majority of people can't go a single day without picking this thing up.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Most people, I would 100% agree. Ichiro, as always, coming in with a good comment. I'm a parent. That's my job to regulate my kids' use. I could not agree more. I don't think everybody else feels that way, though, Ichiro. And I think a lot of people want to point the finger. They don't want to be told they're not doing the right thing. They don't want to hear that. No, they want to. There's somebody else's fault.
But to add to that point, Sharif, we've seen over okay, it's your job to regulate the phone use, but imagine having to battle with your child every single day, like, hey, only an hour of screen time, only an hour of screen time. And we know what kids are like, especially myself. It's going to be a complete war if they want to play Fortnite, if they want to hop on the Instagram or do whatever it is. It's just making your life that much more difficult.
Well said, Joey. Guys, just before we go, QNCX is really, really looking like flat top break candidate over here. I just want to show this, and then we're going to go to SIA momentarily. It's still that 98 penny high, but I think the shorts here, they're in a lot of trouble, okay? Unless this loses 85 pennies, I think we are accumulating for an ascending wedge flat top break. There are the higher lows. All the while, it's been that 98 penny area. And let me tell you something else. That 98 penny area is not just from today. Take a gander at what we did yesterday in the aftermarket when there were no volatility halt parameters. So if we couldn't breach 98 yesterday, we have a higher low, and we're looking at that same area top. So 98 pennies-ish on QNCX could be crazy. Keep your eye on that. And as always, use sound risk management skills because it is coming back down now aggressively right into 88 pennies. This could be a buy zone here on QNCX. We'll get to that one a little bit later. I'm going to send it back to Sia.
There's an app for, Do the Wave says there's an app for that to help with kids on the phone.
Oh, really?
There's an app for that.
Is there?
There's an app for
I'm sitting there like, think about it. All right, man. Sia, what do you got?
We're going to talk about Robinhood right now. Certain revenue miss, but Robinhood has reported a Q4 EPS of 66 cents, beating the estimates of 60 cents. But revenue has come in at $1.28 billion, which missed the $1.34 billion consensus. Shares also fell 6.2% in late trading. And let's also talk about the assets and deposits. Total platform assets climbed 68% year over year to $324 billion, which was driven by a record of $68 billion in net deposits for the full entire year. Robinhood Gold subscribers also increased to 4.2 million. Options revenue jumped 41%, and equities trading revenue rose 54%. Crypto revenue has dropped 38% to $221 million. Net interest revenue has risen 39% to $441 million. Let's also talk about costs and capital allocation. Operating expenses have increased 38%, making it up to $633 million. But the company has also repurchased $100 million in shares at an average price of I'm sorry about that on my screen here, 119.86.
All right, so interest revenue is obviously very important. Their top line number, $1.28 billion. Of that $1.28, $411 is from net interest revenue. So net NII is going to be super important here. Net interest income, net interest revenue, whatever you want to call it, okay? So I'm kind of concerned about that as we talk about possibly rates going down later in the year. Obviously not now. And, you know, with the economic numbers today, it looks like we're forecasting it later. It was June. Now, apparently, it's July. So net interest revenue, net interest income, a headline number or a headline here for me to be on the lookout for. Secondly, crypto revenue dropped 38%. I was telling Joey off camera, I'm like, who didn't see this? Bitcoin gets cut in half. You think crypto revenue is going to be at the same point, same level it was at last year? Of course not. People are not punching in the same amount as they are when things are moving up, even though there's the same amount of money to be made to the short side. The fact of the matter is, most people do not take that short. They'll take it long. And that's why you're seeing crypto revenue drop off a cliff. So two things I'm looking for to rebound not the next maybe quarter, but maybe the next couple of quarters or the next year. Does NIV, net interest revenue, maintain its elevated levels, and whether crypto revenue rebounds? Joseph, what's your take?
Where do I start? I mean, let's not beat around the bush. Like, you're starting to see a little bit of a decline in some of the growth, but we're still growing half decently. I mean, 5% in some transactions, 8% in options activity. You have the gold membership up to $4.2 million. We were talking about that a couple quarters ago at 2.5, 3 million. That's still growing at a substantial rate. And to add to Sharif's point in the fact that it's like, hey, people aren't going to necessarily be shorting crypto, right? So you're not going to see that transaction revenue step into play. But what you need to do is you need to wait for that new wave of traders and investors to step in. And I like the point, that fact of like, hey, we have to wait a couple more quarters, maybe even a little bit longer, to see that really start to gain its ground again. And once crypto hits an all-time high, or if it happens to in the span of the next couple of years, who's going to benefit from that? If we're so gung-ho on essentially correlating Robinhood with cryptocurrency, which I don't think is the right thing to do, in my opinion, as an investor of the name, because there's so much more going on with it. You're getting Vlad starting within the prediction markets, totally fine. But one thing that is really important, I think is big and isn't looked upon, even though it's only happening in Europe, is the tokenization of private assets. I think that's going to be massive, a little bit harder here in North America, but there's a lot more going on with this name than just correlating it with crypto. Yes, we understand that it took a hefty hit because Bitcoin and Ethereum and all these altcoins are on a steady decline, totally fine. But once you get outside of that narrative, which I believe Vlad Tenev has every intention to do so, he still wants to create that financial super app. I think he's going to get into that neck of the woods. So a couple bad quarters isn't bad in my opinion. I like Robinhood still.
Adara, what is your take on Robinhood?
I want to zoom in, as I often do, on a part of the report that I don't think got a lot of attention, but I think we should at least consider looking at. So here's the thing. I do want to echo what Sharif just said here about it's not shocking that crypto revenue would decline. In fact, Brendan, when he was sitting right up next to me when we got this report, he said before we even got the earnings, hey, crypto revenue we should watch, probably not going to be great. In fact, it wasn't. But here's the thing. Regardless of this crypto revenue, there's something the company tried to do to kind of mitigate it that I think is interesting and I don't think we should be overlooking. I mentioned it last night, but I want to mention it again because I've done more research. So I apologize, this infographic is very highlighter, yellow colored. Robinhood, that's your brand color. I have to live with what I have to live with. But you can pull this up on Exit TTV Research to read it more clearly. I want to talk about this fun little other subcategory here in transaction-based revenue. Because this subcategory, I immediately flagged because it wasn't in their last quarterly report. So what did I do? I went through all their quarterly reports, going back to their first quarterly report, Q2 2024. They have never, ever reported this other transaction-based revenue metric, not ever, not once. So why do you report it now? Maybe it's because it's up 300% year over year. But again, A, it's kind of hard to see if it actually is up 300% year over year when you've never reported it before. And B, this kind of looks a lot like what Oracle was doing with all of a sudden reporting that cloud infrastructure revenue out of nowhere to cover for a report that you worry the market might not receive well. This did not work for Robinhood, though, as we mentioned, it did work for Oracle initially. But Robinhood here, this 300% increase in year over year in other transaction-based revenue did not seem to really impact the stock positively in any way, but I did want to mention it. In terms of like other things here, it's very clear in general we did have a bit of a decline here in tradings volume as well as options contracts traded, at least on a sequential basis. I don't think that's that significant. We still have obviously, like, this is just kind of in terms of growth, but the metrics themselves are still increasing. Again, growth declining. And here's just a look at Robinhood's crypto revenue. Once again here, this, I think, probably the only thing that declined sequentially when it comes to revenue, but once again, just to kind of touch on these trading volumes here. Interesting look, sure, we're having a decrease in volume growth, but again, volume actually increasing quite sharply, at least sequentially, for options contracts and equity trading. Again, the biggest thing, though, is when a company comes up with a metric out of nowhere, you have to wonder why.
Let's Sia, what do we have next?
Next up, we're talking about NET, Cloudflare, EPS of 28 cents versus the 27 cents. That was the consensus according to Zacks, which is up 19 cents year over year, marking a 2.04% earnings surprise. Cloudflare has also beaten EPS estimates in 3 of the last 4 quarters. The revenue is $614.51 million, which has topped consensus by 4.12% and is now up from $459.95 million a year ago.
Right, guys, net. This is interesting because they have been, you know, in some people's bad books ever since that outage with X. And, you know, somebody was asking me about this today on the technicals, and I'm like, this is basically a sustained downtrend. They're like, hey, what do you think about this? So let's have a look here at the technicals, because this is what immediately came to mind. I even said, I'm like, look, you know, this $200, or sorry, this 175, 180 level over here, it gave way, but it was quick to reclaim it. Well, that was the good news. The bad news is we keep putting in area highs or a little bit lower than the prior area high. So that does concern me here a little bit for net. And if it can kind of hold above this 175 area and especially take out 220, I think we're probably back in business. Other than that, I don't really have anything to say about this other than the fact they've beaten EPS estimates out of the last 3 or 4 quarters, 4 consecutive quarters. They've topped revenue estimates, and they're guiding decent here, Joey. Any comment there?
Yeah, I mean, I like the guidance that you're talking about here, Sharif, but I want to touch on some of the customers as well, too, direct customers, that is. I mean, you got a 22% year-over-year increase, $438 million, 73.3% in the quarter, including large deals with AI firms, Fortune 100 tech, and government contracts. I mean, channel partners as well, too, up 74% year-over-year. They're taking it on the nose, and I'm not going to compare it to the CrowdStrike outage or anything along those lines, but yeah, net. Software names, these software names ain't taking too good of a look here as of late, Sharif, and you're down continuously. Did you see how much from a percentage metric we are off of the previous all-time high?
I mean, we're well off.
259, you're getting a 27% haircut right there, and a gap up, right? Like, if you talk about the earnings report, around its peak, we were up 14% or so on the session, and we've given back the majority of that here on a selling day in the overall market.
Tell us about Lyft, Sia.
Lyft is my favorite app ever. I only use Lyft, and I'm so excited. So, sorry, Lyft shares have plunged 15% in extended trading after reporting a Q4 revenue of $1.59 billion. It's missed expectations of $1.76 billion. The revenue, however, grew just 3% year over year, and bookings have risen 19% year over year to $5.07 billion. Net income was $2.76 billion, which was $6.72 per share. Active riders have come in at 29.2 million, just below the 29.5 million estimate by Lyft, and total riders reached 243.5 million, missing the 256.6 million. The board also has approved a $1 billion in additional share buybacks.
Sia.
Buyback.
What I was taken by there, I don't know if you were taken by, but Katina, man, we were all kind of shocked.
At the buyback.
No. Sia's favorite app is Lyft. Get it, girl.
Out of all the apps on your phone, Sia.
Out of all the apps
on your phone. Uber is exorbitant prices sometimes.
So do you get better deals on Lyft?
100%. I literally, from my house, which is, let's say, for example, Midtown, coming all the way to Harborfront, because of like discounts, I get rides for $10 sometimes. Lyft will give me, Uber will give me $23 rides. That's crazy. I'm not spending that money.
How safe is the driver, though?
Sorry?
How safe is your driver?
I feel very safe compared to Hop, which had recently started. If you know, in last summer, Hop was an app, and apparently they were giving off like $6 rides if you come from Etobicoke to downtown.
That's crazy.
So it was crazy, but it was super unsafe. Like drivers were.
Is that the green app?
Vehicle not.
Yeah,
the green app. I've seen that.
Vehicle not safety certified.
All right, Joey. Market cap of Lyft. Market cap of Lyft, Joey. $5.627 billion.
Okay, I thought you were asking me. I was going to say.
I'm going to tell you. So market cap 5.6. Lyft.
What's Uber?
Uber. $148 billion.
Yeah.
Okay?
But I mean, they offer more services.
I know, brother.
Right?
I know. I'm not trying to dunk on them, but here's the other thing. So this caught my attention here, Assassino. Management flagged that California legislation in reducing insurance costs led to lower share ride prices. What am I supposed to take from that? The fact that you dropped everyone's premium, so they decided to drive instead of taking an Uber? If that is going to be precedent setting, then could we see that in other jurisdictions? And is that a headwind for ride hailing in general? So I'm not really sure exactly how to kind of digest that, but that is one of the things there. The other thing that caught my attention was all the metrics were either missing or in line. Bookings in line. Q4 revenue, missing. Net income, dropping year over year. Active riders, below. Total rides, missing. Adjusted EBITDA, slightly below. Can you find anything good here?
No, that's why I shorted it today.
Get it, Katina, man.
That's why we shorted it.
You shorted it.
Yeah.
Show everybody the trade.
We've seen the
There it
trade.
is.
You know, we talk about it all day,
Talked
man.
about it all day.
Boom, there it is. But I mean, what, gross bookings are up, what, full year 25, 15% year over year. That's not horrible. But when you're in competition with Uber, who's just continuously expanding, one thing, the issue with Lyft, it's a one-trick pony, right? And then now you're starting to have the Waymos come into the city.
The Waymos.
Right? Like you have Waymo coming into Toronto.
I can't
right?
wait.
So who's coming after Waymo?
Are you taking Waymos or Ubers?
Absolutely. Why
Waymo.
wouldn't I try a Waymo?
Of
Why
course.
wouldn't I try it, right?
Absolutely.
Who's
Do you ever
coming
get
after
caught in
Waymo?
conversations you don't want to be in an Uber?
No.
And you just want to be polite and not be mean? And
No, I was never. No, I'm not that. I'm not that type of person, man. If you talk to me,
sometimes I don't want to talk, Joe. I'm tired, bro.
That's fair, man. But maybe a little conversation will wake you up. You know what I mean?
So it's my fault after
Yeah,
all
it is your fault
All right,
at the end of
man,
the day, man. Uber Eats, Look, this is Ram 100%. Uber Eats, Uber
goodness
groceries.
gracious.
My Uber drivers also treat
Anything
it
about
like
food,
a
immediately
dating
Ram.
app. Yeah.
All right, Sia, tell us a little bit about Shopify's earnings.
So about Shopify, Shopify is expecting a low teens area of revenue growth in Q1 of 2026, but analysts are looking for the revenue to rise to $2.95 billion from $2.36 billion year over year, which is a 25% growth. For full year 2026, the analysts are expecting revenue to reach around $14.26 billion, which is up from $11.56 billion in 2025, signifying a 23% growth, my apologies. So quick breakdown of the Q4 results. Revenue has risen $3.76 billion from $2.81 billion year over year, which is beating the expectations of $3.59 billion. Adjusted EPS has come in at 48 cents, which is slightly below the 50 cents consensus. Net income has declined from $743 million, which is 57 cents per share, from $1.29 billion, which was 99 cents per share. And gross merchandise volume, GMV, has jumped to $123.84 billion from $94.46 billion year over year, which is reinforced because of certain strong merchant activity. And monthly recurring revenue has increased to $205 million from $178 million. Lots of numbers here, guys. And free cash flow also rose $715 million from $611 million through free cash flow margin, which dipped 19% from 22%.
All right, so here's what I take right away from this. Our gross merchandise volume, GMV, that jumped big year over year, 124, let's just say billion, up from the 94.5 last year. Why do I care so much about that metric? Because that to me is signaling the strength or lack thereof of the consumer. And that is the bigger picture for a company like Shopify. If there aren't people to go on to their affiliate websites and their users' websites that use Shopify's platform, then obviously the company's not going to do well. If the consumer is weak, Shopify will be weak unless they can find some different moats. So that GMV, the fact that it increased that much year over year, is positive. The other thing is, sure, we saw maybe a little bit of miss on the EPS, especially adjusted EPS, 2 pennies below expectations. But when you look at it a little bit deeply, they're really spending here, and they're leaning into investment and their growth initiatives. So I'm not immediately, I'm not immediately wanting to kind of penalize them for an EPS miss here, knowing that where that money was funneled. Obviously, they need to spend money to grow. So those are my two takeaways from here, that GMV is continuing to go up, and the EPS miss, the caveat here is they're leaning heavily into investment, Joey.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about this name. Hit the O Canada there for me, Katina, man, if you don't mind there, brother.
He's got his headphones on.
He's got his headphones in. All right, much appreciated on that one, man. I always hit the stone cold for my guy over there. Can't get the O Canada on.
Well, he's doing a head bob, my boy.
He's locked in 30. I'm only
got the head bob going on.
No, but in all seriousness, Sharif, like if we go over to the subscription solutions here, 17% year-over-year growth. But one thing that really stands out for me is that 81% gross margins. That's insane. Merchant solutions as well too, starting to increase year-over-year growth. Gross margins in the high 30s. So this name it is taking a little bit of a dive. There was a nice strong pop up, but I think it's selling with overall weakness. You're down 36.5 or 37% from those previous highs, guys.
All right, we're supposed to go to Adara for Lyft. So Adara, please give us your take on Lyft. My mistake, I missed you there.
Yeah, I guess I'll be quick. I just wanted to talk here with LYFT specifically about kind of the difference in the trajectory with their revenue growth and their gross bookings growth. So gross bookings, basically, you have sequential growth and year-over-year growth each quarter, but more interestingly, it's the expansion of the year-over-year growth for gross bookings in the last 2 quarters of the year that I really like. So you've got roughly 16% year-over-year growth in Q3, then that goes all the way up to 19% year-over-year growth in Q4. So yes, we have the revenue decline sequentially and only 3% year-over-year revenue growth for Q4, but I almost think that's negated by how strong the gross bookings are, because that shows you people are trying to use their service, people are getting involved, they actually like that look for the company, and in a way play devil's advocate a lot, but this time I have nothing bad to say with regards to this gross bookings growth, and because they explain their revenue miss just with the fact they had those charges, I cannot fault them for that. Let's talk here about the rides and active riders. So this is kind of an interesting look. You've got an increase in active riders, but less rides being taken. So this is, I would have to wait to think about this correlation a bit, but yeah, it seems like even though you have more customers, people maybe using the app less of the more people you have. Now, maybe what you wanted to almost see is the inverse correlation, or you would probably for a lot of other companies and types of metrics, where you have less customers, but they're using the product more. So I don't know, that's an interesting look, but overall, I do like that gross bookings are expanding as a whole. We're gonna send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, Joey, 158 and a third. So I think it's like a stock
That's
price.
crazy.
My bad, man. So we'll let Sia do her thing. Let's go over some movers here as we wind down the show. The big boys are already locked and loaded and ready to go, guys. It is the DXST show right now in the world of small cap gappers, up 91 and a third. Just got into the high of the day at around 35 pennies, a little bit less, but it's looking very breakout positive here. So keep your eye out on this one for the remainder of the afternoon. And then, as I called the flat top break on QNCX, it literally dropped as I was saying it. It dropped by a little bit there. Rejects 98, drops all the way back down to 70, holds 70. That's a 27% drop, quick as you like. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this one tomorrow, because if it doesn't clear 98 pennies tomorrow, this is the second day where we can't clear 98 pennies. Take a look at what we did yesterday in the aftermarket. And mind you, that aftermarket move has no volatility halt parameters. So, more likely than not that we could have broken it. So there is clearly a very committed short seller or profit taker at this 98 penny area that the market can't seem to shake for the moment. So that will be on my watch tomorrow, Joey. What else are you watching? Anything? Leave them with a thought.
For tomorrow, should I hold on? This is Katina Man segment. What is it? Tomorrow's trade today. I'm gonna fire that one up there.
Tomorrow's trade today?
Yeah.
Is that a Katina Mesh segment?
Yeah,
that's actually brilliant. That's actually brilliant. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually really funny.
Yeah, in all seriousness, guys, we only took a couple names here. Lyft, we were sitting in this short all day. Unity as well, too. We got the nice downside move and a small scalp on Amazon. I seen who did this one. I think Jeff Goldblum. So we'll steal that one from there. It's the new heart, apparently, formation. No, but we'll throw them all out there. Thank you guys all once again. Or we could throw up that as well too. No, in all seriousns, Jody, have a good one.
Polos again, my boy.
Are you crazy?
No, not now.
I know, yeah. Like the air is on in here right now. We'll wait until the summertime when things get a little bit more warmer. But fantastic stuff as always. A good one going over the news, guys. A solid trading session. Make sure you keep it green and be patient out there. We're gonna send it off to Neil and Sean right now, guys.
Yo,
everybody.
Looking to see if there's any movies on I'd take my kid to tonight instead of going out to hockey. There's not too much in the theaters right now.
Oh, really?
No. We'll figure it out.
There was some good trailers at the Super Bowl.
Welcome to the jungle. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I think it's going to be a good year. What is?
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about Canada, Czechia over here tomorrow. You know what? It's not for us. Somebody's mic. Something's not good here. My ear. I'll take this out. We'll get that figured out. Yeah, Olympics on right now. That should be a good one. I don't know if there's any stocks we could trade that are Olympic-related stocks. I mean, maybe some of the hotels or the travel names. I don't know.
Team Canada's wearing Lulu. for what it's worth.
Yeah. They always do, though.
Well, they rotate. They've been Lulu for a few years now. Not that it makes that big of a difference. Actually not hearing anything in my ear, which is weird.
Hopefully now it's fixed.
So hopefully that's fixed. We're good to go. Thank you, Andre. Everything sounds good there. No, the last thing, well, I don't know. I think I heard you say it, or maybe someone in the chat said it, or the boys were talking about it, how the banks were not looking too good today, and the XLF
is down 2%.
Was looking down, and Morgan Stanley's down a point, and it's starting to look a little bit, because we got this half V-shaped recovery going on in the market, right? So a lot of things are bouncing, obviously, and it's not happening with the banks. Maybe that's not the best example to talk about Morgan Stanley. XLF's a better example because it's actually doing, it's worse. Morgan's holding up pretty well. You're back into the 200 period moving average on the financials, led by, obviously, JP Morgan, on a day where we're getting a good recovery. And this is the most interesting thing to me, because this same poll was in the chat in the morning when we were doing the morning show. And I remember, it was a different one. It was the jobs report, and then we got a different one. Sorry, this is the one I want from the old show, from the midday show. Jobs report cooked, this is from the midday. What was your move today? When we had this poll when the market was tanking, the number one answer was fade the pop. Now that the market's bouncing, it's like risk on, NVIDIA, Tesla specifically. Not that much interest in metals and not that much interest in crypto. That I would agree with, because ETH is still under 2K, Bitcoin's at 67, and not looking exactly the best. But the poll for the afternoon is, how's the market treating you today? So winning, caught the moves. That wasn't necessarily true the whole time. Confused sitting out, getting chopped up. Oh, there it goes. And flat taking the day off. So getting chopped up and winning, caught the moves is gonna be the bulk of it. For myself, I would say it was in the morning. I wouldn't say getting chopped up because everything was pretty decisive, but it was like win, lose, win, lose. But then you catch a couple of good moves off the bottom, get to green today, I think was probably the manner in which most people would have had their day form out. But still trying to figure out what specifically is going on with the banks. I know there was a 10-year auction, but that was at 1 o'clock. That really wouldn't explain why JP Morgan's been trending down the whole day. And XLF has been trending down the whole day.
We come back and still in some of those longs, but I want to show everybody something. Here it is, right here. Where's Joey Opsh? We bought a little bit right here. We bought a little bit of BTC here over lunchtime. So, we're in around that 66K mark right here, Joey. We're ready. You saw me boxing there in the middle of the day as we're ready to get boxed up there on crypto. And obviously I'm not buying it to sell it right away. I only put 66K because that's where we bought it. Now it's at 67. I mean, we're not trying to scalp in and out of here. If I scalped out, I'd make a cup of coffee right now. But nice move for Bitcoin today to the downside. Just trying to layer into it a little bit. It feels like it, may have. It's too bad because we absolutely that first dump there. We should have had that piece, but it's all good. You can see the trades I have on board right now. It's all good. But IBIT right here. Have we found a bottom? No, but potentially worth dipping into a little bit. I didn't buy anything on the way down. I think the last time I actually bought it was like 102 or something like that, which is a disaster buy. But now you're all the way back down into the 60s. So we'll average that and keep on hoping that Bitcoin eventually battles back. And I don't know, Joe said when we get back to all-time high, we may never get back to all-time high. But if we don't, we don't. And if we do, then I'll have some on board. So that's something that we're willing to wait on and see where that goes for BTC. I think there is I don't know. I think there's probably a 20% chance that we may never get back to all-time highs. But risky there. But I'm buying it. I mean, if I didn't think we were going to get up there, then I wouldn't. But I think there's a chance that happens. We may have seen it. But, we just like, are we ever going to get down to 20 again? I mean, it's kind of the same situation. I feel like 20% chance we get down to like 10 or 15K and 20% chance in the next, he was saying next year, but that we get back up to the all-time highs again. So we'll try it. But anyways, IBIT. And then Tesla, I actually I didn't make a post. I was going to make a post about averaging in. I made it on our Trader TV. We're sort of testing out the Trader TV Academy page right there. So I was going through the Trader TV Live Academy and putting lessons that I learned myself. And it was just kind of like, wait and be patient for the levels. And we had written down 422 early, like when we came in this morning, 422, right? So the stock was at 424. It rips up to 436, and I completely lose track of, prices. And as it's coming back down, we buy the 200, we buy in here 424, and then finally we just put on the most amount of shares that we had down into here on this 422 level, because finally came into the level that we were waiting for. And the same story is true on NVIDIA. So there it goes, boom, comes back in, buy, comes back in, buy again. So all these buys are 422. So we're schmoking with this one now, as Tesla now $3 in the money. And the same story is true for NVIDIA, as that's multiple dollars in the money as well. So yeah, man, just being patient, waiting for your levels. Like I wrote down 189.50. Come on, man. So that was a good one there. We were able to make our money back and put NVIDIA to the green side today as well. So yeah, man, just learned a lot today, learning a lot every single. That's the one thing about this job is, well, it's a job, but I more consider it just like, I don't know, not a pastime, but when I'm sitting here trading, it's more like a sport for me. Trying to compete, with myself every single day, try to get better and, improve on many different things. So that's what we're doing there with Tesla, and we're putting it up, right? You can never increase your share size until you finally do. So I'm trying to find out the right spots to do that on, and I think we're getting better every single day.
That's what it's all about, right? Like it's that path, and we're talking, but you're just sort of talking about the academy. It's that path to something that gets said a lot, to being a consistently positive trader, discipline. A lot of discipline is what we're going to be talking about for sure. Maybe we have made a bit of a temporary bottom in crypto. Like Bitcoin's at 67. We're almost at 2,000 on ETH. BMNR, which was weak. Mr. Tom is now through VWAP and approaching some of the levels from this morning. I don't know how much I'm going to like that 20 if we get there. That's just the reality. I feel like we're in a little bit of a different spot. Like this is eerily similar to, maybe not yesterday, but like a few days in the last few weeks where all I'm during lunchtime, everything just sort of sets up these mean reversion trades, and all I'm doing is taking a mean reversion trade. Oh, and by the way, that MWH, that IPO, it did hold 29. You're rinsed if you took the opening print. There's no way. I mean, you could have held it $1 against you, I suppose. But you were rinsed if you took the opening print. Maybe you could have scalped something out. It did reject off 31. Trying to hang on to VWAP. It never flat bottom broke that 29 yet. So if you're trading that IPO, it is back under VWAP now, back under the $30 level. We're gonna get to the rundown in a second, but we got a super chat from Lunch 911. I thought you were going to read it.
No. You can go. You go ahead.
What do we got? Happy you caught that Tesla. I caught it first thing in the morning based on the sticky note.
Oh.
First thing in the morning. What was Tesla first thing in the morning?
Yeah, it was, I guess you just must have liked it right there. First thing in the morning, it was around, if you caught it here, 420, 426. But yeah, glad that you had done that. And thank you again for checking out the sticky note. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to that right there. I thought we were going back to the desk. All right, back over now. Sharif is ready. Let's not make this man wait. Still long Tesla, still long NVIDIA, and we'll go back over to the desk and figure it all out.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. C&I, we're locked and loaded. The big boys, they're locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you have to join us in the chat, and you have to vote for your favorite tickers every day. But don't forget to throw in that $sign before the ticker of your choice. Otherwise, it doesn't register. Let's look at all four major averages. Here to start before we look at the first ticker, there two are positive, two are negative. The triple Qs leading the way as, that's a nice change, up 0.25%. The SPY positive, but barely up 0.6. The Dow, after making all-time highs, down 0.16 on the day, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF, the worst performing of the four major averages on the day, down 0.7. Let's look at Tesla, the number one ticker as decided by you guys, barely negative, down 0.04. It's riding a 4-day winning streak here that we're on the precipice of a breaking. Separately, there was a cloud headline today with Tencent from China.
Yeah, but I have another headline. So Tesla Semi is set to enter the series production in 2026. So as we know it, Semi is the electric truck which was first unveiled back in 2017. And the company advertised earlier a starting price of, let's say, around $150,000 for the 300-mile range version, which is the standard range. Yeah. And for the 500-mile variant, it quoted $180,000. However, those prices are apparently outdated because Tesla never really took action on that. Nope. Currently, Tesla is quoting $290,000 for its 500-mile electric semi-truck, and we wonder why BYD is doing better. Sure.
Yeah, ambitious Elon, guys. Yeah. Ambitious Elon. The other headline that we were talking about there from Tencent, now you can basically sync WeChat in your car, give you suggestions, navigation, etc. So good look for Tesla in China, guys, as it sits at that break-even point.
So as we noted there in the note, thanks Sharif and Sia here. Yeah, so we had just wrote it down here off Tesla, and we noted that Tencent story as well, right? I think it's not the most important of stories, but something to look at. And today I was a little struggling to try to find something to trade, to be honest with you. It was seemed like a little bit of a difficult opportunity before the numbers to write that down, and we were talking about the numbers there, the jobs numbers. So this morning we saw Tesla, and we'd seen, Brendan had indicated it right off the jump there, that it was 4 straight up days, bouncing nicely off that $400 marker. So if we're going to look, that's just today's trade for me. We're still in it, so whatever. But I was just looking right into here, and this is why it's, often picking stock and picking levels, you're just kind of looking for rough kind of areas for support, right? And so this 422 to me was there. So obviously there's that dip down to 420. This already happened today, so forget about all this. But looking backwards, if you take away, maybe we can do that. If we sort of go, now I'm going to lose it. But anyways, okay. If you don't see what happens today, just kind of had 22s there on as an idea. Yesterday we did dip below a little bit, but just try to thought, hey, if we had a move, where could we get supported at? And I just kind of chose 422, and that was a good level there today. It does whoosh down into 420, sorry. And I don't know, we didn't really expect that kind of a move, but then when it came back in, it became a little bit of a risky trade. So I didn't trade it the best. As I said, I'm here to fully admit that this price at the 200 period, we started it there, then we just basically averaged it all the way to 422. So if we had broke 420, we were going to have a problem on our hands. Thankfully, we didn't do that. We were able to buy more, and then that 422 came basically once, twice, 3 times. And here we go. Now you're right back up to VWAP. This is a $4 winner, and you're banger right there. So for me, this is a huge trade. It's $4. Exactly pretty much as we planned it to go. Just this early part was the tricky part. But hey, I don't have that exact crystal ball that I wish I did, but there's 422, and here we go to VWAP. Hey guys, you know what we do at VWAP? We take some out right there. So we'll take another piece out on this one, $4. So look, we're $4.20 in the money, and the bid price was $4.20 that held. So I don't know exactly what we're indicating here, but it might be that kind of a day. And especially if you're in this Tesla trade, celebrate.
Yeah, it's definitely that kind of a day. Unless you don't need a crystal ball, you just need a magic 8 ball, or
a sticky note.
It doesn't work anymore, which says, all right, Tesla's already had their earnings and they were pretty good. Is Randy going to be a happy gentleman tomorrow when Rivian has their earnings in the space?
No, well, no matter what, Randy doesn't have enough shares. He's already said that. He needs to get longer. Randy's hoping for a disaster for Rivian.
Well, it says it is certain. So so the Magic 8 Ball says that Rivian's going to have a good day because Randy will be happy if he already owns shares. I don't know whether that's going to be true, but in terms of looking at, Sean was sort of just saying, sometimes you find yourself at a support level. It's like, okay, when the market was at the low, blah, blah, all that good stuff. You go back a couple of days, there was a dip zone on Rivian right in here at 1433. And it just trends right into it. So for myself, I'm sitting in Rivian right now because it bounced off this, broke this trend line from the lower high, and then jump into the long and look to play it back into that prior resistance level and the volume weighted average price. So that also happens to be the volume weighted average price. So that's the plan of action there. And we're talking about this for the lesson of the day as well. Like sometimes the stock will come into a support and resistance. It's like wait for it, break the trend and pounce. That's why I like these trend breaks. Because if it bounces off my level, then you can get the long, and sometimes you can have the stop at the low, you can have the stop at the prior bar, whatever it might be. I'm not as hopeful as as Randy on, well, as a Magic, I shouldn't say Randy, as the Magic 8 Ball just said on Rivian, it's got a few things going against it here. Obviously, this is not necessarily the market that's been rewarding companies that lose money, and they're still losing a lot of money per vehicle, and I don't think that that's going to change. Although if there's a huge dent in efficiencies tomorrow, I suppose that could be, that would be a good thing. If all of a sudden they can trim, they're not going to be making money. That's not going to happen tomorrow. But if there's a massive shift, let's just say, in getting towards profitability would be the best way to think about it. I think that's what it would take for Rivian to have a good print tomorrow. We'll see. Number 2 on the list is a mystery to me. I did not cheat again.
It's NVIDIA, Neil, up 1.8%. Few headlines on this one. Let's start with UBS, raising the price target from 235 to 245, maintaining the same buy rating, though, on NVIDIA. Separately, there was reports out of the Taipei Times that NVIDIA is signing a contract to build a headquarters there in Baitu Shilin Park. So that's something to look out for, expanding in Taiwan. And then separately, Howard Lutnick signals no wiggle room for NVIDIA on China chip controls. He addressed licensing requirements of these advanced AI chips. He said NVIDIA must adhere to the detailed licensing terms for the sale of its second most advanced chips. We are, of course, talking about the H200 to China. He explains here that the terms, which were developed in collaboration with the State Department, are detailed and non-negotiable.
Wow. And coming back to certain companies, Sharif, we know Microsoft, Alphabet, and Meta, all the companies are planning to increase their spending collectively, individually in 2026. So to do this, they all will be needing chips from NVIDIA as we know it. Also, a couple of minutes ago, just in that Ro Khanna, a California Democrat, took over as the ranking member on the Select Committee of China earlier this year, and has signaled that he's going to be open for the sale of older NVIDIA Hopper chips, which is not what his predecessor would have said or would have taken the decision on.
That's interesting, because I think that's maybe one of the first Democrats we've heard say that.
100%.
So interesting. Look, good call on that, Sia. All right, guys, NVIDIA up 1.78.
Yeah. Look, like my chip stock today was Intel, so I'll talk about that in a quick second. But after we let Sean go, the only problem with NVIDIA right now seems to be this, like the 192 to 194 on the daily chart. You know it's coming. It just hasn't happened yet. A matter of breaking out over this top on the daily, but it's accumulating in a good way. The last dip was a flush under the 200-period moving average, and then a huge jump back up. We got the 50 again. You're consolidating. The dips are getting, after a wipeout bottom there, the dip's now pretty shallow. So I think all systems go. At some point, we're going to get this 195 break, which is going to be a very, probably a crowded trade. Besson says, I see a pickup in manufacturing jobs in the coming months. I expect a continued pickup in construction jobs. Oh, I like that. The industrials have been absolutely crushing it, the industrials.
Yeah, it makes sense there as we look for data center builds. I mean, Vertiv, such a big quarter. Look, today on the note, same note, sticky note, we talked about that. 189 to 90 long. And there it is right there off Vertiv. Great report. Justifies the build out. NVIDIA's the number one benefit here of all these data center upsides, I would think. And obviously there's the building stocks, as we just talked about. But yeah, so NVIDIA, we had it written down here. And the problem is that we got psyched out early, right? I mean, this whole move that happened off that jobs report really sent the market to the upside. So I was like, I want to buy NVIDIA. And it was up here, so we just kept on buying. And eventually it falls into our 189 to 190 area. Like, this is the area that we wrote down on our note, right? So this is it right here, 189 to 190. This is the area that we wrote down. This is the only area that I should be long. But again, without that crystal ball, no idea that we were actually going to fall into here. So I was trying to support VWAP up here, trying to support the 200 period right there. But finally it comes back in. We let it settle down, make that bottom at 189, then just push to 189.50 long. And that's where we're long right now, 189.60. We're back to Greensville. So this is a green stock, but nowhere near as much as it should be, considering all the trades that we have. So yeah, not too happy with NVIDIA trading, but we already talked about this when it was happening. And I said, okay, so we've already hit the top there, and NVIDIA's basically been range bound. Forget about, that's his earnings. So if you just take away earnings and you go all the way back to, let's just call it July, that was the top, and then we basically had a range for all of July all the way to February. The only time we broke above it was in anticipation of earnings. So that's going to come up again. So it wouldn't surprise me again if, in anticipation of earnings coming in the next couple weeks, the 25th exactly, so 14 days today, join us on Wednesday, February 25th, as we'll be doing a late show for earnings that day. I have to get my hair cut that day. I may not be here. But that one should be this will be the next time we get up to the high side for NVIDIA in anticipation of earnings. So it wouldn't surprise me now if we start ramping up. Your boy over here is going to be going long pretty much every single day on NVIDIA if we find a catalyst that we like. So I like the long. I'm going to push that narrative. And yeah, NVIDIA hopefully upside into 205, 210, whatever that high is right there, back in for earnings. So I'm excited for NVIDIA. I hope you guys are too.
Yeah, look, I think, look, by the way, they report on the 25th, right? So the sad thing about that, well, the good news is we are going to obviously be doing the aftermarket show on that day. That's one of the most...
That's what we've already said. That was the joke.
Yeah,
about
one of the givens.
Yeah.
No, but like, I literally have that day off, as usual. Every other year I miss it.
All right.
But the daughter comes first, and she has one. They've got an assembly at school, and we always make sure at least one of us is there 100%. It's one of my... one of the coolest. Well, that's very nice of you, but it's like it's just literally something you're supposed to do, man. It's just called being a dad. No, but if you've ever had that moment where the kids walk into the gym, and they're looking around and they're like, "What's going on?" And you know what they're doing? They're just looking to see if their parent is there. And there's that one moment. And it's not just when your own kid does it. It's when you see like other kids too, and they're looking around. Like if some of our neighbors, I'll be there and I'll see. I won't say the name, but I'll see like one of Aaron's friends looking around for the dad.
Yeah, my wife videotapes it for other people as well.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. We do that. We have group chats and we make sure we get everyone in because not everybody can make it. You got to work at the end of the day. I'm fortunate to be able to take it off, have Obi come in and be able to do the job.
Yeah. Shout out to Obi.
Yeah, 100%, Honey P. I just want to add one thing. I believe NVIDIA is going to break that 195, and I think it looks good. And I think everything about it looks pretty strong. I'm not as convinced about what's going on here with Intel, even though it came in with a long idea off 47 for Intel today. I still want to point this 50 rejection over and over again on this chip name in particular. So as much as I was bullish on this off the 47, that's what I had off the note. That's where it got to. We let it get to that price. Short early. Obviously misses short in here. But we like that 47 bottom. If we keep making lower highs, I don't know how much I'm going to like that 47 bottom again. It's been holding pretty well. But this doesn't look like others. Because NVIDIA's at the top and trending higher. Intel might be holding a support, but it looks like we're rejecting that top, not pressing into it, which makes a big difference. Let's see what's next on the list. Sharif, what do you got for us?
We got Robinhood, Neil, and it is down a little bit less than 10%, 9.92. We know that they reported earnings after the bell yesterday. It was a beat on the bottom line, but a miss on that revenue number. And that had a whole bunch of different rating agencies coming in today. Goldman maintaining that same that same buy rating, but dropping the price target to 130 from 152. Piper Sandler maintains overweight as well, lowering the price target from 155 to 135. Then Robinhood also got the note from Barclays, who maintained their overweight rating, but again, dropping it from 159 to 124. And last but not least, Citizens reiterates market perform on Robinhood and maintains the same price target, see $180.
Yeah, and I'm just going to quickly go over the numbers once again for viewers who missed that before when we discussed it on the show. Options revenue has jumped 41%. Equities trading revenue has risen 54%. Crypto revenue down 38% to 221 million, Sharif. Net interest revenue has risen 39% to 411 million. Operating expenses have increased 38% to 633 million.
All right, boys, 9.75 in negative territory.
Those are good 100-meter times. But it's like that's the only time you want to see that. You don't want to see that as a percentage down, obviously. You step on the track and run that, and you're probably going to win a medal. Today, this is going to put you, you know what? I was going to say it puts you in the doghouse, but there's actually a pretty decent chance for Robinhood. Like the aftermarket bounce, if we want to even call it that, was right around here at this 77 half mark. And we're decent chance of holding that. So you might have a situation with Robinhood where you had a prior key support there's what I like to call liquidity grab underneath. Like liquidity grab, you flush on volume underneath the support level, and then boom, when on the other side you're breaking away, well, we dip right into that same level, maybe another liquidity grab, and if we close above 78, not bad. That means you have a higher low. So maybe not the best quarter in the world, obviously crypto taking a bit of a bath, and that's not gonna help them out. But at the end of the day, this had already dumped. It did not make a fresh low. Right? And it has a chance to hold on to a prior support level if we can get another 50 cents and hold it in the next 90 minutes or so. So really, structurally not all that bad. From a technical standpoint, some of the credit is due to the fact that it lost 33% from this recent drop into the 70 low. So I'm not going to be that bullish unless we close above 78. I'll feel pretty good about it and come in thinking about a bounce. It will be SSR tomorrow, which I think that's a benefit. The day two SSR stock, when it doesn't have, it's at the higher low, you've already had the earnings, that's a pretty solid play at times. Just a little bit harder for people to go short. Doesn't mean you can't go short, just a little bit harder, and it can help it get a bounce. So I kind of like what I see in terms of the price action for Robinhood, even if obviously they got beaten up when it came to crypto.
So the top 3 stocks are all on our list here again today. So there's Robinhood, right? Looking for 78. And, we didn't get 78. It never came through. If anything, it was a short. Oops, I don't even have it up. Oh, by the way, Tesla. Now $6. Okay, here's Robinhood. So 78, basically right off the jump is crushed. So the market opens up, and we this is why you got to join us at 8 a.m. or, somewhere time around then, when we discuss the opening sort of run and what we're looking for in a trade, or join us at any time before market opens. And, on earnings, you don't sit around and just, let a stock come and fill you. You let it bounce around. I think if I wasn't so obsessed with Tesla and Nvidia this morning, might have got caught up in the long rate around here, thinking that, hey, this bottom was probably the bottom. And now it's time to go back up to the upside. Thankfully, we did not have a chance to look at that. And then it just dropped out, right? And around 10 o'clock, I'm noticing, between 10 to 10:30, a lot of the stocks will start to base out just a bit. So I actually like this area for support. But now that we're, get off this ellipse, now that we're looking at that 78, it looks just as good to me now as maybe it did before. So we're trying to see if we can break through. And if you do, then you do have VWAP support and everything. So I like Robinhood for the long now. As far as today, if we're going to play a dip, then the 200 period might be something good. Once we finally broke it, it started to go back up to the upside, changing the trend to the long. So I would say support down here right now, 75 and change for Robinhood. But I don't know, you saw me, I already posted it up. We went in there over on X. I posted that we just recently right now we stepped into BTC. So now I went in, I should have put it was with IBIT. So we bought that with some IBIT there. And now we'll wait to see. Yeah, I got you. I said that to Joe before that we stepped in there and bought some. So just during the midday, if Bitcoin's gonna work, I know Robinhood can work. It's just, I'm in this name. And it's been SoFi so bad right now for SoFi, but we're gonna hold on this. There's only so much disturbed fintech names that I need to have my hands on right now, and they're full, overloaded with SoFi shares. So I'm gonna wait on Robinhood and SoFi until the dust settles, because today, as we talk about Robinhood, the XLF is getting smoked to the downside right here. Collateral damage done with emotional damage as we break down below this 53 spot. Damage. Yes, so that's interesting, as my kids always say. They have emotional damage, and I have no idea where it's from, but there it is, 5270 break back into the 200 period moving average. So the financials aren't necessarily doing too well today. So Robinhood, SoFi, all of them, even the biggest of the baddest, JP Morgan, down to 310 here today. All right, man. So far on my board today, we've had Nvidia, Tesla, Robinhood. The only one left is IBIT. So we'll see what the fourth stock is that we're going to talk about right now.
It's not IBIT. Let's say it's IBIT adjacent. Silver, Sean, 4.11 in green territory. This one started off strong in the morning. See, it was gapping up before we got the jobs numbers, but we got the more positive jobs numbers, so it's having some endless feel here, like we could continue to rise as interest rates perhaps, or interest rate cuts could get kicked down to later this year. So 4.2% right now, SLV.
That's all I've got.
All right, guys. So what do you guys think about the argument here that we're getting stronger than expected jobs numbers? The inflation isn't really taking up all that aggressively. Do you see the rate cuts coming in a little bit earlier, or do you think some of these, some of the strength here in the jobs numbers keeps the rate cuts for later this year?
Well, I mean, we can also just simply have a look at what the market is telling you to do. It's like it's one thing for us to tell you, oh, well, I think the Fed's going to do this. There's literally betting markets and futures markets that will tell you what the odds are. Now, March has never been a big chance at a cut, but what we were doing before was simply going out. There we go. Going out to December and having a look-see. And if you look at December, right, to get to the 3 3/4 target, that's 2 cuts. So we're still looking at, this works out to about 70%. So we're at a 70% chance we get at least 2 cuts by the end of the year. That is actually held true, despite the numbers this morning. And then you go a step further, you kind of subtract that, and you're still getting a 37% chance that you get 3. So we're still kind of pricing in, or at least the futures market, and this is updated from this morning, still pricing in that we're looking at over 2 cuts probability by the end of the year. I would have thought that strong job number would make it a little bit less likely, but that doesn't really matter. You've got the real market to look at, so you don't have to speculate because it tends to be very accurate. You just go to FedWatch.
You're my wife.
If you don't want to go to FedWatch, you can pull it up on Polymarket as well, or on Kalshi, and just look at those betting markets to see about rate cuts. So, I kind of feel why speculate if there is. It's like trying to figure out, like, oh, well, what do I think the spread should be on the Big Ten championship game? I have Big Ten on the mind because the Big Ten looks amazing in the AA basketball this year. Big Ten is. Big Ten's going to dominate.
Are they dominating?
First of all, it's also not the Big Ten anymore. Like when you have crap like UCLA and USC is now in the Big Ten and there's 20 teams in it, it just doesn't even make sense. But anyways, but like why would I try to figure out what those odds would be when I can just look at the Vegas line and it's going to be cash money and it'll be dead on. It's the right place to go. So defer to the tool. It still says we're looking at more than 2 cuts this year, and that's for now what matters.
Yeah, your boy's been gambling before he was investing, so I am very aware of them lines. Okay, so we were talking about silver. Yeah, I mean, looking at silver, I think that there's a spot. I don't own any in my portfolio. I've never owned. I know, it's a shocker, eh, Fabian? But I've been owning gold, and I don't know. I like both. I like both as a hedge against, the monetary system failures and all of that. But if you held Bitcoin for that reason, then we have a button for that. That didn't work out too well. But gold's just been on, obviously, a multi-decade run, and as has silver. So, what goes up must come down a bit. I really do think that that's not always true, but I do think that a bid into the 50-period moving average, I'll put on my Brian Shannon hat here a little bit and say, like, it's trying to find a base, and when it does, I think we buy a little bit of it. So, to me, not to say 420 again, but 440 into 420, like those areas down into here, I think for gold is worth it. And I could probably just call up the exact same thing here on silver and probably have a similar opinion, except for silver actually pulled back a lot more into, oh, come on. There it is. More into the 50-period moving average right now. I'd give silver a little breath more than what it has. So I would give this probably down to 65 to start buying. But I'm going to hitch my wagon to GLD and to see if there's going to be a Bitcoin rebound rather than SLV. But I love this as a trading tool. The biggest trade I ever made on the show, despite an IPO, was the silver on the day that it cranked. We were short 90 and was covering it in the 70s. So I definitely have love for SLV, but for now, maybe more love for SWV, if you catch that reference. Let's go back up to the desk with Sharif for number 5 with Sharif and
Hopefully
Sia.
this one doesn't make us weak in the knees.
Yes, it will not.
This is the small cap gapper. Boys, I do apologize. QNCS, Quince Therapeutics, up big yesterday and even bigger in the aftermarket. It failed 98 pennies. That's a quadruple top of, I don't know, a lot of rejections at 95 pennies. Sia, apparently they're moving up here on a strategic move. They're looking at strategic alternatives, and they've engaged this life science capital to explore alternatives at maximizing shareholder value, potential partnerships, and restructuring the company's liabilities.
So, like you said, LifeSci Capital will be advising Quince Therapeutics on any potential restructuring of its liabilities, but another thing to note here is that QNCX shares have declined nearly 96% since January 28 to this week's Monday, which is a big number, Sharif. And the results have prompted Lucid Capital to double downgrade since Quince Therapeutics to sell from buy with a price target of 0 down from $8.
That's your typical small cap gapper stock there, guys. Some of the options on the table include partnerships, joint ventures, mergers, acquisitions. They're basically looking at restructuring any way they can, up 19 1/3.
You know what, Sharif, I was so close to trading this. He turned and he said flat top break on QNCX. And so I turned over. I'm like, okay, it's at 95 cents. It's got that dollar level for a breakout. It's like 1, 2, 3. It was testing it for a 4th time. And it didn't break. But you know what? I'm going to slap a fail for what seems like an obvious reason for me. But there was a trade here. Uh-oh. There's the low. There's the higher low. I'm sitting there looking for this breakout trade, but what does it do? It breaks the trend, and guess what it has not done? What? Looked back. So it actually, instead of looking for the breakout trade, there was a trend break. It's now headed lower. Anytime, it's never, look, first of all, it's not a good sign that you're underneath the dollar in the first place, but it's also not a good sign to fail the dollar level. The fact that this got up there without pressing through a buck multiple times, like someone was just over the top ringing the register and holding it underneath. That's about as bad a sign. It's probably going to halt to the downside at some point, but probably as bad a sign as you're going to get for a penny stock. But you know what? The ride up, if you're trading a penny stock from 20 cents and 25 cents and you don't think ringing the register in front of $1 makes sense, then don't trade penny stocks. That's part of the game. The 50-cent level matters. The dollar level is going to matter almost every single time. So I don't really know too much about QNCX outside of looking at the technicals today. Throw the super chat up to Andre. We can get it. SanDisk from David. Thank you for the super chat there, David. Etched in your little 24 square feet of grass. SNDK still going 12% on SNDK. You know, one of the things about this is it never really fell apart. I think sometimes that can be a nice little sign. Instead of trying to bottom pick, maybe you find something that's able to hold a higher low and doesn't have the weakness that the market does. As the memory chip, they blew it out on earnings, but sometimes it's like it's just gone so far. It had some trouble with the 700. If this is all that it pulls back, I feel it's going to defy people once again over on SNDK.
Yeah, good.
Another one.
Oh.
Lunch 911. Actually, lunch was not that bad. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the super chat. I will once again give a solid B to the tilapia. They've turned the corner. It doesn't suck anymore. I'm not saying it's great, but solid enough.
All right, we are, just looking at that. I do appreciate what you're saying in the chat there, my friend, about 192 for NVIDIA by Dogo Dog right there. Guys, get into the chat. We're always reading it. We're going to figure out what's going on. You can ask us anything you want. There it is right here. What about NVIDIA at 192? Yeah, I mean, it is getting stopped out in that area. So we're just going to wait to see if it blows upside. We have very small amount of shares left on NVIDIA. If it goes, it goes. I'm just going to try to hold this back until we finally break the 200 period at 190, 150. I want to be here in case the market does take off into the close. You know, we've got $5 on Tesla. We just took some more out there as Tesla just keeps on piecing itself back upside here. We like this stock. Let's see where it goes. Tesla for now on my mind, and thinking about an upside play here. So maybe we get it, maybe we don't. But so far on Tesla, nice upside play there. We'll hold on to NVIDIA. And let's just go look to see what you guys want to trade right now. So we have the trade visualizer. We want to say thank you to Fabian for this one. I could maybe reset it. Let's reset this right now because we just covered a lot of these. QNCX, we just did all of these right now. So I'm going to reset it. I mean, Vertiv, huge. Interesting to see Netflix down here today, down to $80 again. Like, what's up with that? That's an interesting level there for Netflix. Let's fresh start this. So there we go. We've cleared it out. Now, guys, put whatever you want up in here, and then we'll decide where we're going from here. But it's Netflix is what you guys want us to talk about. Robinhood's on there. Okay, American Rebel, I don't know much about that. We could definitely have a look over there. Microsoft, so on and so forth. SoFi getting some love on the board as well here. So, yeah, lots of stock to talk about here today. But different than most days because we don't have too many small cap runners. Microsoft, Netflix, there's the Netflix move. AREB, we can look at that. American Rebel, we just talked about it. SoFi. So SoFi we had, I will get back to that. Let me let that build out and then we'll cover what's going on with it. All right, so NVIDIA, you might have been onto something there. It does look like it wants to break a little bit lower, obviously. So maybe a look at NVIDIA at some point. There, but we said SoFi. SoFi at $20 is interesting. I mean, right now you've bounced off of that $20 mark, and despite the market trying to pull a little bit, SoFi's holding out to the upside. So I think that's a pretty good look there for SoFi. The fact that it is holding up now against a bad XLF read. So obviously it was going to get hit today. I shouldn't say obvious. I never know what's going to happen, but with that bad number from Robinhood. Bad crypto report there on year-over-year crypto trading down 37% or whatever it was there. SoFi going to get hit on that. But I really think SoFi as a bank with their bank charter and everything does have a much bigger moat around it. And I think it can wind up working in this environment. So let's just go over here and check out AMD because bank stocks will be hot again. They're just not hot today. I mean, they were just almost at all-time highs, some of the bank names, just a couple days ago. Earnings happened, obviously, at the beginning of January, mid-January, and sent them all back to the downside. Nice recovery day there for AMD. AMD was like straight down like many stocks were off the jump and just kept on bleeding, man, and then made a move back to view up, and now we're trying to hold view up. What about a break right now on AMD? That could be something to head to the south side if you thought this market was a little overheated now to the high side. I mean, we were up about almost 1% there off the jobs number, and then just once the market opened, it was like, no thank you. It bounced around early a little bit, gave names like NVIDIA the run to the high side, gave Palantir reasons to go higher, and then the market just fell, and we saw Tesla fall back in, everything came back, and now we're trying to battle and hold. So I like the 50-period hold on the NASDAQ. I'm looking long. Like, I'm long right now. I'm not really trying to sell any of these until higher. So I feel like this is an opportunity to go higher. The only smaller cap name that I saw on the board was this American Rebel that you guys had mentioned to us.
Halted.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't really know a whole, heck of a lot about this, but it is what it is. Halted right now, AREB to the high side, which is maybe why that hit. So we always say attention to Adara if there's anything on AREB maybe to the high side for this name, but there it is, halted right now, down 53%. Oh, opened right now. So open. Oh, it's Sia and Adara, whoever's back there, can definitely have a look.
I have a headline from this morning. American Rebel Holding announces strategic transition to OTC markets and confirms board decision not to appeal NASDAQ delisting determination. So
they're not going to reverse split or anything.
They're just gonna move to the OTC.
Okay.
But like, keep in mind,
it's all good, baby.
So we've had Jeff on this before, right? Like, it's a pretty orderly transition these days. Like, it'll be on the NASDAQ. I don't know the date. I'm kind of reading this article. I didn't necessarily see a date in here as to when they would move to the OTC. So without knowing that, if and when it does happen, it would just, one day you see it on the NASDAQ and the next day it'll be on the OTC markets. Usually it's a pretty orderly, if you own shares of it, it's pretty orderly. And you can trade them there. You just have to make, like here in Canada, there's like restrictions on our TFSAs. We're not supposed to hold things in the OTC. I don't know why they have to tell you that. Is what it is. So there's still going to be a stock. Just because you get removed from the NASDAQ, it doesn't mean you're not there anymore. You'll just find it in a different place. So if you log in tomorrow or next week and wonder where American Rebel is, it'll be AREB, sometimes with another letter after, and then on the OTC markets.
Yeah, for sure. It'll probably,
It's always 5 letters. I just don't.
it's not always, but it will.
Most of the time.
Yeah, like Fannie Mae is FNMA, but
Right.
there are obviously, it always goes over with a letter. So we may have Jeff on today. I don't know. I don't see him come in, but Wednesday or Thursday. So when Jeff, if and when he stops by,
He's on the calendar.
we can. Oh, he's on the calendar for today. Okay, maybe he will.
But, sometimes he shows up, sometimes he doesn't. It's like
Apple news on Apple right now. Tank City. Right here, Apple hitting to the downside right now. Threatened delay release on Siri into mid to late 2026.
So I'm seeing this headline. I'm not seeing yet who reported this, but again, it looks like there's some hitches here that are threatening to delay the release again till later this year. To be fair, we were not expecting it to be released till September of 2026, so this is unclear what this headline changes. But again, if and as I get more details, I'll keep you posted.
Okay, so there it goes. Yeah, just again hitting the scanners, right? I mean, this is why here it is right here, alert popping up right in the scanner that Apple just did a tanky through VWAP. So there it goes, man. And we get that alert, and then we bring it right to you immediately. There is no better space, period, exclamation mark, no question marks, on the best place to be if you're looking for breaking news. I mean, literally called up Apple as that was happening, and right there, flush, down $4, and all the way back to VWAP. I don't think that matters, man. A delay of Siri, whatever, man. You can push this thing out a year. It doesn't really matter. But Apple right now, obviously catching some downside drifts on that. Better to release the perfect product than not. So that's probably what they're waiting for. And again, I'm not sure. Adair's going to double, triple check everything. So we'll find out like who's posting this, what it means, and the legitimacy of it. But either way, sometimes when there's smoke, there is fire. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if something's going on there with the release of Siri. So nice move down into 275. I mean, if anything, give me more buying opportunities for some Apple. But
someone was asking what scanners you have that could have picked that up, and I'm not sure. Obviously,
I told you, just a VWAP.
Oh no, like the VWAP scanner picked it up for you on the Apple.
Yeah.
What happened for me? I don't know what DHS is. What happened for me is the second Sean said it. Apple immediately snapped up to the top of my trade rate here over on eSignal. And look, and you can see the volume going. You know how you could tell that DHS was nothing? The volume was doing absolutely nothing in there. But you can quickly see it's actually calmed down now. Apple's now lower on the list. You're going to have Tesla and Netflix is up there. NVIDIA, Apple's starting to move its way downside. But it's not to say that you have to have that, but a big shout out to eSignal. It's a very valuable scan. You can have ones like a VWAP, like Sean has. You can just look for trade rate. Because what will happen if the algos pick something up, it's going to go from not as many trades to a bunch. And it should spike. Whether it's just a relative volume spike, you could have ones for size on a level 2, whatever you want. But that's how you're going to get those types. That doesn't seem, considering we're already waiting for it, that doesn't seem doom and gloom. That could have just been an algo drop. I wouldn't read too much in. Apple's been a pretty strong stock. I don't know that I'd want to change my opinion, especially given the fact that it looks like we're going to close.
How about this story that I saw?
Right back up here at 278.
So I saw this story was at like a long time ago. Yes, Adara?
Oh, sorry, I have more details. So this looks like this is a Bloomberg report. Again, I was saying it took me a while to see attribution. Looks like this is coming from Bloomberg. Now, apparently, some problems involve testing, which, again, could potentially push back the release of several highly anticipated functions within the Siri upgrade. Initially, they were going to include the new capabilities in the iOS 26.4, which was an operating system update slated for March. They're not going to spread them out over future versions. So it looks like we're not going to get the update right away in its entirety. We're going to get little pieces over time. But again, that's just this Bloomberg report.
I think I'm on.
So
I think I'm on 26.3. Yeah, like there was just an update. I'm just going to try to double check that. I didn't even realize that I could have been almost involved. Yeah, I'm on 26.3. So that's cool. I didn't even realize that was going to happen.
You could have had it
that quickly. Yeah, that'd be nice if that comes through. That's a for sure. But yeah, good. Thanks, Adara, for that little update. And here we go. This story as well. This hits right around here when it got spicy around 1 o'clock. Because I was sort of sitting here and I did hear something about Bill Ackman just talking up his meta position, which they're allowed to do. I'm not going to, hate on anything that any of these guys are doing. I mean, you saw me and Tom Lee. We had a great Super Bowl and everything. That was a lot of fun. But 658 right there, straight up on Meta, when you could see that, the market, although now the market is kind of trending a little bit higher. It wasn't, when at 1 o'clock here, that was kind of going oppo the market. This is 1 o'clock here. Actually, this is 1 o'clock. So, we fell back in on that. And so that was that. And then there was a huge recovery almost immediately. That is 1 o'clock period. So as the market kept falling, Meta just went to the upside there on that news report there from Mr. Bill Ackman, not just taking a stake, but I guess it was reveals his stake there. So good story. And definitely just goes to show, like, you never know what's going to happen. Like, all of a sudden in your ear, that about Siri, this about Meta, a story about Amazon or anything could hit at any time. And the reason why I mentioned Amazon's I did talk about this on Twitter here, and it's gotten a pretty good amount of likes on it. It's only like 50 likes or whatever, but that's pretty good. Right here, as we were talking about it being a CapEx story right now, and I think that Amazon is trying to develop a space where they're the most dominant force, and that the AWS. And Andy Jassy explained in his conference call, try to justify that spend. And honestly, I mean, Amazon's working on a bunch of different ideas, and if it's going to work, they're going to need to put money to work to build out these data centers and support, all the clients that they have and hoping to have and continuously having their deals with Oracle on the space side of things. Obviously, their investment in Anthropic, lots of different sort of levers that Amazon can pull. Well, they got beat up pretty good on that report, right? So anything down in, I feel like, and I said I don't want to buy any more tech names because I am very, very, overloaded on that. But when you get value, there's value. And Amazon right here from the high, 260 down to 200. So you're down 20%. You're almost in bearish territory right now on Amazon. So, or maybe you even are. From 240, 24, anyways, from the very top, you're close. But that's going to be something interesting here at around 200. So I think I will dip in a little bit, see what tomorrow brings, see what maybe this week brings, and then see if Amazon finds a base down here in and around $2. Because I do like the story, and I think that there's reasons to buy. And, Vertiv and GE, Vernova, all these names just keep on pumping to the high side because they have the demand, and they have the orders. So if they have the orders and their order book is huge, we've already seen Oracle get smacked down for their, financing of their debt deals and whatnot. I like some of these names that have been depressed so much, and it's nice to see obviously a name like Meta come all the way back and give you an opportunity to buy the quarter again. Like there's the quarter, there's the move higher. Now it's giving you another opportunity to buy it if you like it. So there are a few mega cap names. Like that's why I say go into mags if you're uncertain of what to buy. This is a 16% in each of the mag 7. So this is, wait, does that make sense? 16?
Yeah, 16
16.
points.
Okay, I was gonna make sure I got the math right there. So this is divided equally, so you don't really have to pick and choose?
Probably four. Well, if it's divided equally
right?
between all 7. So it is equal, so there's
Equal weighted, yeah, I looked it up.
Well, I
was debating investing.
It's more like 14, but
yeah, that's why I wasn't sure about the math.
Distinction without a difference. At the end of the day,
math. 100 divided by 7.
Exactly 14.2. It's a 14.2857142. Anything, if it's like a divisible by 7 thing, there's like a repeating you just sound really smart. All you have to know is which one starts first, and then the pattern's always the same thing. But don't ask me what pi is. I can't do that. What we can do is give a salute to Microsoft. Or I got Mag 7 on the brain, so I just said Microsoft instead of Micron. Another 10% up. We looked at SNDK. Now look at Micron here. Straight trend to the upside. And this goes down to is where the money wants to be right now. And if you think the shortage is still going to be in, which is exactly what's been coming out for the next couple of years in the memory chips, the reality is, cost might be going up for names like Intel and AMD. Kind of complained about that you heard that in their calls. The beneficiaries are just still raking it in, and Micron with an absolute barn burner to the upside here. I still feel like you're a bit safer. I don't know, I feel safer in some of the AI plays in GE Vernova and Caterpillar, just because I know, I feel pretty good about where that spend's going to be in the next couple of years, even though they're getting somewhat frothy. But yeah, it seems like in all systems go. You had like a week to buy this on the dip, and it's still looking pretty good. Just a little bit of...
Isn't this the guy from Friday Night Lights? Or...
No. Yeah,
Marissa. This is Marissa's...
No, it's...
Marissa's Dawson's Creek.
No, you're thinking Varsity Blues.
Varsity Blues. I never watched. That was Andre.
Varsity Blues. I love that movie. That was a fun movie.
I have no idea about Dawson's Creek, by the way. That was just. Yeah, I don't know. Was that
Varsity Blues, man?
Wasn't Dawson's Creek Tom Cruise's?
Yes, Katie Holmes, also Michelle Williams. You know, future Academy Award nominee. It's kind of a stacked cast. Shout out to Dawson's Creek.
Yeah, shout out to Dawson's Creek. But anyways, this is Marissa's update of the day. Not a happy one today. No cause of death, but she says colorectal cancer. He was suffering from. Yeah, so colorectal cancer, we'll say shout out to, the family, and we feel for that. And cancer's hit every single person. We talk about that all the time. So anyway, just a little bit of an update, not only stock updates, but there it is for you. And sad to report that, but, that unfortunately is what it is on that aspect. So sad news there coming through in the world of pop culture.
Yeah, McLeod's F cancer.
That is for damn sure. All right, so just quickly here on Tesla. If it breaks 426, breaking through VWAP, let's get out a little bit more of our trade right now, and we'll work on it from there. But nice.
Elon's just been posting some stuff on it.
Elon has been? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not... We're already, this is $5 in the money. It's been a good trade, man, and we've been getting out. So we have less than 10%. We have actually exactly 10% left right now on this trade, maybe even less, because we had multiple reloads. Probably 10% left of this reload. So Tesla's a good stock today. Just wish we hadn't bought it early, but it's okay. You battle back and you learn from all your mistakes as we go forward. So that would be a trade there. We haven't talked, really about China in a long time. Alibaba's fallen back in a little bit there. And, the FXI really not doing a whole heck of a lot. This is the China 100 ETF. So it gave you an opportunity to buy again this dip. And it's like, we talked to certain people and they're like, we don't like Chinese names and hard to trust the government. And I agree, man. But this 200 period moving average, and I'm sure as I zoom way back out, it's going to hit here and it's going to hit here again. On ETFs, when you get 200 period moving averages, generally speaking, you're doing pretty good. So if you like to support these names in China, you just had a good opportunity to do that. For me, I like Tencent, so that's TCEHY over here on your OTC markets. I like this name, and I was going to buy, remember I was like, I want to buy Tencent and Alibaba. I did buy some Alibaba at 160, got out when it came back up to 160 because I was like, maybe I don't like it after all. But we still like it, and we are back into that name. Tencent broke through. So now you're going to have to, look at this support of your whoops, what am I doing with this ellipse still? With the support on your 200 period moving average, and now we're broken back down below. So a buy at 74, fine, but not now. You're catching some of those knives that we say that can be very, very sharp. And Alibaba was just at 160 again yesterday, or, so 165. What was it, 160 this morning? So nice move there for Alibaba. And again, if you don't pay attention to the charts like I don't, right there, 180 came in and gone again. So I could have, we held it back down here. We got out of a quarter when it came back up, and then we didn't get anything out of the top side. But I'll hold some Alibaba for some Chinese exposure. I mean, it's literally the only, Apple is kind of a Chinese.
It is. There's
some exposure.
Apple, of course, is exposure to China. When you own Nvidia, you've got exposure to China.
Yep.
It's not this, but it's not the same value play. That's, I think, the difference between, if you own Alibaba, the discount that you're getting because of the China risk, like everyone says, is actually pretty hefty. But I haven't bought Baba in a while, and I just saw in the chat, Commodity King saying K-Web, you can get 10% Baba, you can get 10% Tencent as well. I don't know how much of some of the other names are going to be in there. I know those are the top two. I'm kind of starting to think instead of buying Baba the next time, because I already own Alibaba, that might be the place to go, just to diversify a little bit. The growth potential, obviously not what it used to be, but sometimes you feel like this risk is overdone. And it's been relatively quiet. You think it's been relatively quiet geopolitically, even though it seems like there's a headline all the time, but I think that could be a good sign. Ultimately, just a little bit of a
power hour.
Yeah, commodity.
Power hours here.
It is power hour. just a quick update. Basically, I'm in a couple of mean reversion trades. One of them looking for VWAP, but I have moved my stop. So usually I'll have it at the low or the prior bar, but I've moved it up to support level break even here. So if Rivian can't get all the way into the VWAP retrace, then I'll make sure that the last third we don't lose, and we'll try to stay break even on it. David, another super chat from Dave. This is a good one.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah,
we were just talking. Let's throw this one up if we can, or maybe I can find it. Oh, okay. Just very, very quickly, David. All the money in the world doesn't matter without health. You and everyone who've been there, but if
I just look at
SanDisk and they will be fine with the dump. What?
I don't know.
Then it goes to the stocks. Hopefully they don't dump. No, but you're 100% right. Health is absolutely everything. I'll say this: like everyone's been touched by cancer. One of the best things you can do, it's a silly and dumb thing to say. Just get over 40. Just make sure you do your annual checkups and all of that. Like it's a little bit of diligence. Like I look at it this way. Like I'm so motivated to be there, to see like the milestones in your kids' lives and whatnot. And it's an absolute blessing to just stick around and see all the possibilities.
Look at
and shout out to everyone in the chat saying we have a couple cancer survivors that have popped out there.
Look at Tim Cook, right? The guy had literally billions of dollars or hundreds of millions, I guess, and built this huge empire, and unfortunately, like unable to. Well, had a good life while he was here, but would obviously give it all up for health. Shout out to Warren Buffett. The guy's still kicking around in the 90s there. Some people have it, and I consider it lucky, right? If you can avoid these things, that's lucky. But yeah, get checked and eat healthy and just live the best life now because
they drink water, but then
you never know.
I don't have my water.
Water's overrated. Okay, in the world of gold and silver, volatility isn't necessarily a hurdle. It's an opportunity, but harnessing it requires the right tools. Beta Pro by Global X delivers that edge as Canada's first and longest running suite of levered, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs. Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets through 2 times daily bull and 2 times daily bear exposure. These funds are built for the precision and momentum that modern markets demand. Designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of tactical response, Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Just don't follow the gold and silver markets. Position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. We want to thank them, of course, for their continued sponsorship of the program, and go check it out. These levered ETFs have big time benefits if you are able to catch the right move at the right time. And there's single stock, inverse PLTU. What's the meta one? METU, I believe. A whole bunch of names, right, that you guys all know. FPL, Facebook longs, that are all levered 2 times and whatnot. But go check them out. Beta Pro, scan that right there if you are a Canadian investor and are interested in.
Here it is right here.
Yeah, the silver there. Is that a Beta Pro one?
Yeah, this is the Beta Pro.
There's gold.
It's in Canada, so this would be the gold. There's an inverse as well, which, what would that be? It'd be the best part is I don't have to actually know.
Yeah, we have to go get that
I can just start typing it. It looks like it'll be GLDDD. There you go. See, we have there's a drop-down menu. So I just start typing GLD and then it starts giving me options. So you don't actually have to know the actual ticker. But there you go. The opportunity to take advantage is certainly there in the metals. Commodity King is saying that Bloom Energy is looking to break up. I'm going to assume you mean break out to the upside and not break the company up.
Right.
Yeah. Obviously, I know. There's no key. It's not at a particularly key level, but it has been trending off of the lows. Bloom had a good Q. I believe this is a Sharif, the one that loves this baby. Trying to find a key level here. 15-minute chart probably
depends
gives
if your house
the
is
best
on
look.
fire or not. You might like Bloom.
Yeah. Wonder where that kid is. Sometimes you see these videos, like these viral videos from 10, 15, 20 years ago. That might actually be 15 years ago. And
oh yeah, sorry, I meant Steve Jobs, not Tim Cook on that Apple reference.
Did you say Tim Cook?
I think I did. Yeah, I think I did. Idiot.
Yeah. You know when you know what somebody's saying?
Thanks to Jay Bronson in the chat.
I didn't even register that you might have said that wrong because everyone knows what you're talking about. No, Bloom 157. I think that's what we need to get through. You've held a low, triple bottom. You've held a couple of dumps for the last couple of days in a row. You V-shaped it. I think if this can just break out this little, 4-day high, let's just say, post earnings, that can be a good jump-off zone. It's kind of diddling in the middle today.
I don't mind. I mean, I think you see some big moves today with GE Vernova and Vertiv. I mean, Vertiv came out with such a huge quarter. I mean, you can reference Sharif's morning note. We have our release note as well here on the watch list. And I'm just going to sort of here, I'll show you this watch list. Go get it in the chat right now. You can go down, find out in our description. Grab the link right here to our watch list. And this has absolutely everything. Shout out to Adair, like what's been trading, what's happening here, the expected, all the non-payroll numbers that hit earlier. There's the Robinhood discussion. These are just brief. These are almost like highlights of the reports, right? The stuff that Sharif puts out there is AI aided, obviously, but gives you breakdowns of, maybe potential plays, key levels, and breaks down the story more. But right into here, thanks to Adair for putting it up. I thought Vertiv was on here. Oh my God, it's packed today. Yeah, there's Vertiv right there. So Vertiv, 136 of 128. So that's an EPS beat. So that's great. Narrowly missed, though, on sales. But this is where it is right here. It's the guide, right? So projected between 597 to 607 and another big sales number, both beating the outlook for the same period, right? Exceeding expectations. So right there today, we see right off the jump, we see VRT just go boom right there and hit that 250 marker. And then the rest of the day is what the day was. And the market really did fall back in and just goes to show you, like with a stock like Tesla, it goes boom, finds a base, and then starts to rip again. And it looks like we are trying to end the day near some of these highs once again on VRT. So I don't know why I went immediately over to Vertiv. There was, what was this? What were we just talking about? A power name, wasn't it?
Well, we were just talking about data center.
Oh, data center, maybe. That's what it was. And it was the build out. And so GE Vernova catching it as well. I mean, I'm not even really sure the difference between the two names, but GE Vernova, nice move to the upside there, and taking out all-time highs as well today on nothing that they did, just in the sector. So that's a really great spot for investors to be in these days, is the build-out, right? And you saw Caterpillar. I just think like XLI, wow, 770 right now. That's monstrous right there for CAT. XLI is the ETF that just keeps on bumping. So this name just goes boom in the night as well. Like, look at, like, this is not even a hard trade. It's like when you look at Micron this year, like we all knew in December that it was going parabolic, and then it was up another 100% in the month of January. And look at XLI, man. This is not a story that we don't know about. There's the break right there at 158. You get an ETF to 175. So yeah, get your industrial names like a Lam, like an AMAT, like anything that has anything to do with the picks and shovels. I like it right now, and that's why I like water plays. I feel like I need to make a play on water, guys. Let me know what stock I should be doing for something like that. Brendan hit IREN, but didn't IREN get smoked?
IREN got caught up in the crypto move. There's a halt here on this NCI. I just wanted to show a 5-second chart because it was halted, it reopened, was heading down, and then look at this, maybe even a 3-second. I got to use a 3-second chart for you guys. Might give you a better look. Yeah, so it was absolutely chilling out underneath the reopen price, and then it just vaulted in a matter of 3 or 4 seconds right to the highs. It's now halted again up at 269 or 268. It'll be a 5 or 10 minute halt, just a volatility halt. Halted at 220, opened up and continued higher. 240%. Not aware of the story with this one. Of course, I'm sure Sharif would have been all over this in the middle of the day. I mean, the only story I see was yesterday they priced a public offering. So yesterday they priced an offering, and today they go ham. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else, and that was actually yesterday morning too.
Yeah, sometimes the offering gets well received. And you get a bit of a squeeze, or you could just soak the float up in cases like this, because what will happen is if a stock reverse splits in a situation like this, you start having less shares, and then liquidity is a little bit lower, and obviously it's easier for somebody to soak up the float. So soaking up the float just means somebody buys up a large amount of the available shares, reducing the amount that can get traded and, of course, be shorted. And it can kind of cause a little bit of a squeeze, and then they get the squeeze, and then they unload, blah, blah, blah. It's just one of those mechanical things. I'm not saying somebody did that, but on these plays, a lot of times that's what the case is, especially if it doesn't have a catalyst. So just be careful as it gets back into these highs. A lot of time people will play for you'll have like hedge funds and big firms that like to short reverse splits because it works a lot. So when it breaks out above the pre-split, like the reverse split highs, you start to get a squeeze. But it has to actually break past that. So that'll be about this $3 level that it looks like it double tested. That's a spot where the big short seller whales are going to look to jump back in again because they love those prices. And so they're not really blown out until it starts breaking out above that. And then remember, they have like endless pockets to be able to hold things obscenely against them that the rest of us just can't do. We have to be responsible if we short a stock. But if you're some hedge fund, you can just say, well, I think that garbage stock is going to zero, and I'm just going to short every single pop. And if it goes from 3 to 5, who cares? I'll just take more. If it goes 5 to 10, who cares? I'll just take more. Us regular traders can't do that, but some big fund can. And so understand that when it gets to that 3, you can see them pull that off. So I told you I was going to go to break even on Rivian. If the move only gets halfway to VWAP, then so be it. Like, I'm always going to sort of respect that. Like, I want that trade to get to the volume weighted average price. Like, it did it on, like on EA. Like, this one was able to get me to VWAP and made a bit of a double bottom and push back into the volume weighted average price. I'll always take those, right? Like, it's the kind of thing the last couple of sessions, no matter how the morning is gone in the last week, there's at least been 1 or 2 mean reverts that I can put on, take it to VWAP, and make the entire day back. And so as long as that keeps happening, I'm going to keep doing it as a strategy. And then even in the afternoons, just look for more patient plays. One of which I thought was going to be BMNR, but this doesn't want to, it's not losing VWAP. Definitely have, like where we shorted it this morning, like this range in here under the $20 level doesn't look like it's going to get to 20. So I'm kind of giving up on the thought that we can short in front of 20 again. And I'm starting to think about maybe just shorting off this 19.7 that it keeps presenting us. We still have 50 minutes to go for sure. Commodity King says no one is looking at the chemicals needed for all this AI. LXFR. I like where your head is at. So I don't know much about this symbol, and I'm not going to preach to know even where you would express that trade, but I don't mind it's a good thought.
Well, you don't know about LXRX?
No, I don't know them, but the first thing that I would be actually suspicious if this was at the lows. The fact that it profiles on the chart the same way that a G Renova does, maybe this is another place to look. I'd have to do some research on it before I would consider adding it. That said, I feel like if you've got 1 or 2 plays along this whole stack, I think you're good to go, instead of just being long like NVIDIA and like a Google and that kind of a thing. If you've got, to me, I own G Renova and I own Caterpillar. So I feel like I'm pretty good in that space, and I don't really feel like I need to extend. But I like where your head is at. This hasn't made a 50. Okay, well, it's made 52-week highs, but it hasn't broken any all-time highs yet. But I would have to do some research. But I do like where your head is at. Where else can you express the trade for these AI names? That's what we should be thinking about here. It's not always about NVIDIA. Because NVIDIA, as impressive as they are, they have not been leading this charge when you look at the charts. It's been the memory names, it's been your Caterpillars and G Renovas, maybe LXFR, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA's, we've talked about this, is at the same levels it's been in since last July. So it's just been sitting there going back and forth with no dividend either. So that's been a little bit of a disappointment, I think, for many of us. All right, so we broke through VWAP there, and VWAP was at 26.50. I took another 20% of what we had left out on that break, and I just waited for 426. We could have saved 50 cents and taken it out a little bit better, but now we'll wait for the highs again, as we are basically rejecting that VWAP break right now. And I know, look, like, volume weighted average price, like any of these lines on here whereby the green is the 200, the pink is the 50, this gray guy over here is the 25, they're just guides, and so you got to sort of see the action around these key levels, and that's a break, and so I get it. There's some, obviously there's the volume spike there on the break, so I understand that people are, not a whole bunch, but some people are looking at VWAP there on that break, and they get stopped out like I do, just a little bit. That's why I'm not stopping out the whole whack right here. We're just going to sit down and see if we now get some absorption back up here. Well, this is where we'll use now the 50-period moving average. We'll see if we can take advantage of that up to 427. Maybe we can get a fill into that area. But yeah, for me on Tesla, we're getting lighter and lighter. And then on NVIDIA, I mean, shout out to, in the chat there, you had the money comment of the afternoon. And unfortunately, we go through a lot of comments, and I wasn't sure, I can't remember who mentioned it, but you had said that NVIDIA is having a problem at 192, and I'm like, yeah, heard, man. I mean, once it failed right there, we are already on that 192 level. I was going to wait to see if we could break below this 191. If we do that, then we'll stop out and then give back about $1 on our last, like, 2% of this trade. In the afternoon, if you ever see me rolling with shares, the idea is that I have a little bit more, and we did do a hold on our Tesla, but we didn't do very good on NVIDIA because we had cleaned out right here when it came back to 192 the first time. So waiting for it to break, we could have just punched out upside, and we should have. We should have punched this out at 192 and didn't. So now we suffer this fate back in. Let's take it out right here. 191. I'm just going to put these offers in that I'm talking about so I don't forget it. This is 190. I'm not even going to wait for 192. 191.70. So we're getting pretty close to that right now. I mean, we could get this immediately. So we'll offer that out if that can hit. It's 316 already. I went over there and said, what's up to Ramin? And she said, hey, there's only a half hour left. Ramin, you owe me 15 minutes, man. It's 3:15 right now. So I was like...
That's an interesting half an hour.
I was like really excited. I'm like, geez, because I was looking over
Ramin's all about rounding, apparently.
Yeah, so I'm fine with rounding.
That's an aggressive round.
She actually, it's no word of a lie. I was like, yes, a half hour. I'm going back, baby. And then I came back here, sat down. I was like, all right. 3:15, okay. But anyways, we're gonna get an offer out there on NVIDIA, and you probably can't see back. I mean, I wish you know what? There it is. Sort of. What I'm trying to talk about is right there. Oh, look at that point, almost directly where it needs to be, right back there. They've put on 7 TVs, all of which are about, I was gonna say they're about like, they're not quite 50-inch TVs, I don't think, but they're all back there. They're going to have a whole bunch of information server side and whatnot on there. So there's a bunch of, our space station is looking more spacey.
That's how all this stuff looks so amazing.
Right now.
How they're able to do all of this amazing magic, especially on the aftermarket show. Like, you see how we're flashing. I'm going
to take a picture of it.
What happened to the new background?
Tweet it out.
We had that cool money background for the aftermarket show yesterday. We'll get that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Fabian's going to have it in a second.
I'm still going to tweet it out anyways.
Yeah, so obviously, a lot of work gets done behind the scenes that you guys don't get a chance to see. All you get to see is the show look better and hopefully sound better and give you new looks and make it a little bit more entertaining. But there's a lot of hard work that goes behind the scenes. Fabian, Andre, Ramin. Obviously, you see Randy every now and then, but I've seen Rob running around, standing on tables as well. Mark seems to never be sitting down. I don't think, you know what's interesting? I can't remember the last time I saw Mark sit in this office. And you
I
guys
thought you were going to say,
him.
oh, okay.
So there it is on screen. It is the Starship Enterprise. I think that would be fair to say. Like, if you think it's complicated when you've got like 50 hotkeys and trying to trade, no, try looking at that. They've got about 3 million buttons and more screens than you could possibly imagine. I wouldn't. You thank them every single day for the job for that. Just want to shout out to someone in the chat said, why is SMCI weak? And then there was a conversation about them being not a trusted company. I'm not going to get into that, but let's just say they've lost the benefit of the doubt a while ago for SMCI. What you don't want to see, and I'm actually looking at this one, it got into this zone. I didn't realize we were down here. This was a breakaway spot, but I kind of feel like this is a fade zone. The market is bouncing nicely in an uptrend. Could break this trend here, but it's not rocket science to say that SMCI is relatively weak because we're chilling at the low. So I feel like a short, I don't want to be shorting the low of the day at 319. That seems like a bad decision. But if I can't get BMNR, then the shot off this 32 level is going to make some sense. I'm not saying it fills this entire gap in. There's not enough time necessarily to do that, but we are going to see you at the desk.
Hi guys, let's quickly discuss some numbers today. The MBA 30-year mortgage rate came out at 7 a.m. this morning. The actual number standing at 6.21%. Previous was also the same. Not a big change here at all. Non-farm payrolls also 130K now versus the 48K previous. The forecast, however, was at 40,000. Unemployment rate also came out at 8:30 a.m. as of this morning. Actual number standing at 4.3% versus the 4.4%, which was the previous number. The forecast was, however, 4.5. EIA crude oil stocks change also came in today at 10:30 a.m. this morning. Current standing at 8.53 million and previous at negative 3.455 million. EIA gasoline stocks at current at 1.16 million and previous at 0.865 million. Monthly budget statement also currently at 0.912 million and previous at 1.101 million. Let's take a look at a couple of headlines for today. Estee Lauder has sued Walmart over counterfeits. Estee Lauder has filed a suit in California's federal court alleging that Walmart allowed certain counterfeit beauty products to be sold in the store and on Walmart.com. The company also claims that it purchased and tested products such as the Le Labo, La Mer, Clinique, Aveda, Tom Ford, and Estee Lauder, determining that they were fake. Although it was sold by certain third-party sellers, Estee Lauder is arguing that Walmart has played an active role in facilitating this sale. And currently, Walmart is up 1.64%. It's unaffected. Let's also move on to the other headline. The FDA has rejected Moderna's flu shot. On my screen here, you can see the stock. The FDA has declined to begin reviewing Moderna's application for its standalone flu vaccine, which is the mRNA 1010. Shares fell roughly about 7% in after-hours trading, which followed the announcement. And FDA vaccine regulator Vinay Prasad, who heads the CBER, signed the Feb 3 letter rejecting the review and has publicly advocated to set higher vaccine standards. Moderna has also said that the refusal does not and will not impact its 2026 financial guidance.
Thank you, Sia. And I feel like they did get the benefit of the doubt today, Moderna, because while still down 4%, it's only been a buy. Who knew? The hold of VWAP, shout out to Brian Shannon, that's obviously a good indicator. And when it holds above, it did not even look back. I guess ripping some faces off. It's a weird one because to me, like if you're in the crosshairs of the administration, it's not exactly the stock I would have expected would make a big break back upside. And it would be nice if this is a weird obsession with all about flu vaccines. Mm-hmm. The mRNA technology can be used for other things. I feel like if they were to make some breakthroughs in some of those other things and not just these vaccines, there may be more upside. But anyways, I'm not a scientist, so like it's figure out the lowest hanging fruit. Like they got to do their job, and not the ideal news, but the fact that it got bought up, I think, is a good thing. So I did get this lower high into SMCI. If it prints a low day, I'm sitting at the low of the day for the first take and then a $0.50. If I'm short at the quarters and giving to this prior bar, which is at 85, it's about 10 cents worth of risk. So I want to make sure when it gets to 1-to-1, we get some out. And let's go back to the desk, this time for Adara.
We're going to talk here about two stories that came out during that read. Let's talk about PayPal first. PYPL, basically we had Sawyer Merritt, who is known for being a Tesla and Elon Musk bull. He just posted on X that X Money will be launching in 1 to 2 months. Looks like Elon Musk confirmed this, but either way, sometimes the things that Sawyer Merritt posts at news are not breaking news. But either way here, the circulation of this X Money product is pushing PayPal a little bit lower. Next, we have Ford. I'm just seeing here Ford filing for a mixed shelf offering of undisclosed size. Again, unclear how new that is, but it's just circulating now, so I want to bring it up. So again, Ford with that shelf offering and PYPL with X Money being launched back to Sean and Neil.
Glenn just keeps getting closer and closer. He telegraphed this years and years ago. He always wanted it in everything app.
Yep.
And you know, it started out with he bought Twitter, obviously now X. There hasn't been that much chatter of when that would go back public again.
He could just buy PayPal.
No, he can do whatever he wants to do. Wait, what do he need to buy PayPal?
He got the user base. He just converts it all over to X Money.
He seems like the kind of guy who always wants to do it himself,
money,
as opposed to try to pick somebody up. It's like, oh, I can do it better myself.
Yeah.
Instead of necessarily integrating. But yeah, maybe more pressure here on PayPal. Although, hey, don't look now. As bad as PayPal might be, it's still holding that low at 40. It's the higher low. It's not the post earnings low. It's the higher low at $40, holding on by just about a thread here for PayPal. don't know why I didn't like this short. We liked this short in the afternoon yesterday, but that's because it was a trend break. Like, it just, whatever. It was a trend break on PayPal. That's probably why I didn't look at it today, because the trend break would have meant a long, and I'm not really thinking long on this stock currently. But it's holding some lows at 40 at least. But I just can't bring myself to like them. I looked at it. There's like one thing I still use PayPal for monthly. I found it. I was looking at this weekend and like keep saying how I don't use PayPal anymore. And then what happened? I realized what it was. I'm like, do I still need this? And canceled. So I can really say that I don't use PayPal anymore.
Yeah, I got some cash lying around in PayPal, so I use it to buy Robux and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, PayPal still has some uses, but yeah, getting to be a little obsolete with all the options out there, that's for sure. It seems like anyways these days. All right, so that's a little bit of a talk there. Just quickly here, Tesla, I got at another piece there on another sort of 426 VWAP break right there. We got 426.25, there it is, what's up? Aziz, I got me a drop top, nice. And if I hit the switch, I can make MU and SNDK drop. So yeah, you know what? Good little chat there.
It'd be harder than you think.
Yeah, well, if you have the ability to make this thing drop, it's not doing it right now. Up another 10% today. Like Micron, the story continues, man. It's like Wu-Tang. The saga continues here because this is going from 370 to 413. Next stop 450. Honestly, like what's going to stop these things here? And again, on the base case, we should have been in this again, like SNDK and Micron, just that same story. Like the minute we hear something about a build out, about needs, about data centers, about chips or anything, about a glut, that's what's not happening. There is not a glut of inventory on the RAM side. So SNDK, Western Digital, Micron all continue to just march higher as, you know, like you got to put components into these chips. So I don't, you know, like it's getting more expensive now to buy any kind of a RAM card or anything like that, let alone somebody that's going to put in, you know, a $700 billion or $1 million order for NVIDIA chips. You know, like there's components that need to be had, which is exactly why, like I actually don't understand why Marvell is not blasting to the moon here. Marvell is sort of part of this story on data centers, on the build outs. And I honestly think this is like a sleeping giant here, but obviously I need to do some more work. So we'll have to wait, just like a Broadcom. Sharif and I both, Broadcom and Marvell do compete for many of the same clients and in the same space. And this name, Broadcom, has other things going for it as well. But Marvell, I like it as a sort of the copper, the play there. They have the optic wires as well there going through. Copper can only go so far. I'm struggling with the name that they had just bought. They just, not Confluent, that was IBM, but they had, Marvell bought somebody there for the optical sensors going through. So I do like Marvell there for data transfer and whatnot going through. Broadcom's also another great name. But that was that. So IBM was another name that has been getting hit, right? Like I haven't looked at it daily over here in a little bit, but.
It got hit again today.
What the hell happened to IBM today? Thank you, Adara. Now she knows I'm going to call on her. It's like, I'm just like, what in the?
I don't have anything though. So I unfortunately don't have anything. I'm not even seeing any like any stories on Benzinga from this for like over 24 hours.
There was a story yesterday on them, but that's obviously not going to be a
like, I was just bringing this up for shits and giggles.
The story yesterday wasn't even bad though. It was just they unveiled the next generation of IBM flash system. Honestly, if anything, it kind of sounds like just a PR headline. It came out right at 7 a.m., which implies to me it was pre-scheduled.
That makes some sense. But if you go out to...
Does it? I don't know.
What the heck? Whoops, there was a nice typo. Instead of weekly, I just went to, I typed Q, which is not a time frame on a chart. But you pull up the weekly on IBM, and this is a put up or shut up week. IBM has not, okay, fine. Back here in August of last year, it spent a couple of weeks underneath the 50-period moving average on the weekly chart. So a couple of weeks underneath there, not much. That's the formation it's putting in right now. This is in my portfolio. I've held IBM for quite some time. but I have not neglected to buy in front of the 50-period moving average very often on this stock. It was one of my picks last year, so like I've already bought once in front. I don't think I would buy again, but it does make you think. If it were to lose contain underneath the 50-period on the weekly, that could be a place to just trim some and wait for a better price, especially if you've been holding this for a long time. Like if I look at this on a, let's say, 3-month chart, because IBM goes back forever, so you can actually do this. A lot of the companies we talk about, I pull up a 3-month chart and it's pretty useless. But on IBM, it actually has some use. When you pull up a 3-month chart, if you lose that level I was just talking about, then it's like wait for $200, where you know you want to load the bad boy. Just load it up in front of the $200 level. So I'm eyeballing this pretty closely because I've been a buyer in front of this on the weekly. But sometimes you have to recognize a pattern like this, which is held for so long. Like this is going back to 2023, will be the last time it really held underneath on the weekly, and even then it immediately rebounded. So it could be a good place. Maybe look for some really, down in the low 200s would be almost a dream. I don't think you get down there, unfortunately. But yeah, taking it on the chin. And I don't think you have to have an explanation as to why a stock is relatively weak. Just note, hey, the market bounced today. This stock didn't bounce. I'm putting it in the short list for the short term. Like SMCI, I don't really know why SMCI is down today. Everything was down early. It tried to bounce. Other things continued trending up. It continued trending down. But it did break into a zone that I like, which is right in here. It's from this breakout, 31.85, and then this support. And the last time it broke down was pretty nasty. I don't expect that. I've already taken some when it just tagged the low of the day. But I just wanted to press, hopefully, into somewhere into this range. Like what it did on the 6th, 31.25 would be good. So I want that half. And then we'll try to get the quarter. But it is 3:30, so usually about this time, we'll give you the early look on the imbalances. I don't think we have any big expectations today, so let me just sort that by time for the IPO. Okay, so RIG is $7 million to sell. HPE is $2 million to sell. That would have been a SPAC that came out today. There were 4 SPACs that IPO'd today. I'm telling you. The SPACs are back. It's like the market's at highs and they just start rolling. You didn't see any SPACs. I would go to this website that I check every single day and there were no SPACs. It's like nobody's coming out last year and they're all out of the woodworks this year. There's like 5 or 6 of them a week. It's absolutely intense. Once the market gets to the highs, all of a sudden everyone wants to roll a SPAC out. That's ridiculous. But nothing crazy on the early look except for RIG. $7 million to sell. Maybe there's something with Transocean happening that I didn't see earlier.
Ramin just messaged me, and it's funny because we're both thinking the exact same thing. I was just going to call her out and say, Ramin, how much time do I have left here today? But there it is.
Minutes.
It is now the 15-minute mark. Ramin will be taking over the last 15 minutes of the show. But no, 30 minutes left, so power hour is upon us right now. And just trying to wrap up some of these trades, right? IBM right now, this is kind of why I brought this up. I didn't know the move, but the dividend yield's only 2.5%. It's not a huge dividend, but always better to collect a dividend than not if you can get that. But yeah, just as we were saying about NVIDIA, you're coming back in now. Forget about summertime love. Like that was back here in July. Like, you're well under that now, and you're back into this 270 area. So I always thought that like anything that hits near its tariff lows could be picked up, right? I almost think IBM, because I like IBM also for the quantum aspect, and that's the rub.
The upside play, yeah.
Look, man, I should actually just call it. Maybe I will. Maybe tonight I'll look it up. I'll tell you what like the cost basis on IBM is. IBM, I think, might have been like the first tech stock I ever bought. So, and you're talking about like 25 years ago or so. When I was 5 years old. So that was something there to be very, very.
I know the second.
Yeah. I'm not that.
The second one for me was Oracle. The first one was.
Yeah.
I chuckle saying my dad worked for Nortel. I didn't own it very long.
Yeah.
Because there was the whole logic. We had a conversation, but he's like, you do realize.
I wonder what my
that,
cost basis is on IBM.
It's like, he obviously had options. He worked there. It's like, why do you need to own that stock? It's like you're implicitly invested in it, son. And then. Let's just say that there were signs that Nortel wasn't. If you worked at Nortel, there were definitely signs that things weren't going to go well. And if you heard some of the concerns, you probably didn't want to be in the stock. So shout out to my dad for being pragmatic about that. Because obviously, for anyone that doesn't know, and we probably have a bunch of viewers that are like, what the heck is Nortel? So imagine, it wasn't like an Enron type blow up, but this was the largest tech company in Canada and just seen as a huge leader in telecommunications worldwide. And they got complacent. A good parallel would be, imagine if Intel didn't turn themselves around. It was like you were the biggest and you just let everyone catch up and there was no bounce, there was no pivot. It just all fell apart. That would be the best example. Is what it is.
Yeah, I was just looking here at I didn't realize IBM split so much. I just looked, it's 330. I don't know, I'm up 330% on this name. Yeah, there it is, 2 for 1, 2 for 1. I wasn't involved, I don't think in 96, 97 into here when this split, but maybe. I'd have to look back at all the spots, but like IBM just, blow into the upside. I don't know what this split is all about. This is 25,000. I don't know what happened there in 2001. There's some sort of a crazy split action there. But yeah, just nothing but upside here for IBM. And this is a monthly chart, so looking to probably dip by something now. I might even, this is the thing, like all these stocks I look at, I like them. So it's tough to decide. And I don't really want to get into too many tech names anymore. But I like IBM on that dip by right into there. Okay, just getting some orders set up here because we are getting ready to cash out at 335 right now. So this might not do anything. We can offer some out there on Tesla. We'll put an 05 and take some fill there. As we're trying to break down a little bit, I just, if we do break 525, we can put our the final boss stop at 425, okay? So let's just do exactly this 200 period, why not? 25, so okay, 425, 24, oops. Might come in soon. 425.24. We'll just stop out there if it breaks. And you got to have orders out to stop out. But Tesla's going to be a great trade, and it was just the longs off that 422 as we posted. So we're going to try to stick with our notes a little bit clearer in the next couple days, and we still do have the look on NVIDIA, but looking for more there. Meta was an interesting call, man. Like, because I heard and I was reading about it. I was sitting here. I saw it hit the newswire that Bill Ackman was involved in Meta and straight up there. So could have easily had $7 or $8 on this name. Didn't take it.
How much does he own?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
But nice move to the upside. I actually realized that I own a lot more Meta than I thought. So there it goes, Meta upside. We like that trade. And I keep saying, like, you got this whole quarter back. So if you like it right there, worth a buy on Meta at these levels. Just talking about the CapEx spend there for META, and they actually are, show profits on their spend. So that was an interesting look.
I've been
there.
not buying any mag twice. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I bought Meta once on the dip. I'm not really thinking buying them again because I have like a rotation of what you want to buy next, and I still have money that I want to go to like GE Vernova and find whether it's going to end up being Morgan Stanley or whether it'll end up, I don't know about the XLF again. I haven't rebought SoFi, but I'm looking at a financial that I want to pick up. And because you're pulling back in Morgan Stanley, I think it could end up being that because they're all catching strays today. So I really didn't think that was going to be in play to catch a dip buy in the banks, but I think it will be. Before we quickly.
This is the news. Yeah, go ahead. No, I was talking about Apple, and then you went on a tangent there. But I was just thinking, like, Apple falling back in. That's that Siri news. So a possible delay there in Siri, and just looking at that bottom for maybe a bottom break here with 338, and then you're on SMCI, and then we'll go over to Adara.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly show. Whoops, that's for Rivian. So bizarre. I didn't even say Rivian. No, once we broke that prior bar, going to get out. If you're wondering why do you have a random line here at 31.85, it was on my 15-minute chart, and that was like a key level that I had from a few days ago. So when I see it consolidating underneath, I want to take a chance at that gap fill, which I will still also do tomorrow. If I see it in this range again, I'm still looking for the breakdown from here into there. So like that's, to me, that's just a trading area that I want to be involved in. And before we go back to Adara, that American Rebel, so the news is that they're going to the OTC markets, and it's still going higher. Actually just got to 55 cents from 40. So it just proves to show. It doesn't mean that a stock can't go up or it is dead because they're going to the OTC markets. Now, obviously, it's not considered a good thing to leave the NASDAQ. It's actually bouncing.
I mean, I'd rather that than reverse split. Like, reverse split is a nightmare.
Death
for these names. Like, we've seen that happen over and over again, and it's just kind of like, pass on that one.
Adara?
Yeah, we're just going to talk here about these implied earnings moves for tonight. Unfortunately, we're not doing an earnings recap show tonight, though tomorrow after the bell we certainly will. But I do want to talk about some of this here. Between tonight and tomorrow morning, AAPL with the largest expected move here at 14.8%. Second place, you've got QuantumScape with an 11.9% expected move. Now, McDonald's is interesting. MCD was supposed to report this morning. The report was never released. I checked on their website. They usually do report pre-market, but now I'm seeing indications they're going to report tonight after the bell. Either way, keep an eye on MCD, and if I see anything, I will let you know what's going on. Now, tomorrow morning, we're going to hit AEP, CROX, and NBIS. Both NBIS and CROX with double-digit implied moves. Birkenstock also reporting BIRK before the bell tomorrow. Unfortunately, I could not find an expected move for them at the time I made this visual, which was just now. So no implied move for them yet. But again, if you want to see this visual in more detail and a whole host of other earnings and other infographics, X at TTV Research is your destination. Back to you.
So I just got out of my last stock. You'll see it up here. Just, we're not going to think this is going to go all the way back. Another one of those like mean revert type trades. But here's an interesting story for App. App reports tonight. And look, I've been trading a long time. You look at the markets a long time. I don't think I've ever seen a headline like this. App Lovin pops, and this was a couple of days ago, after short seller Capital Watch apologizes and retracts report.
What's going on with Tesla?
Like that is, like I said, I've never seen that happen. Shout out to, at least, you got to have some respect for that. I think it was something in their research. They just said, we got our research wrong. And it got bought right back up. Kudos to them, because the short sellers have been wrong before on the reports, and then stock just goes up and you never hear anything about it again. But kudos to them for at least having the guts to say they got it wrong.
There goes Tesla. We got out some at VWAP there. We got out some twice. We didn't really believe in it, and then it just popped right into our level again. So we take a 427.20 fill right there on Tesla. So getting lighter and lighter, as we said, exiting some of these trades as the market just right now bounces back there to the upside. Your Trader TV Live water bottles, by the way, almost done right now. All right. Italy's crushing it at the Olympics, by the way. Okay, so Tesla 427.20. We'll see if that can get going. Good long down there at 420. We'll see if we can grab that. Tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. There's the move right here on the TQs. Should have gone short. We went long right there, and then that no work out very good. And nice move down there on the TQQs today. We actually didn't focus on this trade. We didn't. I think it might be one of the first days that we didn't really have anything noted on here for the Qs. We had Tesla, iBit, Nvidia, and Sir Robinhood on there today to trade. Let's have a quick little look at Robinhood. Yeah, the futures, man, bang. I feel like if I ever go long and then it breaks, I just instantly reverse to the short. Something to think about. All right, Robinhood, we liked that 78 level. It's right where it's at right now. We had written down 78. Look at that, 78, bang, right there into the downside. So it looks like it's going to be a good level, but will it hold? We shall not know, because there's only right now 7 minutes until we get these imbalances, and not worth, I mean, if you want to take it quickly, like just a run right now for the next 5 minutes, then I think it's probably worth it on a break. But these are imminent, and especially on earnings, we're expecting to have some kind of an imbalance show up here for this NASDAQ name, right? And NASDAQ doesn't hit till 350. So it'll be interesting when it does hit, but this is what it's looking like right now. If there's any names on here that you're interested in, there's maybe ZSL, but that's not a big number there. RIG. Not sure what's going on with that one. 6 million there. It's on 102 million shares today, so that might be a nothing burger as well there on RIG. Just in case you guys were interested on what was going on there. Maybe a nothing burger there for that one as we watch out for that. HPQ Ford XOM as a buy. So yeah, that's always the risk when you're looking at something like a Ford, into a 350 imbalance. You never sort of know where it's going to go. So let's sort of clean this up. Out more there. Still waiting for Nvidia to come back up. We're waiting at 191.70 now. That's a little underneath. Maybe we can go to 191.50. Maybe we do get that. I think today's the day to buy some bank stocks. I don't really know the reason for the hit on these names, but it's definitely being hit today, and it's a downside play. for these bank names, right? So down 1.3%. You don't get often these ETFs making moves like that. So right now XLF downside, and right at the 200 period, we sort of showed you that would be worth maybe a buy down into that area, because this is electronic technology. Look at some of these bank stocks today down into here. Like, you know, there's going to be winners and losers, but primarily Charles Schwab. Like, why are these guys
4%? Like, I'm looking at more. I'm like,
I don't even know why these are down.
I'm sitting there like, why is Morgan Stanley down 1% when like Wells is 3 and Schwab is 4?
Well, the reason why is that there's robo advisors, I think, is what's probably hitting this, which I'm not sure why Goldman Sachs, but some of these names like Charles Schwab, like a Robin. Hey, look, I'm wearing the ICE vest right here.
I mean, Goldman and Morgan aren't as threatened by the whole robo advisor thing. Like, they're still going to make money with all these deals. By the way, Rig might be one side of a merger, I think.
Okay.
Like closing. So I don't know.
Isn't that Transocean? Isn't that what Rig is?
Yeah, it's Transocean.
Yeah, okay.
I think they must be merging or buying somebody. I just can't I forget the other side of the trade. I was looking it up, but anyways, it doesn't really matter. But I think, but I'm to your point.
What is this? Well,
if you think what's been happening is like people freak out about somebody, whether it's the software names or like right in here, now it's going to be like banking. They freak out about that, and it ends up being a buying opportunity.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, there's, you know, Anthropic releasing, you know, like they had that sort of attachment. Was it the law, like a law clerk or something like that? And there's like something. So like a lot of these, you know, lawyers and all that, like become more efficient if they can get, you know, all of the case studies done faster. And it's just like creating some sort of opportunity there. And there was another one. It was the robo-advisors and some other sector. I mean, obviously, all of SaaS has gotten hit, right? CRM. Like, people think that you're just going to magically build a CRM because you have access to a certain plugin through Anthropic or Claude. Like, I don't think it's that simple, but it's not my space. So I think that's why some names are getting hit. I, you know, really like the energy space, man. I mean, we just bought XLE live on the show at $50.80. And XLE is really blasted. I mean, it was blasted. I don't know if it is today. It was up 3% earlier, 2.5%. So still creating some movements here is XLE for the upside play. So up 2.5%. It was higher when we were here earlier at 11 o'clock. But I really like the energy trade, and we've showed you that it's on a breakout right now, multi-years. You're back to levels of 2014 right now for XLE. So give me back 10 years and take it out to the high side. I cannot believe oil went red during the panic days of COVID there, where nobody had any place to store oil. So next thing you know, it went negative, and they were paying people to take it. And I just wish I had that huge, you know, sort of hole dug in my basement or somewhere where I could, well, not basement, I don't want to light the whole house on fire. But if you had a big
you could just
vat there, you could have taken billions of barrels there and just sold them the very next day. But anyways, XLE, great opportunity there. And XOM has really, and CVX and Valero, and it all kind of, it really got going pretty good. We had that Venezuelan, obviously, story, and that continues to be there as well. But look at XOM. Like, you want to talk about this break. This is 155. The person that would be winning this little contest of ours would be Randy, hand over fist. I have no idea how we missed him. It's because we did this at 3 o'clock or whatever it was.
He was gone. He'd already left.
That's what I'm saying. Like, right now, here, we have a tracker to show who's in first and who's not. So OB, great calls, unfortunately disqualified. Adara, though, right now up 11% and crushing it. Here, Brendan, sorry, Brendo, he, myself, and Neil right now all, and come on, Ramin. I mean, we know you're smarter than the rest of us.
This is a space name.
I did not expect Ramin down here. I expected all three of us. But, you know, the rest of them there, good call. Fabian has some nice plays there. Let me check out what Joe has for his plays of the year right now. CrowdStrike, obviously getting clapped a little bit. Walmart, great call on that one. And then JP Morgan. I mean, I like all of these. I don't own any Walmart, but these two are definite names that I own. And I think right here, Crowd is a name, right, that should have no sort of problems with this whole AI. I mean,
but like they have been getting hit a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
Both Crowd and Palo Alto Palo Alto is going to be closing that Confluent deal sometime in this next quarter or two. They just made a good acquisition there.
So
like
now.
both those names, but they are bouncing. That's the thing. Like you get an opportunity to buy the dip, you got to take your shot if you like the space. So we were talking about the banks there, same thing. But my goodness,
oil is the one.
Oil, like XOM. I love CVX. You pick your poison. XLE is another good way to go in there. We had some viewers that were saying, well, why don't you look at some of the pipeline names? It was maybe it was 2 days ago or yesterday. We got a super chat about Kinder Morgan, and we're like, yeah, I love that too. But you just pick your horse. If you already got one, you're good to go, and you just ride.
Yep.
And KMI is probably having another good day. I don't want to jinx it, but I haven't looked at them. I'm sure it's at the highs. Like it's one of those things, if you know the space is strong, like whatever, am I going to pull it up and KMI is not going to be? It's not at the high of the day per se, but it's upward trending and up 1.7%. And it did make, hey, look at that. That would be, it literally pressed right into, technically speaking, not a 52-week high because this top is in January 22nd. That's why sometimes I hate the whole 52-week high. So it missed it by 2 weeks. It still made it. That's still, it's still at breaking it out. Less than 10 seconds till the amounts has come out. Let's just flash back over here. So RIG and VAL and AVDL is also a buyout. They're being bought by, well, I don't remember. Shoot, it's, who cares? It doesn't really matter. It's another NASDAQ stock that most people have never heard of. But RIG, it looks like that didn't come out as anything. Rigetti is a sell of 1.6 million to the sell side. HBAN, 2.4 million to the sell. Cisco, 1.4 buy. Hey, we're just talking about Palo Alto, 1.4 million buy side on PanDub. Who knew? It was kind of random. We were just talking about them. NVIDIA, I just see there for 900,000. 900,000 on NVIDIA is about as big of a nothing burger as you're going to see for an imbalance. It's pretty much nothing. Mobileye, we haven't talked about them in a while, 850,000. So pretty insignificant with the exception of this, which is about deal closing. And Rigetti, 1.6 million sell. That's a decent number for Rigetti. Actually, Rigetti is diddling in the middle. It's not really doing much of anything.
All right. Yes, thanks everybody for watching. We do get the epic move on Tesla. So there it goes right there, man. Really, really enjoying trading this stock today. We'll be back tomorrow with more trades on Tesla. But let's go over and find out who's making all the money here at Real Trading. This is brought to you by Real Trading. We have something here. Here's a story on RIG right now. So we can get the story on RIG and see what this is doing here. Here's a list of tonight's largest single stock imbalances. So these are just lists before they hit they're just reading off of the imbalance locator. So we're giving that to you live anyways. All right, here we go. Compare your profits. So this is where you could check on how other traders are doing here at Real Trading. It only is going to show the top 10 traders, and it's going to show you by market here. And then we're going to go to the actual top traders. And it's always the same markets, man, these days. Canada, TSX. Generally speaking, we can get, okay, here's a trader that's traded everything. Generally, you can get a market like a Blue Ocean, or sometimes there's, if Turkey's hot or something's going on, that's more around October, November when Turkey's real good. But Amex, there's the NASDAQ coming through yesterday. So someone made 29, 28. These are all in US dollars. Someone in Canada, okay, well, hey, man, there was a dance for the top spot there here yesterday. Yeah, Amex, Canada, TSX, again, NASDAQ, Amex, New York, Amex. And then this trader has taken advantage of all, not all, but some of these markets that we have access to in Europe. We have over 60 markets, although on the show we only trade US markets, but we do have, Neil trades some buyouts on Canada. We talk about that sometimes. But other than that, man, Amex, NASDAQ, Amex right there. And that's about it. And here's some of the other markets that we trade. The top trader made 1,400 in Paris, 1,400 in Milan. Shout out to the Olympics there. Amsterdam, New York, Hong Kong, a trader 2,300. And then here's the top traders by market as well. So whoever that trader was at the top, pretty much made it all on Amex, right? With that, so there's one individual trader that made almost 30 grand on the Amex exchange yesterday, and then just alone on Canada as well. 28 right there. Yes, unfortunately, a guy from work. Great calls by Obi, right? But he just played by different rules. That's all. You were unable to short, and it's great. He wanted to do it. He knew he was disqualified.
Well, because we told him right before. It's like, yeah. By the way, they have to be S&P 500. He's like, yeah.
No, just to go short.
It's because
that's all.
It's because he had his picks, and he's like, well, I'm not going to redo them, so he just kind of submitted them, which is fine. Like he loves that whole. You get the back end of a stock, which is falling apart. right?
No,
So
it's just it's only because of Sidhu. That's all. I mean, it's just this is the name. He took this short, so it's just like that's fine. But like we didn't talk about. And we could redo it, you know, and like next time when we do this, maybe we'll redo it at the halfway mark or something, and then we'll just open it up that you could take any trade, period, that you want to take, right? And it was just that we had said that if you're going to short, be an S&P 500 name. He also violated it, of course, because he shorted Circle, but at the end of the day, he knew what he was doing, and they're great calls. So I don't know how you're going to find Boros or whatever for Sidious, but he went short on that and also on Circle. So they've both been great calls, man. I mean, so it's about giving credit where credit is due. That is for sure. There's Circle breaking its IPO price, you know, to the downside. So I think that I think you could have won. You could have easily won this thing by just shorting any recent IPO, right? And so,
but like the funny thing was, I joked about it, but I was kind of half serious. Like I was just like, I would just short Beyond Meat at $1.
Yeah. No, there's lots of look. Obi is.
But like we
made some good calls.
It's the it's the logic of it, right? Like you find something. I think for Sidhu, you just find something at the beginning of the year, which was in a bit of it's in a downtrend, but was trying to push back into the highs. Like look at that downward trend. I'm pretty sure Sidhu was just the same thing. By the way, 655 just hit. Yeah, so the same thing. It was trying to push back up after finding the back end of the trade. Here we go. So
I also guarantee you that Obi doesn't hold any of those trades in his own account. This is all fake money, by the way.
All the imbalances that were there are pretty much gone. I don't see anything that's holding up.
Yeah, no, they're all. I mean, look
still $1 million.
Look what Tesla's doing. Congratulations, man! Like everybody that was running this stock today, man. The #1 name on the sticky note's going to end up with a $7 winner. There. So it's just an absolute monster play. Obi will be in this exact seat. You guys are all going to get a great Friday. He'll be here for me on Friday. So you'll see Obi here, and he can tell you all about those plays.
I've never shorted anything in my personal account. Like I just don't. Like I don't swing short anything like that. But I know Obi does, so it's entirely possible that he has shorted Circle in his personal account. Like I don't know that he has.
I asked.
I don't
I
know
asked
one
him
way or
he
another.
He hadn't.
Okay,
I had asked him before.
I know, like I literally shorts for day trading for myself. Everything else is kind of like a long only, old school, old fashioned call it. But I know he'll buy puts on stocks that he thinks are trash.
Yeah.
And why not? But
And remember, guys, like take your own advice. Like we don't even show our
like a trade's a trade.
Like that's fake money, you know. Like you guys got to figure out what you're doing. I own all the stocks.
Well, it's the funny thing is I own both the two of the three. I pivoted on one of them, but it was a stock I was going to buy anyways, and so I picked some up as a short play in the TFSA, which was CRISPR. I had bought AVAV like 3 weeks before.
Yeah.
So like it's all, and I'm like, I'll keep the pick. I'm like, yeah, fine. It already went 40%. But I'll keep the pick because I own the darn thing, and I do own Freeport McMoran.
Here, these are
as
the
well.
picks.
I said that in December that I like Freeport, so I just made that one of my picks.
Yeah, Freeport's a good one. That's 11% here. CRISPR down 12, AVAV down 35% right now. Big Bear AI is my 30% down play as well. Here's Marvell and Eli Lilly. Let's go over and see what Adara has right here. Boeing, great call. Love Boeing. Again, I don't own this short, but there we go, Adara. Of course, Adara playing by the rules, so that's a good one there. We'll go bang on that one. She's shorting Oracle right there, so that's an absolutely, and she believed in that. Adara literally, I need to write this girl a check. I mean, she saved me a lot of money on that Oracle trade. So there it goes, man, 23% down. That's, to me, this is the best pick, period, out of all of these picks. Let me see what Fabian's up to over here. There it is, man. Fabian with the silver. This guy's been talking about silver for a minute, so let's drop down the money for Fabian. Picking AG there, a Canadian name. We had to convert it over to the U.S. But it's Dollarama. He wanted one of the dollar stores. We had to pick Dollarama here in Canada. And then, unfortunately, Fabian, Bitcoin. It'll be back, my guy. We'll see. We bought some Bitcoin there today as well. But we'll just keep updating those trackers as we go. But it just depends on, obviously, the timing of those plays. And we bought some Bitcoin today at 66. We'll see if it can wind up holding some of those levels. I basically want to buy, I'll buy at 66, we'll buy at 56, we'll buy at 46, and we'll buy some more at 16. But as it gets down into the downside there. Yeah, man, here's another one. You could have David, just as you just put in there, you on the super chat, thank you for the super chat. You could have done that SNDK trade. I'm just going to call it up here so everybody can see this here. And I'm going to, oh, it's already up. Okay. Yeah. There, at Obi. Is Obi even in the chat? I don't even know.
If he's in the chat.
Just got 550 SNDK, put one contract. There it is. So stick to your plan. That's exactly what it's all about, man. Stick to your plan.
David, I just said that
right there. So good job on that one.
He's been bearish on SNDK, and well, from talking to him, I know he's been bearish on it in these 600s for sure. With less than a minute to go, everybody, we'll see what happens. It wasn't anything too crazy outside of those like deals that we're closing, and you're going to see much more of that here as everything is more or less paired off. I don't know what AVTR is, but with 30 seconds to go, tomorrow we do have more big earnings. After the bell, Adair did mention there will be Cisco and McDonald's will be reporting. We'll for sure cover both those in the morning.
Oh, I got to get rid of my NVIDIA.
Probably going to be some movers, I would suspect. McDonald's.
Yeah, it'd be a good one.
Everyone likes them but Joe. That one kind of gets me. I feel like everyone has.
Man, Joe ain't even have pie yet, okay? So forget about Joe.
But you should try the McDonald's apple pie. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be a real pie. Here we go.
McDonald's,
3,
baby.
2, 1. Yeah, I like McDonald's. I still own McDonald's. That's actually near highs, MCD. Talk about near highs, man. Tesla made it all the way back, not to its high, but took out VWAP, closed at the highs of the day, despite its first 10 minutes right there. So that's a good one there. You are welcome, easy peasy, man. This is what we're all about. We're celebrating those chicken dinner winners, and it's really nice to see because easy peasy, I know that you are a trader that puts up actual capital into your trade. So hopefully that was a good one for you there, easy peasy there on Tesla. So congratulations there to everybody.
Bad money.
Long-term, which equity. So you can actually, you want a trick for in Canada?
What's the question?
You could buy IBIT. There's an actual IBIT. We don't have it in our system, but IBIT is actually traded in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
So you can actually get the ETF IBIT. That's how I buy it, with Canadian dollars. Just like NVIDIA. NVIDIA has a CDR. So this is why I realized that I had all these shares. I have way more Meta than I thought because I own a lot of it in Canada, right? So these are the CDRs. So these are Canadian hedged, and you could see the money fly through on those. Here's McDonald's, just came out with earnings. You could see kablamo right there on McDonald's earnings, up to 331. So they're shooting up right now on MCD on their report. So there goes McDonald's to the high side, man. It's been a great day. What a comeback. I was saying to both Neil and Brendan there that I thought we had one of the best shows of all time on the morning show. Will look to be that and better tomorrow.
Always. It was that battle back, man. The market battled back, and ultimately he's going to close green. It was a red to green morning as well, and it looks like McDonald's is also going to go from red to green, kind of keeping that theme in here. We'll be back in the morning. I want to give a big shout out. Look, we had Brent this morning, was a fantastic guest, and we had Luis in the midday as well, joining Sharif and Joe, and always fantastic guest. And Thank you guys so much, and thank you for all the kind words, and thank you for the super chats. We'll be back at it bright and early. We'll cover McDonald's earnings, we'll cover Cisco earnings, we'll cover everything that moves, and we'll do it, and we'll have some fun as well. We're Trader TV Live, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. See you then.